Hello and welcome to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final 2019. We are live from the O2 here in London, England. This is it, the stage is set, the players are ready. It's the season-defining event. And what an event we have for you. Delighted to say alongside me, of course, is Spencer FC. Spencer, been lucky enough to be at many FIFA events in the calendar with you. Just explain why this, quite simply, is the big one.
Yeah, I mean, it's the biggest event of the year, maybe the biggest event in FIFA history, as is the nature of this growing space. Everyone wants to qualify for this one. Millions of people tried, only 32 have made it. You mentioned it already, it's the most cash prize up for grabs. The biggest kudos you can get from any event. Look at this beautiful trophy.
Lovely trophy.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, lovely trophy. We'll go into the cash prizes up for grabs a bit later on. There's lots of ways that you can get in touch with us. If you do, please use the hashtag FIFA eWorld Cup. Spencer, we'll just elaborate on what you said, and just to illustrate why this is such a huge event, we can have a look at the Global Series overview now. So just give us an insight into this Global Series overview. This is the format.
Yeah, so this is how it's worked this year. On the left-hand side of the screen, you can see all the different ways that players have been able to pick up points, okay? And points is what you needed to qualify for this event. Whether it was starting at home, playing weekend league, 10 points available every single weekend, or Champions Cups, majors all across the world, of course. We had the playoffs in Germany most recently. There was a lot of points up for grabs. Ultimately, though, you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, it all pointed to one place, right here, right now, the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final.
And you mentioned the points. Here are how the points work down. This is the breakdown of the points accumulating to this event that we are in today.
Yeah, so 1,800 points were up for grabs in Germany over the last two events we had. Put that in perspective, a weekend league, 10 points were available every weekend. So if you won the playoffs, it was like 180 weekends.
It's a lot of weekends,
of your time. So obviously the events is the place you wanted to get to. And if you had enough points after all those events were finished and you're in the top 16 in the world on your console, you qualified to be here.
And we can look at the prize money, because this is huge. It's the most prize pool we've ever had at this event. Prize pool of $500,000. $250,000, Spencer, for the winner.
Insane amount of money. I mean, just a couple years ago, I was working on one of these events and the winner got $20,000, okay? That's such a big increase, and it's getting bigger every single year. If you can get your hands on $250,000, that is a life-changing amount of money, and someone's going to get it.
Yeah, someone is going to get it. So let's have a look at the groups. There are 4 groups of 8. Of course, there are 16 Xbox players, 16 PlayStation players. These are the group stages.
Yeah, and unlike a lot of the other events this year, we're not using the Swiss format. It's a traditional group stage. 8 players in each group. You've got to be in the top 4 to get through. You play everyone once. Everyone's familiar with that kind of setup. And yeah, we've got some fantastic players across the groups. Group A, we've of course got Tex, the man who is #1 in the world in points across both consoles, the most points. Dasari in Group B is the reigning world champion. Can he go 2 in a row? No one's ever done it before. In Group C, we've got the Argentinian Nicolas, who's the #1 player on PlayStation this year, and is definitely capable of maybe going the whole way. If he plays his best FIFA, he's got to be up there. And in Group D, we've got the Frenchman, we've got Maestro. He was one of 2 Frenchmen that managed to win the FIFA E-Nations Cup this year, and he can go very deep into this tournament.
So as we said, everyone plays everyone within each group. Let's have a look at the first round 1 fixtures of day 1. These are the first set of fixtures that will kick us off, Spencer. Just pick the bones out of our opening fixtures.
I mean, there's going to be unbelievable fixtures every single round, as is the nature of this tournament and the quality of the players on display. But I really like the look of TAS versus Megabit in Group A. That's a great matchup between 2 very seasoned pros, but there's so many great games out there.
Yeah, so many great games, so many great players. Of course, it is the best 16 players in Xbox and the best 16 players in PlayStation. First up, let's meet the Xbox players. So here they come, Spencer. Here are the Xbox players. Of course, we mentioned so many top competitors here. A lot of people will be looking at Tex, as you said, the #1 rated player, the most EA Sports global ranking points of anyone here. Is he the big favourite this weekend?
You've got to be. That's the whole point of the Global Series ranking leaderboard. It allows you to have a favourite based on points, and he's won so many events, a kind of unprecedented amount of events this year. So he's definitely a favourite. But we saw some other people as well. We saw a little bit of confidence from FaZe TAS, who represents one of the biggest esports organisations in the world. We saw Ajax Danny, who represents one of the biggest football clubs in the world, in Ajax. So there's so many great players. And of course, we also saw Rebel Stokes, who managed to beat Tex in the final in Hamburg at the Xbox playoffs, the most recent event. So technically, I'd say that puts him as a favourite as well.
Oh, okay. So there were the Xbox players. Let's meet the PlayStation players. So here come the PlayStation players, Spence. Of course, loads of top players here. It's so hard to pick out favourites, to pick out ones to watch. But would you ease towards Nicholas, bearing in mind he is #1, top of the leaderboard on the PlayStation side of things?
Yeah, I mean, not only is he top on points, I always talk about timing your prime, making sure you hit the tournaments in the right vein of form, and that's exactly what Nicholas is doing. He looked so good in Berlin. He was unbeatable, quite frankly. He's won 2 playoffs 2 years in a row now. He just wants to go one further and win the FEWC. We saw the big man from Holland, though, as well, didn't we? Lev Vinken. He could be one to watch on the PlayStation side. He was unlucky not to go the distance in the playoffs recently, and I think he'd love himself an FEWC trophy.
And he's so calm, because they call him the Iceman, don't they? He's so calm, so relaxed all the time. Do you think that nerves will play effect in this tournament, given that there is such huge prize money, the biggest prize money we've seen in this event, so many young players? Do you think nerves will play a part in this event?
Well, Nicholas has the Iceman reputation because he shows very little emotion, and it helps him a lot. It keeps him calm and collected. But I think if he goes the distance here, we'll see a bit more out of him, because he really wants this one. In terms of nerves in general, look, if you're ever going to let nerves show, this is the time that they're going to come out. This is the biggest stage, quite literally, in terms of being in the O2 Arena, in terms of the amazing kind of spectacle we've got here and the different setup. We're going to have people here in the audience on Sunday on Championship Day. We've got people all around the world watching. We're broadcasting in 6 different languages, meaning that anyone across the world can see you do some magic or maybe have a shocker. So that adds some pressure.
Yeah, the setup is quite incredible here. Let's pick the bones out of the first matchup as well. So this is our first feature game. And it is the man that we spoke about as well, the Iceman, Nicholas, up against Marco. Nicholas, big favourite for this, but how important is it that he gets off to a good start in this group game?
Well, it's a big group. We've got 8 players in each group. That's 7 games, so it's not essential you've got to win your first game, but obviously it helps. You want to get it out of the way. In terms of ranking, you've got #1 versus #16. Marco squeezed his way in. He had a good year, of course. You don't get here if you haven't had a good year, but he was reliant on some other results at the playoffs to get himself here. But now he's got himself in the room. He's got to feel confident. There's no pressure on him whatsoever. Nicholas in a completely different scenario, of course, with all eyes on him. So yes, Nicholas from Argentina will be the favourite for this one. But if Marco, representing that Oceania region, can come out with a win early doors, it throws the whole tournament open. So it'll be fascinating to see. Yeah,
it should be a great first game. Just quickly, prediction, Spencer. You know that we can't do any of these events without getting your prediction. Who do you think will be lifting this very trophy here?
There's a couple of names that are standing out. Obviously we've talked about Tex being #1 in terms of points this year, had the best year in terms of consistency. We've talked about Nicholas, #1 on the PlayStation. I'm working up to it.
Building your way up.
We're talking about Nicholas on PlayStation, who has also been fantastic, and I think it would kind of add to his amazing reputation already in competitive FIFA to get this trophy. And of course we've got MS Dosari, the reigning champion. There's a couple of people that have won 2 World Cups before. No one's ever won 2 in a row. He's definitely capable of it. But if I need to give one name, which I think you're asking me to, I'm going to stick to the local lad. I'm going to go Tex.
You're going to go Tex. So Tex is your prediction to lift this trophy. It should be a fantastic tournament. And we are ready to go with our first round of fixtures. Let's head over to our casters, Dan Gaskin and Mark Hatcher.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, it is an absolute pleasure and a privilege to be bringing you the first games of the FIFA eWorld Cup, the grand finals, Dan. $500,000 on the line, $250,000 for that first place winner. I'm excited, I'm sure you are as well.
I mean, this is what we've all been waiting for the whole season long. All players, they've been grinding, they've been playing their FUT Champions games, they've been playing their weekend league, and now they're here, the best 32 players in the world. And realistically, anyone could win it if they play their best this weekend.
That is the beauty of it. I mean, we were talking about favourites. We heard Spencer and Adam talking about it there on the main stage. Obviously, we have our favourites, but the fact that it has been such a long and arduous season for all of these players, we have these rankings, but every single player who has managed to find their way through to these grand finals really does have an opportunity and a shot at potentially picking up that trophy.
And I think that's the scary factor, that no matter who you're facing, you need to be on your A game, because if you drop the ball ever so slightly, you could not be progressing through groups. And if you don't get through groups, then you're not going to get that opportunity to go through and try and lift that trophy.
Now, obviously, we have 2 players here who have slightly differing stories of the season and how it's gone, and we should talk about Nicholas first, because he is currently the #1 ranked PlayStation 4 player in the world. Had an incredible season, as that #1 ranking would suggest. A fantastic season all round, and some people were talking about him as potentially being one of those players who will get his hands on that trophy when all's said and done.
I mean, we should definitely be mentioning his name as potential favourites. He's a back-to-back playoff winner. He won it in FIFA 18, won it in FIFA 19. He fell short last season in the World Cup in the semi-final, losing 3-2 to Marcuso. However, he'll want to do that one step better. He'll want to get to at least that PlayStation final this season. And I think he has more than a big possibility to do that here.
And I mean, talking about Nicholas, what makes him such a special player? Because we have, as we said, such a huge pool of talent here in London at the O2 Arena battling it out. What has separated Nicholas 99 FC from some of his competitors this season?
It's his defensive ability. We've seen players try and defend, and they defend very deep, and it works very well. However, what Nicholas does is he steps the pressure up. He has his back line almost sitting on the halfway line, and he just pressures you so much that if you do lose the ball, he's in such an advantageous position to try and attack you and strike, and that's where he gets so many of his goals. He's a terrifying competitor.
Now, obviously, on the other side of this game, we have his opponent here, and his foot was Marco. What a season this man has had. Obviously, representing that Oceania region, and coming from Australia, fantastic. We've kind of got two players who are coming from different sides of the globe here as well, Argentina and of course Australia. But a bit of a different story for him, Dan, because he had some really nervy moments back in the playoffs. He was holding on, grasping onto that 16th place spot, but he has made it, and he is here.
The reason why he's here and the reason why he was in that 16th spot in the first place was because he had that opportunity to be there by the amount of games he played, by the amount of tournaments that he actually qualified for. And I'm so excited to see what he can do now. He's made it to that final stage. He was the E-League Australia winner. He made it to enough tournaments this year to demonstrate his abilities. And now the nerves have gone from that playoffs. He can finally just be like, look, I'm in this chair. I have the chance now. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, slightly different kind of mentalities for both these players. A lot of pressure maybe on Nicholas, a lot of expectation on the man from Argentina to potentially, go all the way here. But for Marco, on the other side of things, it's kind of, it's great to have achieved his initial goal, which was to make the grand finals here in London, to be a part of this incredibly prestigious tournament. And basically, he's kind of got that pressure off now. He can just see how far he goes. And that's a dangerous mentality to have for a player, to go in with that sort of nothing to lose, that no fear mentality. He could go a long way here.
And maybe he could get his best event finish to date. I mean, this season, we've only seen him finish to the round of 16 3 times. He's never got any further than that first knockout round. But he's been able to get out of the group stages, and I think he would be more than happy at this event if he could just get over that first hurdle, get out of these groups.
And obviously getting off to a good start here in London is so paramount for not only, the ability technically and mechanically of these players to make sure that everything's working, everything is flowing the way that you would want, but confidence-wise, on the biggest stage of the season, getting off to a good start is absolutely vital. As we get into our first game, we're officially underway here in London. It's Nicholas 99 FC taking on Footwiz Marco.
The eWorld Cup has begun of 2019. And I know there are favourites, I know there's predictions, but Nicholas certainly should be a name on everyone's lips. And you are going to witness a treat of just how well he plays FIFA 19. Very good at moving the ball, very good at stepping up and pressuring his opponents. Realistically, for Marco, if he wants to take down Nicholas, he needs to bite back with pressure of his own, not allow Nicholas to have the space, not allow him to dominate the middle of the park.
Yeah, he needs to keep concentration as well. Focus is something that Nicholas really has going his way as he tries to find that little pass, that threaded ball into R9 in the middle. And I just wonder as well, with a lot of the player picks that we see in FIFA Ultimate Team as well, which is of course what we are playing, the game mode on here at the FIFA eWorld Cup. We have seen a few more players start to be introduced, with the footies recently being introduced to the games, the likes of Paul Pogba, etc. Maybe one of those players who might slide his way into some starting lineups, but we are seeing a fairly familiar lineup here. We'll certainly be keeping an eye on that as we move forward.
Yeah, players are just going to look at who's got that 5-star skills, who have got that 5-star weak foot, players that really make an impact.
Well, maybe it's Van Dijk who might make an impact here with a little mistake at the back. It was an opportunity there for Marco to really, for the first time, get at the back line there of Nicholas. Almost made something work. However, Nicholas again just closed that space down at the last second. And speaking of space, here's Cristiano Ronaldo down the right-hand side here. Almost bought a little penalty there. A little bit of contact from the defender. But Nicholas now recycles. The ball to Hullet. Almost found it through to Neymar. And Footwiz Marco has to hold on.
And honestly, if Cristiano Ronaldo had gone down there, that probably would have been a penalty. So Nicholas is probably going to be kicking himself a little bit. However, Marco is defending strong. He is managing to step in the right areas. But you can see what Marco is trying to do. He's trying to get that counter-attack flowing as well. He knows that Nicholas is going to have a few players out of position. He knows where Nicholas is good and what areas he's performing well in.
He's having a little bit of success down this right-hand side early, but a great little interception there, high up the pitch from Kylian Mbappe. Means that Marco can come forward himself now. Neymar battling with Van Dijk. Van Dijk will use his strength there to hold off the attentions of the Brazilian. chances at both ends to start this off, Dan.
I like this from Marco. He's trying to keep the pace. He's not allowing Nicholas to slow down as much as maybe Nicholas would like to from what we've seen throughout the season. But now Nicholas gaining possession, you can see immediately just stretching the play and using the width.
And he's found Mbappe here. He's inside the 18-yard box, drives it across goal. Sergio Ramos has to make a tackle at the last second, and the last second in when Van der Sar had to extend a limb there to turn it behind for a corner. 20 minutes on the clock here. Nicholas takes this shot. Little flick up into the box. Costa gets it away.
Nicholas, what has made him so incredible is just the amount of goals he's conceded, really. He hasn't been conceding that much throughout the season. It's been so difficult to break through his back line.
Well, maybe this will be a chance here for Luis Marco. Goes in on goal. A little shot there on the 5-star weak foot of R9 Ronaldo. Wins him the corner. And he's counter-attacking incredibly effectively at the moment. Mbappe towards that front post. Van der Sar deals with the initial danger. Second ball in, though, and Van Dijk has to deal with it. Marco giving as good as he gets at the moment.
Marco timing them green nice and early, though, today. I saw a lot of players were warming up in skill games, not actually playing against other players in certain areas, just to try and get that timing down to a T, because it's so important, not just for headers, but for shots as well. If you can time it green, you can have much more of a chance to actually score goals.
Well, Nicholas then using Rafael Varane in that full back area. Vieira now comes back inside to Ruud. A chance developing here potentially for Nicholas, just working the ball between the two central midfielders. Ball around the corner to Neymar. The scoop turn, though, could not beat his man. Well, there's no goals to report at the moment in this particular game, but obviously we have other games going on in the groups at the moment, and between Danny and Resende, the first goal has gone in. Danny whips it into the box, and there is Paul Pogba. All the players I mentioned there getting up highest to nod that one in, and another header here. This time it's Ajax Tor taking the lead against Mo Alba.
Yeah, I really am thinking that we're going to see quite a bit of Pogba being introduced elsewhere, but we'll keep you up to date with all the scores coming in from around all of the games and make sure that we don't miss a thing, because you know that every single goal counts here at the eWorld Cup. Every game matters, and you can see the results as well. We'll be coming in the top right-hand corner and live updates as well. Levinken currently 1-0 up against Dr. Rahano.
Levinken just seems to have been going from strength to strength recently. Certainly another player to keep an eye on. Hasn't managed to pick up a tournament win this year, but every single one that he attends, he seems to go one step further. Maybe this is it. What a time to maybe pick up the big one. Here's Mbappe, whipped in towards that back post. Ronaldo is there, back across goal. Nobody there to apply the finishing touch.
I'm wondering whether that was just a bit of a mistimed judgment there from Marco. Just as I was saying, a timing in green, and he was practicing early on. And it actually came to it when it came to that first chance to go 1-0 up going into this first half. I mean, I'm sure he's going to be kicking himself there. Now Nicholas is going to have a chance to strike back and make him rue that missed opportunity.
And that second man press has left a little bit of space here. Nicholas with a big chance. The only thing could have stopped that was the frame of Virgil van Dijk. He did that corner here, whipped in. Haya gets that away, and you can see all of the games we have going on at the moment, all these PlayStation games going on at the same time. As we say, we'll keep you up to date with all of the goals. You can see FIFA Ooston there in the bottom right-hand corner taking a lead against Tuga as well.
Always a very difficult thing to do with Tuga being a very defensive player. But we know that Ooston is an attacking player, and Marco's taken the lead just as we come back into the action here. Ronaldo, and that is exactly what Marco needs to kick off his eWorld Cup.
What a moment that could be for Marco. Absolutely huge. Worked the ball in. Ronaldo just left completely on his own. Gets a little bit fortunate with the ball falling back to him, but the Brazilian, having been presented with that chance, puts it away, and Nicholas is on the back foot.
And that's what you've got to do to Nicholas. You have to put him on the back foot. You can't allow him to dictate the pace of the game and how he wants to play. If you can take him out of his comfort zone, you're going to have a chance of beating him. And what a moment it would be for Marco if he could open up the group stage with a victory or even a draw against Nicholas.
We're talking about how tight the field is here, how good every single player is on both of the consoles. This is a perfect example of that. She's the lowest seeded player in the tournament, currently 1-0 up against the highest seeded player on the PlayStation 4. And Nicholas now has questions to answer. Half-time whistle goes here. Marco goes in with a 1-goal lead.
Yeah, and a shake of the head from Marco, because I think actually he could be a couple up with the chances he's had and the missed header at the back post as well. He's looking really good. He's pressuring Nicholas in the right areas. He's not allowing Nicholas to have the domination of the midfield that we've seen in so many tournaments this year. So I'm very impressed with how Marco's just approached this tournament, to be honest. It seems like he's done a lot of research, a lot of practice, and of course, Footwood's down there behind him as well. Nice that he's behind him and coaching him. I think that's very important to have a decent coach behind you, and I know full well that Footwood's down is going to have some good words for him at half-time.
I think the best thing that can be said to Marco right now is just keep your eye on that top left-hand corner of your screen. 1-0 to the good. For Nicholas, questions. Hasn't had that flow that we kind of associated with him, but we also should really point out maybe to some people who are watching and thinking, you know, this is the #1 player in the world, how is he losing to the lowest senior player in the tournament, that Nicholas does take a little bit of time to warm into tournaments. He does take a little bit of time to find that flow, but once he does, then it's very difficult to stop.
On average, throughout the season, he's only conceded 1.35 goals per leg. So that would suggest that Marco's going to struggle to get a second in this leg. Shout out to the Stat Zone for all of their coverage throughout this season and keeping up to date with those.
Well, maybe Marco's going to be the one to find the second. Little bit fortune, false and Neymar. And Marco doubles his lead. We could see an upset early here in the group stages.
At 2-0, it's always a very difficult scoreline to hold on to, but if Marco can keep pressing and keep this pressure that he's been able to apply onto Nicholas, there's definitely a chance. The way he was able to work the ball into the box. And yes, okay, there was a fortunate deflection, but it was the quick thought of the 1-2 pass in the box that really confused the defence of Nicholas. And once that opportunity arose for Neymar to take that shot, there was no chance of even goalkeeper movement to stop that one. Nicholas is going to have to go again. We need to see him spark something here. He's going to get back into this game.
And sometimes a wounded Nicholas is the most dangerous, to be honest with you. We're seeing him fall behind. He has a couple of formation changes up his sleeve to get back into games like this. However, we should also point out his 2 legs that we play here. This game will not be decided in just this first game of FIFA 19. But here's Ronaldo. 3 cricketers in a row, but a well-timed tackle there, I thought. But no, the referee disagrees with me. And here's a big chance from the spot here for Nicholas.
It is so difficult to get your foot in when those cricketers are underway. And Marco, unfortunately, wasn't able to do it clean.
So a chance here for Nicholas to half the deficit. CR7 steps up against Van der Sar, and a save from Marco. Everything's going his way.
Absolutely massive save from Marco as well. I don't know whether he's done his research, he's been studying, or whether he was just watching closely for Cristiano Ronaldo's head movement there, but he's predicted well, and he's able to survive that. I think he would have felt a little bit hard done by. It was a very soft penalty, but now he can just sit back, relax, hold this ball for a little bit, control the game, and just make Nicholas sweat, make him worry, say, I'm 2-0 down at the moment, what have I got to do against Marco?
Well, there wasn't a goal there from the spot, but there is goals coming in from around the ground, and this time it's FaZe Tas who takes the lead here against Megabit. What a moment that could be as well. Some of the underdogs really coming out hot here at the start of the tournament.
It just seems like every game we go to is an absolute champion on one side.
Well, here's Mbappe from Nicholas, looking to find a way in on goal. Van der Sar with a save. Second chance here, CR7. Recycles the play back to Modric. Pressure here, but what a tackle that is. And now Marco on the counter-attack, he's looking dangerous again.
Yeah, he's really just not allowing Nicholas to get his players back into position. You can see he wants to hit him hard on the counter-attack, and he's generating so much room. It's just because he's doing so well on the ball with players like Mbappe to drag the balls away from Nicholas.
And again, we could just highlight all of the PlayStation 4 games that are going on simultaneously here at the O2 in London from these group stages. So many goals going in. Lev Vinken 2 up at the moment. You can see Houston still holding his lead over Tuga as well, but we're going to go back to our feature game here, Nicholas versus Marco. And with 64 minutes on the clock, it's Nicholas now coming forward again with R9. Neymar looking to create some space, well read again. And Rafael Varane, this time legally, takes the ball off of Cristiano Ronaldo.
Nicholas is a player that Marco's not really been able to see much of, especially in terms of knockout stages, because he's not made the latter stages.
Well, here's R9. Cricketa to try and buy space, and again, Marco's doing such a good job of just backing off Dan, almost baiting those skill moves in, and then just as it completed, snapping into that tackle.
And even though we've seen Marco in plenty of group stages and Swiss rounds. We haven't really seen him get to those late stages, as you can see there on the left-hand side as well. A little bit about Nicholas. Plays for Basel Esports, of course, and he has been winning those LQEs. He was one of the first players to win a cross-console final in an LQE as well. It was a couple of years, actually, prior to that we'd actually seen a PlayStation player win a cross-console final, so he really did make history back in London.
However, history is history. Nicholas has to improve right now. And speaking of improving, Tuga has done just that. He was 1-0 down against one of the most attacking players that we have in FIFA 19. Houston, however, he's found an equaliser and back to our feature game. Goals are flying in at the moment as Nicholas does find his way back into this game.
And Hullet of all people as well, and it looked like it was from some distance. We'll take a look from the replay when that one comes up, but Marco, he was holding on for as long as possible, but you could see there was attack after attack after attack from Nicholas. And here's a look at that goal. Modric just playing it out, and it's actually just a smash in from outside the box with Hullet. Timed it green. Sometimes you've just got to give him a wallop and hope it's going to sail into the top-hand corner.
Obviously, Ruud Hullet, one of the most staples of every single FIFA Ultimate team that we have in these pros lineups, and 95 base shooting on the face stats of that foot item. It's no surprise to see sometimes that you're going to see those ones fly into the top corner, especially with that green timing, and Ruud Hullet is the man who now maybe has shifted the pressure back onto Marco.
And I'm wondering whether Marco is going to feel a little bit frustrated by that goal, because Marco has obviously done well enough to force Nicholas to take a shot from there. Nicholas is feeling like...
He's got a hand on it as well.
He's saying, I've not been able to get into the areas I'd like to. I've not been able to pass the ball into the net, which I've done prior to this tournament. So instead, I'm just going to hit one when I'm given a little bit of space. And you're right, there was a hand to it as well. So Nicholas does crawl his way ever so slightly back into this game, but Marco still has the lead, and that's the important factor.
Just one goal between the two players, though. And the next goal could be huge as we head towards that second leg. And here comes Marco. Pele now round the corner. Tries to get round Virgil van Dijk, but he's such a ominous presence in the central defensive areas now, Virgil van Dijk. That foot item is absolutely monstrous, and now Nicholas is striding forward. You can see he's really starting to grow into this game now. Mbappe into Eusebio. What a save that is.
It's almost like he had too much time there as well, Nicholas. You could see he wanted to play that ball back into the centre of the box, but he turned instead. He still has possession.
Now you're starting to see maybe the nerves coming here. Marco's given the ball away a few times. A couple of cricketers. The only thing missing was the finish. A little deflection behind. It will be a corner, but looking at some of the other games we have going on at the moment, some people's favourites for the tournament, Tex currently drawing with Abinio. And again, just shows the depth of talent that we have here now.
And that's another first versus 16th place seeding-wise as well. So Tex, realistically, should be winning that game. However, Abinio showed what he was made of at the playoffs and definitely deserves his position. So maybe he could be the one to upset Tex. We've seen Tex lose in group stages and Swiss stages before. Only 12 losses so far this season. But now back to our feature game as Marco's coming forward again.
Beautiful little fake shot from Mbappe. Just couldn't keep his feet at the last moment, though. Unfortunately for Marco, the Frenchman. Just a little bit of contact, and now maybe the last attack of this first leg will go to the Argentine. Nicholas has the chance to stride forward.
And he has to really take an opportunity here, and he needs to seize that opportunity because he has had chances in front of goal, and he probably feels like he deserves to be drawing this game. And if he goes in a goal behind, he might be questioning himself, and he might struggle going into that second leg. However, we do call him the Iceman for a reason. He doesn't easily lose his head, so we'll see what happens.
2 minutes of added time.
The most important thing for Marco is he's won the ball back here, and as we are into stoppage time here, he's looking to release Cristiano Ronaldo. A little bit of a rush clearance there from Van der Sar, but Ronaldo will win it. Chance for Eusebio! And what a goal that could be!
And that is an absolute gift. Wrapped and signed from Nicholas, given the ball away, trying to rush the ball up the pitch. And Marco has used his initiative and just struck it quickly with Eusebio. And now he regains that 2-goal lead that he was able to work so hard for earlier on. And that is not the kind of mistakes we're used to seeing from Nicholas. It was a big kick from Van der Sar, and maybe he was expecting it to go a little bit further, but it fell short. And Mbappe actually challenging the header. And it was Cristiano Ronaldo who was losing out there. But well, Marco, 3-1 up then, our 16th seed, currently 2 goals ahead of the #1 PlayStation player.
If that wasn't enough to whet your appetites for what's to come over the next few days, then I don't know what is. Number 16 seed, currently 2 goals to the good up against the number 1 in the world on the PS4. Incredible stuff from Marco there, and that's just going to fill him with belief. He's going to want to get straight into that second leg. However, the second leg is where we see some of the best in the world make those comebacks, turn these games around. What's Nicholas got to do, though, Dan? Because he did seem a little bit disjointed to what we're normally used to seeing from him.
Well, he's used to dominating the possession, and just as I'll go back to that conversation after we look at some of these goals, Danny actually able to secure a second one against Resende with a nice little bit of skills in the box just to try and step away from the man. But what's he going to do? He's got to, I think, just go to plan B. Nicholas loves to step up, he loves to play a high-pressure game, but I think Marco is counter-attacking very successfully, which is kind of sucking out the energy of what Nicholas usually likes to play in FIFA 19. And it sounds weird when you're 2 goals down, but Nicholas also needs to slow it down a little bit and not allow this counter-attack to come from Marco, because Marco, the amount of times he's hit him on it, it must just be so frustrating for Nicholas. So I'd like to see him to continue with the high line, however, when he holds the ball, not to press up the pitch as quickly as he has been.
It just seems that that last pass has been missing a few times from Nicholas as well. When he's got into those attacking areas, he's usually so good at making those split-second decisions. And speaking of split-second decisions, there was another one made here, and it looks like it might have been to go straight for goal, and it's Mo Alba with a direct free kick there, 5-2 up over Tor. Tor also, as you can see there, also had a man who unfortunately had been sent off, but another goal here, and it was actually Janos who ties it up with Stokes, and Stokes obviously our Xbox player winner.
He is our Xbox playoff winner, but Janos, of course, he's familiar with being at an eWorld Cup as well. He's made it to those latter stages before, he's made it of those heights. I wonder whether he can bring back the good old days and those memories of when he used to perform. But in FIFA 19, he's had a quiet year, but at least he's been able to make it to the eWorld Cup. It's pretty impressive, actually, when you think of the players who have had quiet years, but that is every single player here at the tournament. Those are all 4 of the groups as well. For me, Mark, Group C looks absolutely terrifying.
It's terrifying, and that's the one that we're obviously focusing on at the moment, with Nicholas 99FC going up against Marco. But any one of those players, Lev Vinken, what a performance he had at the playoffs. Mo Alba, one of the most exciting players going forward. Tuga, one of the most defensively sound players we have in FIFA 19. Ustin doesn't defend, just scores goals. It's as simple as that. IX Tour, we've just seen, you know, the performance he's putting in. Dr. Ahano, the German, is an absolute monster as well. And Marco, we've just seen as well, he's currently beating Nicholas. So if you wanted a group of death, Group C is where we should be.
The funny thing is, when talking about Group C, I heard a lot of people say, yeah, that group, anyone could kind of get through except maybe Marco. People counting Marco out, but now we see him going 3-1 up against Nicholas, and you're suddenly thinking, hey, anyone really could win this thing. The fact that Nicholas dominated playoffs, dominated the season, now he's 3-1 down, if he doesn't come back into this second leg, if he doesn't perform well in these groups, is he going to get out of the group? Because the group's going to be so hard.
And one thing that I love looking at when we see all of these players in front of us is, you know, the worldwide spread of players that we have, Dan. You know, you have the English players, we have the Brazilians, Argentine, we have French, Australian. There's so many different nationalities being represented here in FIFA eSports at the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Finals. It just shows what a global reach that this game has.
And for any of you English fans, I can give you a fun stat. We have had a World Cup 3 times in England, and we have had 2 English winners. Of course, MS Desari won it last year in London, but maybe there is hope still for the English fans. I mean, maybe Tex can take it home, Stokes, Tass as well. I'm sure that they're going to give it a blooming good go.
Well, there's obviously a lot of storylines that we have to talk about as well here that have kind of been developing through the season. This isn't, you know, the only event that we've had. We've had, I think, over 30 events already going down this season. And I mean, there's so many, you know, different little tidbits that will sort of feed in throughout with players who have got good records against others, not so good against others. It really is just fascinating to see. But the one that always stands out for me is the Tex MS Desari thing. I know we've talked about it a lot this season, but if you are watching for the first time here, the world champion, the current world champion, MS Desari, against the player who has dominated FIFA 19. They're kind of a little bit tied up at the moment. I think MS Desari might be just a little bit ahead, but you know, we'll get to that in a minute because we've got a little bit of goals wrap up to give you in the meantime to keep the action coming your way. But that's got to keep the interest levels ahead, especially on the Xbox.
I mean, everyone wants to see the Tex versus Desari game. I mean, that is without a doubt, but we can look back at some of these goals and look at that reaction as well from Marco, because he knows how important this is. The opening game in the World Cup could set you on the path to potentially become a champion. If not a champion, at least make a name for yourself. This is your time to shine. This is your chance to go down in the history books. It's been the biggest ever FIFA season. The prize money has been getting better and better. The players have been getting better and better. And now this is your chance to show what you've got.
And you have to say, maybe a little bit of fortune did favour Marco with those first couple of goals that went his way. However, Nicholas had a big fortune go his way, in my personal opinion, with the penalty, but what a save that was from Van der Sar. And you have to take these little moments into account. I mean, Spencer was talking about it on the intro to the show, how the little moments are the ones that decide these huge, huge games, and maybe that was one then.
Yeah, the little moments of deciding, do I shoot from range? Am I going to play it short? And you saw Nicholas's head drop when he missed that penalty as well. It's not very often you see that, but this was the mistake I'm on about. Heading it backwards with Cristiano Ronaldo under pressure from Mbappe. And that is an absolute gift for Marco, so I'm sure he's going to be delighted with that. And now we're going to be getting ready for leg number 2 then. Marco, can he carry it on? Is going to be my question to you, Mark.
Well, he's going to have to if he wants to take home 3 points from this first group game here in Group C. Little update for you at the top left-hand side of your screen. That's the current score in this game. However, 3-1 is the aggregate score. 2 goals to the good is Marco, the Australian at the moment. He couldn't have asked for any more, but now he's got to really see home this advantage down.
It's the pace of Marco's game that I'm really impressed with, and how kind of sexy he looks on the ball right now. I mean, he just, every single skill move, he's chaining them together.
Well, here's Ruud Gullit inside the box, the man who defined sexy football when he was at Newcastle. However, the man who's at the back post was Cristiano Ronaldo, and it's a shock not to see that one bustle into the back of the net. Big chance there for Marco.
Yeah, Marco noses it with a slap to the thigh, and that's twice now. Those back post headers he's not been able to quite put away. However, if he can keep getting into those positions and keep tossing that ball up to the back post, and Cristiano Ronaldo's coming forwards, he's going to be able to get one sooner rather than later.
Well, here's Cristiano Ronaldo. R9's actually going to pinch that off of him. You see it again. Nicholas looking a little bit agitated here, taking those quick shots, looking to put the pressure onto his opponent. Mbappe now whips it in. R9 will be there at the back post. And I thought we were just going to see the net ripple there.
I think we thought, Nicholas thought, Marco thought, everyone thought that was going in. It was timed green, it was looping. Goalkeeper seemed to be in no man's land.
Well, here comes Nicholas again. He's really trying to up the pressure here onto his opponent. Ruud Gullit, we've seen him hit one. He hit another one again, and more pressure here from Nicholas. Corner taken short once more. Mbappe flicks it up again, in towards that back post. Big punch on that from Van der Sar.
Honestly, Nicholas looks so frustrated. We have not seen Nicholas try 3 back post headers in a row all season long. He looks like he's defeated already in this game. He's saying, okay, I'm going to have to resort to plan C, which is just cross, 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 cross. Hope that one of them breaks through. If Marco can hold strong, if he can stop these crosses coming in, if he can move his goalkeeper, if he can get Van der Sar in the way, he can frustrate Nicholas even more and potentially go on to win this game.
Well, Mbappe's in the position here to maybe get another cross in. A little drag back. Finds Rafael Varane. Maybe not the man that you want in these attacking positions, but he's managed to do well to work some space. Drops the shoulder R9, but can't quite beat the man with the strike. And now this is danger time for Nicholas, because on the counter-attack, you can see Marco's looking for blood. Another goal here. Well, that's a long way to come back.
It's a very interesting dynamic of FIFA that we're seeing right now, because Marco's sitting very deep and going for the counter-attack in comparison to Nicholas sitting quite high and going for the counter-attack.
Well, here's Vieira. See it again. Varane battling with his man and wins the ball, but that full-back area seems to be something which Marco quite simply cannot get these tackles wrong. If he does, it's going to be a penalty.
That's a great ball if he's onside, but the keeper is going to be able to come out and stop that one. But Marco's been very switched on to the counter-attacks from Nicholas. When we analysed, or when Mike Labelle analysed some of the play from Nicholas at the pre-show for this World Cup, we were saying how Nicholas gets a lot of his goals from winning the ball back high up onto the pitch and then punishing his opponent. But Marco's been switched on. He's not allowed it.
Well, there's the ball in towards the back post. And unfortunately, Ronaldo couldn't quite get there. Just a little bit over-hit there from Marco. However, 20 minutes gone, and it feels like a lot longer, to be honest with you, he's gone in this game. It's been just so many chances at both ends. Nicholas, though, still down by 2, but he's trying to come forward here with Rafael Varane.
It's very rare you see a game with this much pace and energy when Nicholas is involved, but that's going to be a possible chance here.
Pressure coming in from Nicholas, and Ronaldo can't quite get there ahead of the goalkeeper.
And the reason why I say that is because Nicholas is usually so calm, he holds the ball, and usually he takes a lead and then he dominates with that lead. But because he's had to come from behind, and because he's been chasing this game throughout the entirety, he's having to speed things up, and it's just playing into the hands of Marco, because Marco's saying, great, I can counter-attack as well, let's go toe-to-toe.
Well, now Nicholas is inside the 18-yard box. He gets a couple of cricketers together, and he gets a little bit of lady luck to fall on his side as well. Ruud Gullit once again is the man on the score sheet here for Nicholas. It just took a deflection. Van der Sar didn't commit down to the ball, and Gullit stuck it away. 1 goal now, the lead to Marco, and that is a fragile lead against a player like Nicholas.
I mean, the cricketers, they were good. However, that slight deflection was enough to confuse Vieira, to confuse Van der Sar, that they weren't able to make the tackles that perhaps they should have been making and maybe Marco wanted them to make. You saw the grimace on his face, you saw he wasn't happy with it, but he needs to stay focused as we have goals elsewhere, of course. This isn't the only game. TAS versus Megabit at the moment. It was 2-0 going into it, and now he's made it 3, going 1-0 up in that particular game.
Well, Mo Alba was having a great start to his game, currently 5-2 up, and look at this, he's through on goal again. And I said he was one of the most exciting players to watch going forward. That's exactly why.
And then you want to know how Boy Wonder Tex is doing. Well, it was 0-0 for quite some time. He drew 0-0 in the first leg, but then he gets a little bit of fortune and finishes with Gullit to go 1-0 up against Abinho.
Well, back to our feature game between Marco and Nicholas then, and a free kick here in a very dangerous position here for Marco. 3 players stood over the ball, it goes direct and it's deflected behind for a corner. He's looked dangerous from these set pieces, Marco. Again whips that ball in, Ramos gets up. And he wins the ball back though, Marco, and Mbappe using his body to shield the ball well. You can see the room here for Ruud Gullit. Neymar gets back onto that left foot, but that's the difference between a goal and the ball flying wide of the post. That red triangle lighting up means that was not timed properly.
And you can see all the games going on at the moment. These are all the 4 PlayStation games currently underway. Marco versus Nicholas is our feature, but of course we'll update you on all of the scores. If you keep an eye on the top right-hand side of the screen, you can see any of your favourite players and how they're currently doing. And of course we'll let you know about those full-time results later on. But Marco versus Nicholas is a very interesting one, with it only being a goal difference, Mark, because now we're going to see what the mentality of Marco is like. Is he strong enough to hold on against the best PlayStation player this year?
I think he's just got to hold on to the ball for a little bit as well. He's got to make Nicholas work so hard for that goal, for an opportunity, for a chance to get back into this game. He needs to make him work for the right to be back in this game. On the other side of that, another goal here, and you really feel like things could open up. However, Marco may be looking a little bit too aggressive going forward in that particular position, looking to string together passes a little bit too quickly, and that's just given the ball back here to Nicholas. Great tackle from Varane again.
Even though Marco is looking aggressive, I like it. I like him just going at Nicholas, not being scared of what's presented in front of him, not being scared of this moment and saying, actually, it's just Nicholas. I can beat this player. I am good enough. I'm here at the eWorld Cup for a reason. Because if he just sits back and tries to hold on to the ball, makes a mistake, then he's going to be kicking himself later. As we have more goals, and again, it's TAS being able to secure a goal. Nice little ball roll around the keeper there.
Yeah, what a result that is as well against Megabit, one of the best German players. And we're going to see here, it's Rebel Stokes who takes the lead there against Janos. 2-1 to him now, the Xbox playoff winner back in Berlin, in Hamburg, excuse me, I should say. Takes the lead once more. Back to this game, though. Just a few moments left till half-time. And Marco really holding on to this lead, Dan.
Nicholas is going to look scary as well with players streaming forward here.
And look at the space here for Kylian Mbappe as well. The Frenchman's inside the box, finds it to R9! And he doesn't miss from there.
And just like that, the lead for Marco has been absolutely destroyed by Nicholas. He's not allowed him to run away with the game. His head was down when he missed the penalty, but then just a nice little cut inside, the nice pass. And then Ronaldo, with just a simple turn in the box to get away and have so much space, is going to allow him to tie this up, and we have a game on our hands.
And that is why he is #1 ranked on the PlayStation 4 this season. Never say die attitude. The Iceman is his nickname for a reason, doesn't lose composure. And now we're back where we started, essentially now. 3-3 here on aggregate. Nothing between the two players. And just 45 minutes of in-game action to decide who takes home the first 3 points.
Usually I'd say in this situation, this probably means Nicholas is going to come back and he's going to take the advantage and take the lead. But because Marco's not been scared of him and because he's been going at Nicholas, I still think this is wide open. I still think Marco has a phenomenal chance here. If you think about the 2 opportunities he's had at back post with Cristiano Ronaldo and he missed those, he's timed a couple of red as well. He just needs to ensure that he can get some green times and get in those same positions. He should be able to take this game.
Well, let's take a look here at some of the current scores as they stand in the second legs here. We have Tex 1 to the good up against Abinio. Megabit struggling against Tas there, 4-1 to Tas the Englishman. Stokes with a 2-1 lead over Janos. And Resende struggling there against Ajax. Danny 2 to the good.
And then in Group C, of course, we're watching Nicholas Marco already, but Levin 2-0 up against Dr. Ahano. Mo Alba 6-2 against Tor, and then Tuga versus Houston. The defense versus the attack is currently 1-1.
Well, speaking of goals, here is another goal for you guys. And it is Houston who's managed to come forward here, and a strike. Wow, what a strike that is from R9. The right foot into the near post, which will give him the lead once more. 2-1 now to Houston against Tuga.
And it's very difficult to break through the wall of Tuga, so Houston's done very well, and we always knew that was going to be an interesting matchup. But here we go, second half of the second leg then between Marco and Nicholas. Can either of these players secure the 3 points, or will we see them share the spoils?
And I think maybe that break came right at a very good time, to be honest with you, for Marco there. Just a little time to mentally reset after the pressure of Nicholas has told in this second leg. Modric now. And you can see a little bit of that panache and that flair starting to be added here to Nicholas's game. Rudhillet tried to take it on that 5-star weak foot. And you're seeing that flow. You're seeing that little bit of that artistry now as Van der Sar has to come out and deal with it. Coming in from Nicholas.
It is crazy how you can just almost see the injection of confidence into his game. Earlier on, he was running down the wing, he wasn't using the skill moves, he was just crossing the ball because he wasn't feeling like he was within the game. But now he's equalised and he's back in, he's like, okay, I'm more than happy to dance around with the ball now. And that's going to be a little bit terrifying for Marco, but he's been able to defend, he's been able to hold on, and he's been able to do stuff with possession prior to this. See what he can do with this attack.
And maybe he's able to come forward here and give himself the lead once more. Gets the ball up towards the back post of Mbappe! And he has done it! Once again, another twist in this game. And it's Kylian Mbappe with that back post header to put Marco back in the lead.
But this time he's actually been able to put it in the back of the net. He's been in that opportunity 2-3 times before and not been able to make it count. It was a decent turn to be actually getting that ball into the air. Nicholas tried his best to stop it, tried to put the man in the way, and unfortunately just couldn't get the body in the right place. And now Marco regaining the lead, and with only, 35 minutes left, I mean, he must be feeling confident to at least get a point here.
He's also managed to regain possession from the restart here, and that's going to fill him with confidence, making sure that Nicholas couldn't take advantage and use that attack to come forward. However, that is a drastically under-hit pass there for Cristiano Ronaldo that just gives the ball back to Nicholas.
And it's whether Marco is going to be more than happy to manually defend and try and step up and win this ball back to get another goal and try and get a cushion, or whether he's going to sit back and wait here.
Well, Nicholas is tearing Marco apart here, to be honest with you. Neymar almost manages to find the ball back inside, but Costa, well, that is one risky ball across your own 18-yard box, but it has worked momentarily to at least clear the danger. But here comes the second wave of the attack now from Nicholas. Ball around the corner here to Mbappe, he sold his man. Varane had to make that tackle, and again, Rafael Varane has been such a vital man, but another mistake here. Pressure starting to toll. But Nicholas couldn't take the chance.
And Marco has to focus up, and you can see him even just wishing it upon himself. Concentrate.
The chance there at the front post there for Ronaldo. Again, so many games going on at the moment. This is the Xbox we're looking at right now. Let's take a look at one of those goals from one of the Xbox games. And it's F2 Tex, he's storming forward again. Cristiano Ronaldo stops up. Ball back inside to Vieira. Neymar onto that left foot. With that 5-star weak foot, no surprise to see that hit the back of the net.
And then the man who conquered Tex at the playoffs was Rebel Stokes, and he's able to take a 3-1 lead here against Janos. and show what he's made of. And then this has been a bit of a goal fest, hasn't it, Mark?
It certainly has, and it's Mo Alba once again looking towards the back post, and I believe that's Lionel Messi. Little Lionel who's managed to get up there for a simple header at the back post. But back to our feature game. Just approaching the last 20 minutes or so here. Nicholas desperately searching once again for an equaliser, but Varane again has been absolutely superb so far in that full-back position for Marco. And what a ball that is! Mbappe into R9, massive chance! And defence turns into attack! As quick as you could possibly imagine.
And I was saying that Marco, he looks nervous and he's maybe clearing the ball a bit too quickly. But to pinpoint that pass to Mbappe under the pressure when he's a goal up against the best in the world is absolutely incredible. And then the finish as well, just very calm, low driven, putting past Nicholas' goalkeeper. And with only 20 minutes left, he's got a 2-goal lead. This is going to be so difficult for Nicholas to get back into. And you saw what it meant for Marco as well. He turned around to his coach, he screamed, he erupted. And it's only the first game in the group stage.
First game of the day, and already you can tell that we're in for an absolute treat here in London. Nicholas 99 SC, the #1 ranked PS4 player all season long. He's currently 2 goals down to the man who spent, to be honest, the last 3 or 4 games back at the playoffs, watching, hoping, praying that he'd be here.
Well, let's take a look at goals elsewhere then. I did hear a little bit of a scream on the stage. I'm sure there's a few that have been flying in. Tass was 4-1 up, but he's made that 5 with a nice little cheeky dink into the middle. And then Danny versus Resende. Resende was down 2-0, but he's attacking in the Brazilian kit. It looks like he was able to get one back, so that game opening up as well.
There's a replay of that goal. You can see Cristiano Ronaldo just sliding that beyond the advancing goalkeeper. And what a goal. And what a moment that could be, not just for this game, but for the context of the group as well, Dan.
I mean, for Marco to go into the rest of his group games, if he wins this against Nicholas, he can say, I've just beaten the best PlayStation player. In theory, why can't I be the best PlayStation player? But let's see if he can hold on.
We need to hold on, and here's it's actually Ronaldo inside the box, excuse me. And I think that has just been deflected wide, was it? Or was that just completely mistimed? It's somewhat of a surprise to see CR7 on that right foot not be able to hit the target from there. But back to that point about the group, Dan. Got to think of what this is going to do for the other players in the group as well. The belief that that's going to spread through, thinking, hey, Nicholas ain't looking too good this morning.
Yeah, suddenly the unbeatable Iceman might actually be beatable after all. He did look a different class at playoffs, but I said this about Stokes as well. If you peak too early at playoffs and allow everyone to research what you've done and to change their style, to find out what beats them, does that then put you at a disadvantage going into the World Cup? Because naturally you're just going to think, I'm just going to play the way I did at playoffs. But people are going to be switching things up. They're going to be using that low time driven finesse that we saw from Stokes, for example, and how successful that was. And people would have analysed the gameplay from Nicholas and said, okay, so he's playing a high line. How can we counter-attack against him? And Marco's done just that in this particular game.
So 13 minutes plus stoppage time here. It's going to feel like an absolute age here for Marco, but maybe he wants more here. He wants to put this game to bed. Ball force here to Pele. Cristiano Ronaldo tests the goalkeeper once more. Another corner here to the Australian.
And this is fine. Just more time to be eaten away.
Pele's the man who stood over it. Nicholas moving his goalkeeper, just shifting him out. Smartly takes it short, just keeping possession, and you win the game here, Marco. But Nicholas, I was going to say he's won it back, but he's given it back to Pele here. And smart recycling coming in from Marco. Hold on to that ball. That is the game right there.
Yeah, and you're probably not going to have the possibility to hold on to the ball for the entire game.
It's a huge mistake. Eusebio with a chance. What a save from Van der Sar.
Focus up, Marco. You cannot afford to make mistakes like that. Yes, okay, you're probably not going to be able to hold on to the ball for the entire time, but you have to restrict the chances for Nicholas.
Corner here for Nicholas then. Puts it high towards the back post. Cleared away only momentarily here by Marco. Hullet squeezes the ball back in, but Ramos wins the ball back. And that's probably some of the highest amount of oxygen that Marco's had going to his lungs for a long time.
And he just needs to be now focusing on the areas, looking at those orange shirts. Where is the space? But he can't find it because Nicholas is pressuring well.
Messi now inside the box here, can't find the ball back to Eusebio, but he recycles it well. Mbappe tackle from Varane, and this time the referee says no.
And if Nicholas had got a goal there, you know what Marco would have been thinking. Don't throw this away, I can't throw this away. And he's probably thinking that already. But with only a couple of minutes left, plus added on time, surely there's not enough time for Nicholas.
He has to score here, in my opinion. Look at that reaction there from Marco. As good as a goal. That tackle for the Australian in that moment to win the ball. Then now, in my opinion, just isn't enough time here for Nicholas to rescue this game. But maybe, Dan, just maybe, there's time for one more goal here from the Australian. Look at him in that top corner. The game's not even done yet.
Game's not done, but he knows realistically it's over, and that's our 16th seed beating #1 in the world on PlayStation. What an incredible start this is.
The headset's off.
To the eWorld Cup, Mark.
The headset is off. Keep your eyes on the top left-hand side of your screen. Keep your eyes on Marco, because you are going to see one heck of a reaction from him. What a result that is. In our first Group C game of the day, Marco wins 5-3 over Nicholas over the two legs.
If you're a fan of FIFA and you like to make your predictions and your prediction tables, sorry, but I think you just failed on game #1, because I don't think anyone realistically saw that happening, as we're now going to get the chance to look at a couple of other games going on elsewhere. I mean, TAS versus Megabit, Mark.
I mean, what a result this is, Dan. 5-1 is the score here between TAS and Megabit, and right now it looks like it could be 6. Penalty given away here. Megabit, I think he knows this game's done.
And I mean, if realistically, when we think of Megabit and his playoff performance, it wasn't a great performance from him. He didn't reach the heights that we think he should have. Whereas for TAS, you know what? There's something about TAS, and there's something about TAS at these big events that you always feel like there's a chance, maybe a possibility.
Oh, I completely agree. I think out of all of the players that aren't mentioned in that favourite brackets, a run from TAS towards that, lifting that trophy at the end of the event would not be a surprise. He has that pedigree. It's just been a case of finding it at the right time. And sometimes when you put a player like TAS on the big stage, that's when he produces these big results and these big runs. As we see, Neymar's going to be stepping up here to potentially make this 6-1 on aggregate. He does so. A convincing start here, and we say so much about these first group games, Dan, and how important they are to get off to a good start, because a result, for example, Marco beating Nicholas, that spread through all the players. Exactly the same thing happens here. If TAS beats Megabit here by 6-1, everyone starts going, oh my word, like TAS is here to play.
Of course, goal difference could come into play a little bit later as well if there's any ties to be separating in the group stage. So something that Megabit should probably be well aware of and not concede any more goals here. Just hold on to the ball as he boots it upfield. Actually, it's a strike on
Decent
goal.
hit.
But Van der Sar just keeps it over the line. And I mean, just to go back to the Nicholas game, Nicholas didn't lose a single match at the playoffs. And now, well, he's just come and lost one against Marco. That's crazy.
We'll let that set in for a little bit more. I'm sure that everyone who's up at the moment, watching from Australia, cheering on their man, is going to be absolutely over the moon, as we do see TAS manage to close out that game. What a result that is from FaZe TAS. He couldn't have asked for anything else.
And that's really going to be an opportunity for him to build on momentum-wise as well, as it is Marco. We said how important these first games are going to be for all of these players. You can see the possession as well for TAS. I mean, TAS has always been known for his possession, right? For passing that ball around, controlling it, but usually he struggles against those attacking players who win the ball back. But Megabit, unfortunately, outclassed by TAS, it would seem.
Yeah, and one thing that stands out for me on those statistics as well is just how clinical that TAS was as well. 4 goals, 4 shots on target, put every single one of them away, and that is what you need to be doing at the highest level when it really matters in these crunch moments, is when you get those chances, which will become few and far between the further that we get into the tournament. You need to take them.
You have to take them, because if you are missing those chances when you get into those areas like those back post headers we saw from Marco, I mean, if he hadn't won that game, he probably would have been thinking that's 2, 3, 4 times that I could have been able to get that lead against Nicholas. But he gets the victory, and now he can forget all about it. He can just say, look, I've got the win, I've got those points, that's all that matters. He's going to be absolutely buzzing, by the way. I mean, I'm sure that him and the rest of the FootWiz army are going to be thinking, all right, there's actually a chance here for us to get through.
It was absolutely incredible stuff from all of the players. We're actually going to go for a very quick break now, but when we do get back, plenty more action to come your way. It's already been an exciting start. There's plenty more to come.
Hello, welcome back to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final here at the O2. Spencer, round one is done and we saw some great goals to start the day.
Great goals and huge results as well. We talked about this game between Marco and Nicholas being a massive matchup to start with. Number 1 seed against number 16 seed. And as much as Nicholas was the favourite, I said if Marco gets that win, it throws the tournament wide open. And that's exactly what's happened. Very impressive from Marco.
Because on paper, as you said, the first seed, the number 1 player in the PlayStation against number 16. A lot of people would have had Nicholas down for a win with that. But what a game we saw, as you said.
It just shows you the quality of every single player in this tournament as well, that an upset like that can happen, and Marco's in great shape.
And this is what it means for the group. No surprises there. Taz getting off to a good start as well. This is what Group A is looking like after the first round.
Well, I picked out the TAS versus Megabit fixture. I said that looks like a really good match between two fantastic players. I expected it to be a good game. I did not expect it to be so one-sided. TAS has won 6-1 versus Megabit, which you can see puts Megabit right to the bottom of the group right now. He's still got 6 more games to go. Plenty of time to pick up the points, but TAS looking very good. You have to say the English guys in general, great. Win for each of them.
Yeah, win for Taz, win for Stokes, Danny, and for Tex. As you can see, Taz top there with a goal difference of +5. So that is Group A after round 1. Let's have a look at how Group C looks after our first round of fixtures. So this is the PlayStation group, of course, and some interesting matches in this one as well, Spence.
Yeah, I mean, Mo Alba looking good with that +4 goal difference at the top. Levinkin getting a win as well. Marco, we talked about, he's up there. And Østen also picks up a win from Denmark. So 2 good bit of work to do. Nicholas, Dr. Ohano and Tor all on 0 points so far.
Yeah, Mo Alba top, of course, with that goal difference of +4. So let's have a reminder of how the global series ranking points work, Spence. This is, of course, the big marquee event, the huge event that they've all been building up for, and this is how the Global Series breakdown works.
Yeah, every single person who's qualified for this event has had a great season. They've qualified through good performances online, at home, on the weekend league, playing in events such as the ones you can see on the left there, FIFA Majors, FUT Champions Cups, even things like the E-Nations Cup or the E-Club World Cup. Then they got through to the playoffs in Germany, which happened just a few weeks ago, Berlin and Hamburg respectively for the two consoles. And then if you were in the top 16 in the world on your console, after all of that, you qualified for this tournament.
And this is how the points works out. And as you can see, so many points up for grabs across the season leading up to this event.
Yeah, and that was a brand new addition to the FIFA competitive scene this year, was this new leaderboard, which meant we could really have an official ranking for the first time. Throughout the year, we knew who was #1 in the world at any one point in time. On the Xbox, it's been Tex from the very beginning. He's been unbelievably dominant, with MS Dasari just behind. On the PlayStation, it's been Nicholas this year. But we've just seen that ranking doesn't count for anything. It doesn't get you any wins, it just gets you a seed. Yeah. And that right now has not worked in Nicholas's favour as he lost to Marco.
So that is the points, and of course, there's huge prize money up for grabs. The most prize money pool, the biggest prize pool that we've ever seen here at the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final. A prize pool of $500,000. And what jumps off the page there, Spencer, is the winner takes home $250,000. It's not bad, is it?
It's an unbelievable amount of money, considering what the guys that were winning this tournament just a few years ago were getting $20,000. We've got a car in the arena as well. The winner's going to get a brand new car to take home. So absolutely every single year it gets bigger and better, and someone is going to get $250,000. That means the final game on Sunday is worth $150,000.
Yeah, amazing. Just going back on over round one, a few shots going into round two. The players that haven't played, the players that are playing this afternoon, how will they be looking at it, thinking that this tournament is wide open, isn't it? Anyone can truly win this. It's the best 16 players on each console.
They all know that. They know that they've got to come and be their best every single match in order to get through. It's such a hard field. The guys that are playing this afternoon, respectively, they get a little bit of a break, obviously. Maybe don't have to get up so early in the morning. Sometimes that will play in your favour, sometimes it won't.
Do you think that's an advantage?
I think one thing I'd always say is it depends what their habits are at home, like what sort of time are they playing FIFA. If you're preparing for an event, often these events are kind of all-day things, and you might have to play your first game 10 a.m, for example. If you're playing all your games at home at midnight, that's not great practice. You want to have the right sleeping schedule. Those sorts of things come into play, you'd be surprised. So they would have known roughly when they were going to play their games, and hopefully they've planned for that.
And you've got to talk about Tex as well. You picked him out as your sort of favourite to win, if you like, based on the year that he's had, the EA Sports Global Series ranking points he's accumulated. How do you think he went on in first round? Comfortable performance, wasn't it?
Yeah, he got his win. He does what Tex does. He's always out the group every single time. This year we've used a different group format, mostly called Swiss format, with a group stage though, and this is his first eWorld Cup, so this is a new kind of experience for Tex. But you always expect him to get out of the groups. He's very, very, very consistent at that. He's never not gone to at least a semi-final, which I think is really, really impressive when you consider the different formats we've had throughout the year. There's been 2v2s, there's been change-ups. Doesn't matter. He always goes the distance. So I expect him to do the same again, and it would be a real shock if he didn't get out of the group.
And we spoke earlier about the fact that this is such huge prize. It is the biggest event in the calendar, biggest prize pool we've ever had. The trophy as well that we can see there that is up for grabs. Do you think that you saw pressure come into it, that you saw some nerves from the likes of Nicholas? I know he's called the Iceman, but this is such a big event. Do you think that nerves did play a part for some of the players in round one?
Well, I was surprised, not necessarily that Nicholas lost. I mean, as much as that was a surprise, more so the manner of the defeat, conceding a lot of goals, 5 goals. No disrespect to Marco, fantastic player, but Nicholas doesn't usually give up that many goals. So interesting to see, considering just a few weeks ago in Berlin he was so dominant. What's changed? And I don't think it's time for nerves yet. Don't need to panic. If Nicholas was to lose his next game though, then he could start to think, maybe my name's not on the trophy after all.
Okay, now if you've just joined us, this is a little insight into how the tournament works. Here we are. Hello and welcome to the FIFA eWorld Cup 2019, live from the O2 in London. Here's a quick overview of the format and competition rules. The FIFA eWorld Cup marks the culmination of the EA Sports FIFA 19 Global Series. The best 32 players in the Global Series rankings across PlayStation and Xbox will compete in this marquee event to be crowned the 2019 FIFA eWorld Cup champion. Day 1 consists of the group stages, with 4 groups of 8 players competing in a traditional round-robin format. Players only face opponents from the same console up until the final showdown. Each matchup consists of 2 legs. The aggregate score determines the final score. Players will be awarded 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss. Day 2 will see the last rounds of the group stage and the knockouts played. The top 4 players from each group will progress to the round of 16. Throughout the knockout stages, matchups will consist of 2 legs, and in case of a tied aggregate score, matchups will then go into overtime and penalties if required. Day 3 kicks off with the semi-finals and then the final showdown, where the best Xbox player will face the best PlayStation player in the only cross-console matchup of the tournament. The console for the first game of the matchup is decided via a coin flip. With a whopping $250,000 cash prize for the winner and recognition as the world's best FIFA 19 player, there can only be one FIFA eWorld Cup champion. Best of luck. So there we go, there is the explainer in terms of how the tournament works, and of course, as we said earlier, a huge prize up for grabs for the winner. There will only be one winner, of course, and we can look ahead now, Spencer, to round 2 and our feature game in round 2.
Yeah, we've got a massive matchup coming up here. We're looking at Tex versus Tas. These are 2 British players, of course. We've just seen how well the Brits in Group A have done, all getting a win. So these guys are both with a winning record right now. And Tas, super impressive against Megabit, getting that 6-1 win. Megabit is a top player. And of course, we all know about Tex. We talked about him a lot. #1 in the world right now. He looks unbeatable at times. If he plays his best FIFA and Tas plays his best FIFA, we're in for an unbelievable matchup.
Yeah, it should be a fantastic matchup, and we are ready to go. Let's head over to our casters, Dan Gaskin and Mark Hatcher.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is time for the all-English affair now, and certainly one that we're looking forward to up here. A little bit of a different dynamic from what we saw in the last game. We, of course, have Tex. We've talked about him and how phenomenal a season he has had. However, this is his first ever FIFA eWorld Cup, and it's kind of crazy to say that, to be honest with you.
Well, especially when his name is thrown in the books for the greatest of all time, and to consider the fact that this is his first eWorld Cup is pretty mental. However, he definitely deserves to be here with the year he's had. He has been, without a doubt, the best player in the world right now. But if he wants to be the best player of all time, he has to get a World Cup under his belt. But a man who's going to definitely try and stand in his way, despite the fact they're both English, is going to be Tas.
Yeah, it's the man on your screen right now, obviously with Coach Venny sat behind him as well, and a lot of deep tactical talk going between the 2 players at the moment. And of course, they need to do that, to be honest with you, because it's Tex that it's one of those players you have to prepare for. You have to be, aware of everything he does. But just before we get into our feature game, we're actually going to jump into Dr. Ahano versus Nicholas, and obviously Nicholas on the back of not the result he would have wanted in that first game.
And you have to feel, if Nicholas doesn't get a result in this game, could we potentially be looking at an upset of him not even making it out of the groups? I'm sure that after 3-4 games, we're going to be able to tell, who's actually going to be starting to head towards that qualification to the knockout stages and who's going to be struggling. And this is, again, another ball that Nicholas seems to be getting punished by. Those fullbacks seem to be being targeted by his opponents.
Well, Dr. Ahano's turned away here, and he gets the first strike away, and just a shimmy across there from Edwin van der Sar. The goalkeeper movement employed there by Nicholas. And that save a little bit more comfortable, but oh no! If you wanted nerves, if you wanted someone who looks like he's under pressure, well, there's a perfect example of it. Nicholas has just gift-wrapped a goal there for Dr. Ahano.
What has happened to the playoff winner, the back-to-back playoff winner, the best PlayStation player in the world? He's made mistake after mistake in these games that we've seen from him, and he has to cut these mistakes out of his game. I've heard other members of the talent say that Nicholas is one of those players that if he plays well, he wins, but he only loses when he makes the mistakes. He needs to stop slipping up if we're going to see him progress.
I almost cannot believe what I've just seen there. That is something you simply do not see at this level from a player of Nicholas's caliber. And now he has to, once again, start from behind here, Dan. And we've always said how Nicholas likes to start games. Get that first goal, control the pace of the game, and now he's chasing once more.
Honestly, it's just a sign of him being a little bit rattled maybe from that result from Marco. He would have been expecting to win that game, considering it was the lowest competitor in terms of seeding he was going to face in this group. He would have been saying, all right, let's start this one, it's going to be nice and comfortable, but unfortunately, every player here is amazing, but we will keep you updated with this game, as now our Tas versus Tex game is ready, our feature game. The 2 Englishmen, one of them is going to have the possibility of moving on again a little bit further in this group stage.
And of course, both these players picking up wins in their first group game as well. So this is a real kind of test of the 2 players who've started the morning out well here, Dan. These players haven't had any shocks so far and surprises. However, the caliber of these two players cannot be understated. Really do feel like Tex is a lot of people's favourite coming into this tournament. But Tas is that player, I believe, out of all of the other competitors who could cause an upset here, who could well go all the way. We're underway here, both players playing in the England kit. It'll be Tas in the home white and Tex in the away red here. And Tas, who started off, not surprisingly, Dan, with a little bit of possession play.
Yeah, and we've seen Tas change his formations a little bit throughout the season. We saw him trying the 3-5-2, 5-3-2 for a little while, and it was great to see him trying to implicate something a little bit different, but then he kind of switched off that and he's gone back to the more traditional formation, tried to find something that worked for him. But I think that's what Tas is all about. He's about experimentation and finding what the perfect way to play the game is. Because as long as you're getting decent enough results at those prior tournaments and you get to this tournament, the big one, and you've learnt your lessons by this period of time, then you can come out, then you can get your victories.
It'll be interesting to see what formation that Tas is actually employing here. It actually looks like he might be starting out with a 4-4-2 here. We saw him employing the 4-2-3-1, kind of the standard formation that's been used by most of the pros this season. Last time we saw him in competition play, however, 4-4-2 has proven to be very effective as well, but it's actually Tex now who's coming forward. Couple of drag backs, Neymar now finding Patrick Vieira. This is where Tex is dangerous. Just shifting that ball left and right. Neymar maybe with a chance to strike. It's the Neymar rainbow flick.
Did Tex just try a rainbow flick?
And it almost worked for him as well. Tex now with the corner. Ronaldo gets the ball into the box. There is a man there. Da Costa gets it away.
The cheek of it against a fellow countryman as well. You saw what Tas looked across towards Benny and say, like, did he just really try that?
Well, maybe it's going to be Tas who just goes straight down the middle, goes for it one and takes the lead. Van der Sar has something different to say about that. Makes the save there, Van der Sar gets a hand up just at the right second. Well, that was a huge chance. Chances at both ends.
Can we rename Benny Van der Sar?
Van der Sar
from
is
this point onward. As he does get the
very
corner,
possible.
Maybe he took that shot on a little bit too early, Mark.
Well, here's Mbappe then, and maybe it's Tas here. He's showing his own skills. Gets the ball over the top of the man, puts it in towards the back post. And it's Tas who takes the lead now. A towering header from Virgil van Dijk.
And a little fist bump as a celebration with Benny as well. From the corner, Tas knew exactly what he wanted to do. Just get that to that first player. And the little dink over Neymar was absolutely incredible. And yeah, Van Dijk's not going to be missing from there. An absolute powerhouse. I know that Da Costa's in that position to try and win those headers, but it's not going to happen, I'm afraid. However, Tex is used to being in this position, despite the fact he is the best player in the world. He has 7 trophies to his name. Quite commonly, he does go a goal or 2 down in the first leg.
But this has been something that he's trying to negate, to be honest with you. That's why you see the man who's sat behind him at the moment, Enzo's been brought in to kind of help him out tactically and dealing better in these first legs, not leaving himself with too much to do. However, it could have been a very different story. It was the counter-attack from that initial chance that created the corner opportunity for Tas to take the lead, but chances at both ends here for both players, and now once again it's Tex now on the far side. Da Costa joining the attack again, well defended there. Interesting to see Ferland Mendy in, team of the season foot item, in a fullback, very aggressive player, very good going forward. Has those 4-star skills as well, which is always useful in and around the box if you do get there into those positions, obviously with a cricketer.
You can already see Tas targeting those fullback areas of Tex as well. Throughout the season, Tex has been very aggressive with his fullbacks and tried to win that ball back early, just as Nicholas was trying to do in the earlier game, so we'll see how that develops.
Well, it's Tex now with a chance, well read there by Tas. That might seem like something quite simple he's pulled off there, but positioning that player, just backing off at the last second, almost anticipating the fake shot there from F2 Tex. Allowed him to tackle just at the right second. And now he can create himself. Mbappe has managed to get round the outside of his man. Ball roll inside the box now. Tas looking to double his lead. Well defended there.
And that is the key word though, Mark, anticipation. I think when you are going up against a player like Tex, you have to be anticipating as best as you can, because he is very unpredictable. And as soon as you kind of let the ball drop and you take your eye off just for a second, suddenly Tex is doing something different. If you haven't anticipated that change, you are going to struggle and you're not going to be able to defend successfully against him. But Tex just being very patient with his build-up, switching the play and looking for that right moment to just pounce and strike. And as soon as he does then get into that attacking mode and starts to link together those skill moves, that's when he becomes terrifying. And something we have to remember about Tex, I mean, bar one event, which was the E-Champions League, he has at least reached the semi-final in every individual competition this season. If that doesn't scream consistency, then I don't know what
But the
does.
question still hangs over him now, and it will do until he lifts a trophy. At the biggest stage of them all, can you be a world champion? And we're seeing already a little change in formation here, potentially from Tex, a little bit of a tinkering. You can see Enzo's in his ear here, and the 4-4-2 historically does match up pretty well against the 4-2-3-1, so maybe there's a little bit of a an understanding of that, and looking to change things around a little bit here.
Something that Enzo prides himself on is his ability to read a game and adapt tactics necessarily to the opponents. He does have that, of course, that famous red book in his hand, and we've said it before, I don't know how much that book's worth, but I guess we'll see after this event. Maybe it's a $250,000 book.
It could well be, but it could be Tas here, who's looking for his second goal, looking to stream forward once again on the counter-attack. Vieira inviting Ferland Mendy to get forward. There's plenty of room here for Neymar as well. Cricketter's past his man, he's inside the box, the Brazilian's twisting and turning, but couldn't get away from the attentions of Danny da Costa there.
And as a reminder, if you've got favourite players playing elsewhere, all the games going on at the moment, you can see in the top right hand of your screen, live updates will be flying in. As you can see, Abinho currently 2-0 up against Llanos. And every game at this stage of the tournament is so crucial because it is going to build your path to the possibility of lifting that eWorld Cup.
Well, here comes Tex then. 6 or 7 minutes left until half-time in our first leg. Pull it with a little drag back here. Great ball inside. Well, maybe we should talk more about the pass being pretty good, apart from that finish. That was dreadful from R9.
Yeah, but you're so used to hitting them first time with R9 and him connecting with them perfectly, and that does just go soaring into the net when you time it. And you saw the equal amount of frustration from both Tex and Enzo. It was almost synchronized as they both kind of gasped at the possibility of it being a potential goal there, but unfortunately for them, it's not going to be, and Tas holds on, and now Tas can go back to dominating the possession, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just tries to close out this first half with at least a goal lead.
See him just keeping possession here towards the end of the half. Doesn't want to give his opponent Tex the chance to go forward himself. This is kind of a respect thing, to be honest, and now that space has opened up, Tas is happy to take advantage of that. However, just a little bit antsy in that pass. Maybe could have kept that ball a little bit longer, and now there is a chance with 2 minutes of stoppage time here to really see F2 Tex come forward and maybe start an attack of his own. Great spread of the ball here to Kylian Mbappe. The Frenchman will get the return pass as well. Flicks the ball up towards the back post. Well, and Mendy, fantastic jumping stats on him there to beat the man at the back post in a half-time. Here's Tas, who has the 1-goal advantage.
And that flick up to the back post is not something we saw Tex do very much of during playoffs. And I've said this a couple of times, I feel like Tex is here to prove a point at the eWorld Cup, and he tried to prove a different point at playoffs of, I can play FIFA however anyone wants to see FIFA. If they want to see the beautiful passing game, I can do that as well. He didn't win the tournament, but he definitely got to the final in style, and he beat some pretty incredible players by doing so. But now I feel like he's just going to open up. He's going to show every single possibility of anything in FIFA 19, and we're going to see some fun from Tex.
Yeah, we sure are, and here's some highlights from Resende versus Stokes as well. And Stokes, the man who won the last tournament that we had in FIFA 19 on the Xbox, started off pretty well here with that first goal, but Resende, the Brazilian, answering back. However, it was only momentary because a fantastically worked set piece there into the feet of Ruud that put Stokes into a 2-1 lead.
And I mean, Stokes is another one of those players who potentially could be the player to upset Tex as well. I know in group stage, and of course Tas has the lead at the moment, and it would be pretty strange if we didn't see Tex get out of groups, even if he was to lose a couple. But I mean, this is crazy, the fact that we're seeing at the moment Nicholas losing to Dr. Ahano. It was 2-1 to Dr. Ahano as we move into this one, but Messi just able to squeeze it through and get the equaliser versus Dr. Ahano.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Dr. Ahano. The three chained cricketers inside the box there in the shot with just enough power to force it past the goalkeeper. But again, Nicholas just seems to not be finding that little something, a little bit of panaz that we're used to seeing from him at the start of tournaments. Dr. Ohano giving him a fantastic game here, 2-2 as it stands in that game.
Yeah, I feel like he just needs to get that victory under his belt, and then we'll start to see Nicholas again, once again. But we're going to jump into this game live now of TAS versus Tex. We're going to return to it. TAS, a goal up heading into this second half.
The all-English affair is back underway. Early free kick here will go to Tex. It'll just be no surprise here to see it taken short and just building from the back. There's Danny Da Costa just attacking this right-hand side. You can see how deep a line that TAS is playing as well. To invite the play, and that means that Tex is going to have to be incredibly patient moving forward, and sometimes just a simple little spin away from your man is the way to create just a second of space, just a half a yard to maybe get a shot away, maybe find one of those passes into the 18-yard box. Neymar now finds Hullet. Tex again creeping forward. Here is R9 trying to turn away from Luka Modric, but just at the right second. The timing on that tackle was absolutely exemplary there from TAS.
There are certain players you don't want to go a goal-nil down against. TAS is one of them, Tuga is one of them, Dax another, because these are the players that hold on to the ball so successfully.
Well, maybe CR7 might have a chance here. What a tackle that is at the last second from Van Dijk. It's the first time we've really seen Tex get at the back four there of TAS, managed to work his way through the midfield. Great interception though, ironically, from the Liverpool player against the Liverpool fan.
It is something Tex is very good at, though, is breaking through those defences. When someone does just set up shop and puts that bus in the way, Tex and what he possesses in terms of his skill moves, he does always find a path.
The attempted offside trap there from TAS as well, just squeeze that space once more. You can see Tex is trying to put a little bit more pressure on the ball, because TAS, if you're watching for the first time, loves to just hold possession of the ball once he has this lead. Like you were saying, Dan, loves to make his opponent work, and that's going to allow F2 Tex to maybe commit a few more players forward to try and push that ball, but that again leaves space in behind. It's almost already that Tex is having to roll the dice a little bit here in this game.
Yeah, I'd imagine that Tex is going to start to push his men a little bit forward, get a little bit frustrated, and then TAS will suddenly hit him with a long through ball down one of those wings, and then suddenly Tex is somewhat exposed and vulnerable at the back, and maybe we can even see TAS gain a 2-goal lead if Tex isn't able to win this ball back and get himself into a dangerous position. But this is what TAS does. It's why it's called tassing it around with these players. As that's even going to be a foul with Tex not able to win the ball back. And TAS with the opportunity to now dink this ball either into the area or try and float one in to try and get a header, maybe from one of his big boys.
Here is the ball into the box, then Van Dijk was the player being controlled, I believe, by Tex. He's given the ball away slightly uncharacteristically there for just a second. However, he does win the ball back now, and Hullet is looking to release Kylian Mbappe. Pace to burn down that left-hand side. He's just gone ever so slightly too early, though, and TAS will have possession here from the resulting free kick. Just a reminder as well, we've got so many more games going on at the moment in Group A. Abinho versus Janos. Abinho with a 2-1 lead there. Danny versus Megabit. Danny again with a 2-1 lead against Megabit. The German really struggling at the start of this tournament, and Resende managed to tie this up against Rebel Stokes now, so 2-2 in that game. Goals flying in everywhere that you can see. And all these games incredibly tight.
They are indeed, and are we surprised when we've got the best 32 players in the world from this season and how long the season has been? But as we return to TAS versus Tex, one thing I'd like to point out is just the very minor mistakes we've been seeing from Tex, just the little turns that haven't been successful, a couple of passes, offsides. It hasn't really been working out in the early stages of this game for Tex. Can we say that's down to nerves because it's his first eWorld Cup? We saw him on social media earlier today saying that he was very nervous. It was his biggest event ever, his biggest moment in his life. It's not been a very long life thus far. He's only 18 years old, but this is huge for him. And there is a lot of pressure on that young man's shoulders.
He might be feeling nervous today, but he certainly wasn't looking at yesterday when we saw him in his suit and his sunglasses walking around in a darkened arena. He was certainly looking the part. However, that was yesterday. That was when the marbles weren't on the line, but now they are. And it's TAS again. You have to look, 70 minutes gone now in this game, and TAS for the entirety of this second half, has completely and utterly controlled the game. Slightly surprising to see the possession as it is, to be honest with you. It seems like Tas has just been controlling the ball, and now he's coming forward once again, looking for that scoop cross, and it will be a corner here to Tas. One to the good at the moment. Maybe from the set piece he can create another opportunity. Neymar into the box. Mbappe gets it away here for Tex, but again it will be possession here, I believe, for Tas.
It's a lot of shakes of the head from Tex. He doesn't look comfortable whatsoever, and I think going into the second leg he's going to have a word with his coach Enzo and try and approach this a little bit differently. Focus on being mentally strong, but also trying to get into those dangerous places where we see him excel.
And again, Tas just keeping possession here. Just Tex can't get anywhere near him at the moment. Finally, Cristiano Ronaldo, of every single player on the pitch, is the one who steps in, and on the counter-attack here, Tas is looking a little bit open. Neymar with a couple of scoop turns and accelerated fake shots to try and buy him a little bit of time and space, but that time has evaporated now, and Tas has managed to get back into position, retreat that midfield, and that's a great tackle there from Danny Da Costa, and now the routine will start once more.
Tas is defending so well. I mean, that's a poor pass at the end of it, but he's tracking the run so successfully, which is why we're not seeing Tex get into that bit of room where he can start to utilize those skill moves. Now he's got some space on the left-hand side. Let's see if he can do anything with it.
Well, here's Neymar. He's managed to work his way inside the 18-yard box. He's tiptoeing around, and that is a penalty. I think Tas knows as well. But now, the pressure is on to Tex.
All I saw Tas' mouth was, I got the ball. Well, let's see. He didn't even watch the replay.
I think he went through the man first, and it's going to be Ruud Gullit who steps up here. A massive moment in this first leg. Gullit steps up, save from Tas.
A very, very slow penalty from Tex, which just allowed Tas to wait, to watch, and then to pick which way he wanted to dive. And that was such a great opportunity.
But Tex has won the ball back now, and all of a sudden you just feel that little shift in momentum maybe. That was a big moment in the game, but Tex seems to be finding something that's working here. Maybe it's a shot from CR7 that can find the equaliser for him. Van der Sar got down well to turn it behind for a corner.
And again, Tas just shouting it himself almost. Stop giving the ball away, man. Stop allowing Tex to have these chances. Tas knows that he has the opportunity to take down the world's #1 here. He can get inside his head. He can play his style of FIFA, because Tex hasn't been able to break through. Tex hasn't looked like the player we've seen throughout this entire season. But if Tas gives him a chance, if he allows him back into this game by making those mistakes, then we know that Tex is going to breathe new life into this game.
There's going to be a tense few moments here at the end of this first leg between these two. A few changes here. Corner taken quickly, not a chance to move the goalkeeper. Virgil van Dijk managed to get up there to win that header. And now Tas just has a little few moments of respite here, and it's Ferland Mendy, the fullback, who's striding forward. Maybe looking to get him behind himself, and there are men forward here for Tas. Unfortunately, the pass goes out of play, and Tex will have the chance to come forward once more.
It's another little mistake. It's sometimes out of your hand, but maybe the analog stick just pointed into the incorrect position. But now it does mean, yes, Tex can come forward again, and you can see the red shirts are pressing higher and higher up into the pitch as we get to the end of this first leg. And he might have the final attack here. It's just whether he can actually start to use some of those cricketers, some of the elasticos that have won him so many games throughout this season, or whether Tas is going to continue to just carry on pressing him.
Well, much like we saw at the EPL, will it be a back post cross and a towering header that wins him this game? Finds an equaliser, I should say. However, again, Tas absolutely superb in defence, but as I say that, his head is in his hands, because it's a huge mistake, and he has just thrown away a one-goal lead.
And a massive reaction from Tex as well, as he stands up and lets out a roar. It's a gift back into the game for sure. And for all of the talk of Tas saying, I can't give this away, he's done just that.
And that is the risk of playing this possession-based play. It takes so much mental focus, so much mental fortitude to keep that ball for so long, that one mistake can cost you. An F2 Tex, he knows how much that goal means in the complex to this side.
Let's take a look at goals And some of the scores elsewhere then. Resende versus Stokes. We had some late drama as well. And it was for the fellow Englishman of these two players. It was Stokes just coming through. And with Neymar on the turn, able to somehow creep it by and gain a 2-goal advantage against Resende. And then Danny versus Megabit. You were saying, Mark, that Megabit wasn't looking as good, but seems like he started to get his way back into the game.
Yeah, the wheels have started turning a little bit there for Megabit. You can see him finding his way back into that game. 2-2 now. And everything really is starting to heat up as we get into the round, just round by round by round. The pressure is going to raise. And you can see some of the current results from leg 1. TAS versus Tex, the game we're watching, of course, tied up on 1-1. Abidio 2-1 up over Janos. Danny 2-2 with Megabit, like we just saw there. Stokes 4-2 now up over Resende. A great result there for the Englishman.
And then in Group C, there's still trouble for Nicholas, 3-2 down versus Dr. Rahano. Marco losing 5-1 to Tor. Levinken beating Houston 4-3, and Tuga versus Mo Alba currently tied 2-2. And we're going to jump into that game now of Mo Alba versus Tuga. Tuga, who performed excellently at the playoffs, but unfortunately couldn't get to those late stages, is going against Mo Alba, who has always been known for his attacking prowess.
He's known for his attacking prowess. He's known for his infectious smile as well. But will he be known as a FIFA eWorld Cup champion? That is the question, or maybe it'll be Tuga who gets the last goal, but I think that actually Linesman's flag will go up there just as it was looking dangerous. This is a very interesting formula, shall we say, for this particular match. It's a little bit like when you used to be young, you used to go to football training. It's a little bit like attack versus defence. Who's going to win?
It's similarly to what we saw in Tuga's first game when he was going up against Houston as well. I mean, these are players who love to score goals, but maybe don't focus on the defensive areas as much, or they're just not as defensive-minded. Whereas Tuga, we know that he knows how to stick players in the way of the ball.
Well, here's Patrick Vieira just happily striding into the space. And with the 2 men up top here in the 4-4-2, there is going to be the chance maybe to counter-attack here for Tuga, and it's going to be a case of no mistakes being made at the back here for Mo Alba. Good pressure here from Tuga, really stretching the defence. The man from Portugal as well, trying to find his way through. And a great tackle there from Mo Alba. Maybe it'll be end-to-end stuff that we're going to see here.
It is so difficult to defend against two strikers when they're playing like that, when they're playing that 1-2 turn and then 1-2 again turn. You get lost almost, and if you get too sucked into that attack and you start tracking a little bit too much, you give away so much space and so many opportunities. So actually Mo Alba did very well during that particular passage of play, that he was able to win the ball back and then start to produce an attack of his own.
That's a great ball from Mo Alba now on the inside channel, R9. 5-star weak foot, so difficult to defend against because he can go either way, and another mistake here, and mistakes are raining here in London at the moment, and Mo Alba will say thank you very much, Tuga. 3-2 up now, 1-0 up in this game. But to be honest with you, I'm not quite sure what's happening to some of these players.
Early game jitters, it has to be. We haven't seen mistakes like this throughout the season, this regularly from so many of the best players in the world. But when you're on the biggest stage of them all, it does happen. Sometimes your fingers just don't work how you're used to working. And now, Mo Alba with a 3-2 lead against Tuga, and you always have to have the lead against Tuga. If you're behind against Tuga, you're going to struggle. So Mo Alba putting himself in a good position, and I mean, I tell you what, it would be incredible to see Mo Alba perform at this tournament.
Yeah, and he might be looking for more here. Look at the man in the back post. It's Kai Havertz. I think he was completely free, but he goes back inside, and that's why he's better than I am. 2-0 to Mo Alba, 4-2 now on aggregate. A beautifully worked goal.
Mo Alba, who had such an incredible start to the FIFA 19 season, but then he dropped off ever so slightly. He was still qualifying for tournaments, but he was struggling, getting eliminated in the Swiss stages. He had a good run at playoffs, but this particular goal, I mean, it's just a simple pass and move in the centre of the box, and R9 is not going to miss from there. But as you said, Mark, you just have to have those split-second decisions precisely perfect if you're going to be at the top of your game in FIFA 19, because if you make one wrong decision, that ball could get given away.
Well, with that goal going in there for Mo Alba, we're actually going to move back to our feature game now, which is, of course, TAS versus Tex. We saw a mistake in that last game, and it was a mistake from TAS that has allowed Tex back into this game, a last-second goal. He's got to shake that off, though. He's got to start again now.
And you really saw what it meant to Tex as well. He knew how difficult he had to work that game, and all of that work from TAS, it basically ended up for nothing now because we are right tied up going into this leg number 2, and Tex is going to be fired up after that late equaliser.
So it will be Tex this time in the white, TAS in the red, just to make things a little bit more confusing for you guys at home. However, we'll do our best to make sure you know exactly who is striding forward, and this time it's Tex trying to find the ball into Neymar. It might just ricochet here to Mbappe, who's looking to pick up the pieces there. Unfortunately, just couldn't get into position at the right time to fashion a chance of himself, and now TAS is attacking down this right-hand side once more with Mbappe.
I'm sure Tex is just going to be saying, I need to get the first goal here. I can't allow TAS to get an opening goal in the early stages and again just dominate possession and cut me out of the game, not allow me to do what I need to do to win this one. But TAS is of course going to be thinking exactly the opposite. Let's get an early goal and let's dominate this game and not make a mistake in the final stages this time.
A little mistake here actually from Tex on the defensive side, and that's going to be, that ball could be popped in towards the back post. Defended initially, but Ruud Hullit's on the edge of the box here for TAS. Turns back to Mbappe. Criqueta onto the left foot! And what a strike that is from the Frenchman. TAS goes back into the lead.
And just like that, Tex is going to have to work so hard to get back into this game again. And you saw how TAS was working it. He wanted to take that shot with Mbappe, and then as soon as he was presented with enough room, he was definitely going to strike it. And it's just a couple of skill moves as well to generate that teeny-weeny bit of space. And now TAS's memories of giving that ball away in those final seconds of the first leg can start to disappear, and he can start to focus on looking towards gaining 3 points against the best in the world.
And you can see F2 Tex there was looking to employ that offside trap a lot as well, trying to squeeze and pressurise his opponent TAS. However, maybe he's just going to go straight up the other end and find an equaliser. Our second block comes in. And that was what initially just created that little bit of space on the left-hand side that will allow TAS to get in behind it. It's one of those things that you have to do when a player is playing a possession game, but it can, again, it's a risk-reward mechanic. It can go against you.
I do think that Tex needs to play that style of football as well now. Just start to get a little bit more attacking, inject a little bit of pace into the play. I know he wants to build up, but he's not going to have much time as we look at some goals elsewhere. Tor versus Marco. After such an incredible victory early on for Marco, he's now down 6-1 against Tor, and that was another goal that went flying in as well. And then Mo Alba, we briefly watched him earlier. Well, he's able to grab one as well.
Still scoring goals. Then we have Stokes versus Resende, 4-2 at the end of the first leg, but Resende started off the second one in style, so that's now 4-3. The Brazilian just one goal behind the Xbox playoff winner. We're back here to Tex versus TAS. Second group games of the day, of course. And it's still 2-1 to TAS after that goal from Kylian Mbappe. Just the 20 minutes gone here, and again, it's a very similar pattern to what we saw when TAS took the lead in that first leg.
And you can see frustration of the coach behind Tex. Enzo is saying he's just holding on to the ball, he's not doing anything. But that's exactly what TAS wants. He wants to frustrate his opponents. He wants Tex to be feeling the emotions of Enzo right now, because then it forces the mistakes. It makes you struggle mentally. But we saw how Tex was able to get back into the previous one. It was a mistake from TAS. If TAS can cut out that mistake and maybe find a second goal, could wrap up this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the game plan, and to be honest, if you take that mistake out of it, it worked. It was TAS's own fault, not the game plan, that allowed Tex back into this game. However, there is so much time left in this game. You just know that Tex has the ability to create one chance to equalise or completely change the complexion of this tie once more, but it's TAS again with the ball, and he's going to be quite comfortable to just play like this, to play the ball around, to keep possession. F2 Tex here is the man that has to change something to change the course of this game.
And if he doesn't, it's not the end of the world. It is just group stages. However, of course, you want to finish at top of that group. You want to give yourself the best knockout game as possible. You will be playing arguably one of the worst players from one of the other groups, but of course at this stage usually every player is a pretty scary competitor anyway. But I'm sure with this much time, Tex isn't thinking about that just yet.
Has to be careful here, Tex, as well. You saw Ruud Hullit's actually on a booking. However, he did win the ball back with a fair tackle, and now CR7's looking to get away. Great little accelerated fake shot, and just like that, Tex is in on goal! He is electric going forward.
I was wondering when that ball was going to bobble across the line and not go in. Such an acute angle, and it does just roll in across the line off the post from Tex. But it was that turn again with R9. It's the build-up, it's the slight fake shot with Ronaldo to beat that man that allowed him to get into that position. And those are the positions where Tex excels, where he looks great, because his decision-making is second to none.
He's won the ball back here from the restart as well. A little smile on the face of Tass. He knows, you can see, maybe Tass is starting to feel the pressure here. It's 2 leads that he's let slip. And you have to worry here for him. If Tex takes the lead, does he have what's it needed in the locker to come back in the way that Tex has done twice so far?
Well, one thing we can definitely say about Tass throughout the season that may have let him down is his mental game, is that he has beaten himself up when he's thrown games away, when he's made mistakes. So he needs to make sure that that doesn't happen here at the eWorld Cup. Try and stay focused, try and stay positive, and maybe look towards your coach to give you a little bit of inspiration there.
Patrick Vieira's on the ball here, and he's going wide again to CR7. Dragged back inside, looking for the run here of Neymar. Tex is inside the box, and oh, he's gone down! And I think it was an Elastico that just baited the tackle in from Rafael Varane, and again, Tex showing when he's inside that box how special he can be. Second time from the spot. Can he make it count this time? And go into the lead. He goes down the middle, and again Tass keeps it out.
Again, it's a poor penalty from Tex, and he can't get past Tass from one of these spot kicks, and Tass is going to be feeling so relieved at this point. Does need to be careful about giving away these penalties,
I don't think he cares anymore. He's saving them all.
Eventually Tex would put one away. But Tass has had a great read thus far, and now he could try and make Tex rue these mistakes.
Well, here comes Tass then. Maybe he can make Tex rue those mistakes, like you say, and that cricketer is going to buy space. Van der Sar comes and claims. Just a few minutes here until the half-time whistle will go in the second leg. And it has been a game of few chances. However, though, when those chances have come, the pressure that has been on them has made them even more special. What a game this has been here.
You can literally see the head movement from Tex as well, like how much he's looking at the entire screen. He's looking down at the radar, he's looking at the players that are up on the wing, where he could be playing that ball. He's almost inside the game at points. Doesn't help when you sit that close to the screen as well, I suppose.
Well, here's a free kick then for Tex. Is there going to be a goal here to give him the lead? Whipped in towards the man that was waiting was Ruud Gullit, and Virgil van Dijk had to do a job there. Ronaldo dragged back again. Van Dijk steps in here just at the last. You can see the reaction there of Tex. He knew that was a big chance.
When you sell a man that effectively with a drag back, you're just assuming you're going to be able to get a shot away on target, but it was decent defensive work from Tass to ensure that that ball couldn't get away. As Tex, he's back into it. You saw what it meant to him, but he could have had a lead here if he was able to put away that penalty. And that's 2 penalties now he's missed, and you can hear a little bit of a conversation going on between the coaches as well.
Don't keep missing penalties. It's pretty simple, to be honest with you. But I mean, we talk about the missed penalty, that's fine. But the way that he won that penalty was a perfect indication of what makes F2 Tex unpredictable and special inside that 18-yard box. It was the little stop up, the little drag back, and then an elastico to buy that foul. Fantastic stuff from him, but that was the first goal there from Tass, and that was something a little bit special as well.
It was. I think when you generate that much space and you have that confidence to hit it green, you've got to take those shots, but then it was Tex just moving forward, and it was that fake shot with Ronaldo to get that little bit of space.
Come on, man.
And then of seeing Neymar. Did you hear that?
Stop keeping the ball.
Stop keeping the ball. Well, Tex, if you can keep the ball, and you can stop Tass from having the lead, I'm sure he won't be keeping the ball as much.
But that's what you want to hear, isn't it? If you're Tass, to be honest with you, thinking about it, if your opponent's getting that frustrated with your game plan, you've got to keep doing it. If you get that lead once more, then you're inside his head, and that's what Tass loves to do. He loves to get inside of his opponent's head, and it seems like he's doing it right now.
There is no middle ground, though, I feel, for Tass. Either he's in someone else's head or he's in his own head. He's never calm. He's just always either frustrated or elated. Let's see whether he's going to be, which one of those emotions he's going to have at the end of this game.
Will it be frustration? Will it be elation? We'll have to wait and see. Second half underway then in the second leg. Nothing to split the two. Essentially 45 minutes to decide where the points will be going in the group stages. We'll take a look as it stands at the moment in the groups to keep you up to date with absolutely everyone. This is Group A at the moment, but just before we get into that, there was a chance developing. Stokes currently sat on top, TAS in second. Takes it down in fourth.
And considering we had no draws during round one, it seems like players now are getting a little bit more even going into round two with several points being shared. Players like Resende and Janos, though, at the bottom with 0 points. And even just going out of round two, when you're on 0 points and you see someone at the top with 6, you're starting to worry. You're starting to feel like maybe this isn't my year. Maybe I'm not going to make it through to those knockout stages.
Stokes continuing his fine form that we've seen at the back end of this season. TAS wins the ball back here, but Varane says, that's mine, thank you very much. And now it's going to be Tex coming forward. CR7 gets away from the attention to the fullback now. Neymar looking dangerous. 1, 2. Just the 2 elasticos, and it wasn't enough to buy the space to get past TAS.
And I wonder whether TAS would be happy with a draw. I'm sure against a player like Tex, you're going to be thinking, all right, if I can come away with at least a point, I'd be happy. But the way this game has gone, and the way that TAS has kind of dominated the possession, he's had the lead, he threw the chances away, is a point enough for him?
What a ball that is from Tex, though. There's a cricketer from Ronaldo. Neymar, back to that man. And now the fake shot from Mbappe, he's on his left, the heel to buy space. He tried to find that extra pass. Again, it was Virgil van Dijk who was there to deny that opportunity.
Tex starting to warm up a little bit now, starting to look deadly into that box. If he's able to get one of those final passes off, you've got to feel like he's going to take the advantage in this game in the latter stages of this second leg. But TAS has possession, which is going to allow him again to slow it down if he would like. If he is comfortable with a point, I'm sure he's going to be more than happy to stay with this game plan. He's giving the ball away. He can't do that against Tex.
Frantic player switching occurring as well. You see Hullet trying to get back. Luka Modric, though, with just enough physical contact in the midfield there to just knock the player off the ball and present TAS with the opportunity to win it back. And now Mendy on this left-hand side can build. And Neymar's managed to get in behind here, but Da Costa got just enough on it to hold up the attack. And Sergio Ramos will hold up his man and win the ball back here for Tex.
Now I wonder whether Tex might just slow things down a little bit, because he's not going to be wanting to give away a point either. I'm sure he'll want to go into the knockout stages undefeated. If he gets a little bit too aggressive, if he starts to attack too quickly, then he's just going to present chances to TAS. So I like his slow build-up approach now that he has equalised and now that this game is tied up. Let's move across to a goal from Stokes and Resende, and it's Stokes going forward. He already had a 5-3 advantage, Mark. And it looks like he was able to win a penalty.
Well, we know that penalties don't mean a guaranteed goal, as we've seen in the game that we're at the moment, but Stokes managed to put that one away, slotting it into the bottom left-hand corner. And then more goals to speak of, and this time it's Danny taking the lead once more over Megabit. We said the German was struggling, those struggles continue. Back into the next game now, Mo Alba versus Tuga. And look at the score of this one, Dan.
Oh, he's just taken a 6-5 lead in the final moments as well. Tuga, remember, was 5-2 down on aggregate, so he did incredibly to get back into it, but it looks like maybe all for nothing. Mo Alba might have just snatched away those 3 points in the dying moments as we return to our feature game. But actually, just before that game starts, it's Nicholas versus Dr. Ahano. It's in the 81st minute, and Nicholas is losing again.
The doctor is writing Nicholas a prescription at the moment, and hopefully that can help heal his ailments at the moment, because FIFA eWorld Cup isn't going too well at the moment for Nicholas. 83 minutes on the clock, and it might be a second loss in a row. He lost to Marco earlier, and now Dr. Ahano is just a few moments away here from closing this game out as well. What is going on with Nicholas right now? And Dr. Ahano has a chance here to find another goal, and he can't take it.
What a scary moment that is for Nicholas as we return now to Tex versus TAS. And I'll tell you what, I mean, Nicholas losing to Marco, struggling versus Dr. Ahano. These are not two of the big boys in that group either. These are two players who have somewhat struggled in knockout stages. Nicholas really going to have to pick things up, but in this game, it's TAS coming forward in the red.
Well, here's Ruud Gullit then on the edge of the box. There's a cricketer. Neymar, big chance! He's taken it! TAS back into the lead. 73 minutes left on the clock. And well, are we going to see another upset here?
And almost the signature screen from Tass as he yells it towards the camera as well, as he takes a goal advantage. A brilliant turn in the box, and the low driven is so difficult for the keepers to get down and be able to save that one, as it's going to be tactic screen for both players now. Discussions with the coaches. Is Tex going to continue to find himself frustrated against Tass? And as a reminder, of course, we have all of the games going on at the moment in groups A and C. These are all the Xbox ones. Stokes versus Resende, and of course Janos versus Abinho. Abinho trying to get back into that one. There's a 1-0 advantage at the moment. Excuse me, Janos trying to get back into it. He's currently 3-1 down, and then Megabit still struggling against Danny, and I think things just went from bad to worse there in the bottom left-hand corner as well, as Danny now goes 4-2 up.
They certainly did. We've had another goal as well in the Stokes-Resende game. Let's take a look at that. That's 6-4. At the moment, 2-2 in this game, and it's Resende who is making a comeback, as we saw. Here's the goals from the Janos Abinho game as well. Abinho 2-1 up at the moment. However, he makes it 3 here with a lovely little pass across there to Ronaldo, and that's the level of vision these players have.
And of course, Abinho was the only player to move into that top 16 during playoffs who was outside of the top 16. He took Ajax Joey's place, who previously resided in that 16th spot, as now we return to this game and we get to look at that replay as the ball went through the legs, I think, of the goalkeeper there. But alas, Tass has the lead.
And F2 Tex has currently got, I don't know if it's a change, it'll change the dynamic tactics in game, but Luka Modric in at centre-back, which is an interesting change. I wonder if it will be a player being swapped around in the dynamic tactics, but maybe it's just a case of I need to go forward. He does have those defensive capabilities, but we'll have to see if it works here. F2 Tex with his back against the wall. What a performance this has been from Tass. 15 minutes left to see this one out.
As Modric strides forward, I would assume Tex is going for some sort of 3-5-2, as he's just sending everything forward now, but he's giving the ball away. And there's 14 minutes left, and Tass is a player who can hold on to the ball for 14 minutes.
And he's managed to find the ball down the line as well. And Kai Havertz, who's fresh on the pitch here for Tass as well, maybe. He's looking for a guaranteed winner here. Da Costa puts a physical tackle in to win the ball back. And that little deflection doesn't work in the advantage there of Tex, and now Tass can come forward. He has the ball, and that is the game right now. Keep the ball. As Havertz is once again in space here. Cricketter's past one. Man comes across. Can't get near him. Havertz to finish it. It's going to be Ronaldo. It's going to be 4-2 to Tass. And well.
No kickoff, no kickoff.
The O2 is throwing up some surprises this morning.
And surely now that's going to be enough, and it was just the Cricketers. They were too difficult for Tex to be able to lunge in, and he was scared of giving away a penalty as well, so he didn't want to lunge in too much. And Tass just saying to himself, needs to focus up now, not give the ball away, not allow Tex to have a chance from this restart. As if Tex does score from the halfway line here, then maybe there's still a chance to get back into things, but the way that Tass has been playing, the way he's been defending, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Tex to do so, to get 2 goals in the space of just 7 minutes.
That's the thing. You got to remember that Tass, even if Tex manages to score here within seconds of the kickoff, it's going to be a case of, is there enough time to win the ball back off Tass? Can you create another attack going forward? And Tass has been absolutely superb across these 2 legs so far. The definition of doing a job on someone who is the ranked 1 player in the world on the Xbox. The man who's won so many tournaments this year. Tass is just moments away now from taking those points away from him.
It is potentially a loss for Tex, and Tex, who hasn't lost many games, many matches this season. He's played 98 matches so far this season, not including this tournament. He's only lost 12, so this actually would be his 100th match of the season in individual competitions. And it might be a 13th loss for him as well. But what an incredible win ratio he does have, Tex. And unfortunately...
Well, here is Tex, and Tex has found a goal! From the restart, there's life in him yet!
And unfortunately, play is just a little bit out of position for Tass, and he couldn't do anything after that turn with Neymar. And an incredible finish as well from Tex, just smashing it home. And now there is a chance for some late drama again here.
Tex is not shy of late drama. He is not shy of an incredible comeback, but he has to win the ball back here from a man who has made his name from keeping the ball when he almost did it there. Tas has to be so careful. Mendy finds the ball in behind here. Havertz, there will be space here for Tas to exploit in behind Tex. But Tex has won the ball back. And the boy wonder can come forward once more, Eusebio. Here's Van Dijk. Havertz is away from his man. Great tackle from Van Dijk. That is huge for Tas.
Yeah, Tas just had to lunge in there. He knew he couldn't allow Tex to get into that box, get into the final third, because it becomes dangerous. And now Tas has a chance to finish it.
And look at the space here for Pele. Tex is committing his goalkeeper, which has allowed Van Dijk to get back and make the tackle. However, he can't make anything of it going forward. Stoppage time here between Tex and Tas. And this surely right now is the end. Tas takes it to the corner. He knows. He just can't make a mistake. There is a goal kick. Tex has taken the headset off. It's actually a free kick here, excuse me, to Tas. And this one, Dan, surely it's done. Surely it's dusted. Can Tas close this one out? Tex is ready to leave.
Well, I think he knows, as we all know as well, there just isn't time for Tex to get a victory anymore. Tas will hold on to this ball. He'll bring it into the corner. There's the final whistle. And a first loss for Tex in this tournament, and it comes in a very early stage and at the expense of his fellow countrymen. Only his 13th loss this season out of 100 matches in individual competition. So that really does say how good a win that was for Tas.
Yeah, absolutely incredible job from FaZe's Tas there to close that game out. Absolutely superb game plan. And we talk about the game plan. Game plan's one thing. Being effective and implementing that is just as important.
I mean, he was able to frustrate Tex. We saw the frustration, we heard the frustration, and now we'll see, well, how is he going to progress going into the rest of the tournament?
Well, that is the end of the next round of games. We're going to go for a quick break now, but when we get back, plenty more action to come your way.
Welcome back to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final here from the O2 Arena in London, England. Spencer, round 2 is done, and again, some belting goals we saw.
Some great goals and some very interesting results. None more so than this one. The great matchup between the two English players, Tas and Tex. And despite what you maybe would have predicted before today, Tas has come out on top. 2 wins from 2. He's looking like the one to watch.
Tas has been on great form, and that was such a tight game, wasn't it, Tex and Tas? We saw penalty miss, we saw it was end-to-end, but 2 massive wins for Tas early on in this tournament.
Huge match, especially to concede that goal right at the end of the first leg. His head could have dropped, but he didn't. He came through in the second leg as well.
So this is the results. Don't forget, with Group A and with Group C. Group A, of course, the Xbox, and Group C, PS4. These were the results, the aggregate score, Spence, after round 2.
Yeah, some big results. Obviously, we talked about Tas and Tex in there. Binho gets a win. Danny gets 2 wins from 2. That puts him joint top, 6 points. Stokes, what a game that was. 6-all against the Brazilian Resende into the PlayStation group. Dr. Ahana comes out on top 4-3 against Nicholas, who's lost both his opening games, which is unbelievable. Definitely would not have seen that coming. Marco starts off with a win against number 1 seed Nicholas, then loses 8-2 to Tor. So he's got a mixed start to the day. Lev Vinken coming out 7-6 up against Uston, and that's an amazing game. And then finally, 6-5 to Mo Albert against Tuga.
Yeah, so incredible games. And we spoke about Tas, and he is with Emma now. Emma, over to you.
Thanks very much, Adam. So far away from you, within touching distance. And Tas, incredible match. 2 wins from 2. You are top of the group, and you beat the world #1 player. I know you are really good friends with Tex, but just talk us through that match.
Yeah, heading into the tournament, when I saw the schedule, I've got Megabit and Tex. I was kind of dreading that I might be on 0 points, if I'm honest. My plan was, I was hoping I could beat Megabit, because I think my playstyle can beat him, and then I was just heading into the Tex game, just kind of free-willing and seeing what happened. I wanted to keep it close, because if he ran away with it in the first leg, it would have been very tough for me. So it was a close game. At the end of the day, if he scored the penalties, he probably would have won. So really close game. He is the best in the world, so to beat him is, it's quite hard to believe, actually.
Well, you talked about those penalty saves, some incredible saves there, and incredible goals as well. How much confidence does this give you moving forward?
To be honest, FIFA 19's been a very up and down year for me. Confidence, it's done pretty well. However, my motivation was actually before the tournament. I felt like I was written off. I didn't really say anything about it, but I used it as motivation. I felt like there's obviously the favourites, and I felt like I wasn't spoken about at all. And I used it as motivation for maybe an extra 5% to try prove people wrong. And hopefully I can get through the group now. And that's the plan. And who knows what can happen in knockouts? Who knows?
Well, you're certainly proving people wrong at the moment. So I know you said you just want to get through the groups, but how far do you think you can go?
I mean, the natural vibe now, because I've got a win over Megabit and Texas, Tas can maybe go all the way, but at the end of the day, the group's not even done yet. So absolutely nothing. I need to literally get through the group. There's still a lot of work to do. I'm happy with how I'm playing. There's still a lot I can improve on. I'm seeing some weaknesses in my game, so if I can lock them up, I can see a quarterfinal, semi-final, and who knows what can happen after that.
And it's Danny next for you. So what are you expecting there?
Yeah, Danny. Played him in FIFA 17. I did win. He has a very unique playstyle this year. Very scary offense because he shoots from anywhere. So, I'm just going to head into it. If I could win this game and be on 9 points, could possibly be through the group. So, got all the motivation in the world now.
We wish you the best of luck, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Great to hear from Tas and Spencer. These are the group stages. Of course, we are 2 rounds in Group A and Group C. Let's have a look at Group A first. Tas, who we just heard from there. Look at that, 6 points plus 8. Couldn't have been better for him.
And what a game is going to be up against Danny, who's also on 6 points.
Yeah.
One of them could be on 9 points after that. Would be fantastic to see. Stokes as well, doing well in 3rd. The British guys in general impressing. Tex, though, surprisingly, the least impressive of the British guys right now. Currently, as things stand, still 5 games to go, but it wouldn't be going through if it stays like this.
Yeah, let's look at Group C. Of course, this is the PlayStation group. And of course, worth pointing out, Nicholas, who is the #1 seeded PlayStation, the most EA Sports Global Series ranking points of any PlayStation player, currently bottom, no points from 2 games played. Real shock there.
Amazing. I mean, if you guys at home thought you were able to predict this, you thought you knew what was going to happen, no. Wake-up calls dropping left, right and centre. Anything could happen right now. One person who's got to be looking at both groups right now and licking his lips, MS Dasari, who we won't see till later today, but right now his main competitors were believed to be Nicholas and Tex, and they're both sitting outside the top 4. He'd be loving life.
Yeah, so let's head back to our casters for our round 3 games. It's Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, here we go. We are back for another round of action at the FIFA eWorld Cup, live from the O2 Arena. And this is only day one of the competition, Richard Buckley, and we've already seen shocks.
Who would have predicted Nicholas, bottom of the group? 2 games played, 0 points secured. And this game that we were jumping on board with right now, Makers led Binken up against Mo Alba from Wolfsburg, top 2 in the group.
There could be an early goal as well. Not sure what's happening at the back there. Panda so happy just to jump on that one in the end.
Coming into this game, 4th and 5th ranked on the Global Series respectively. Lev Vinken in the higher placement of the 2 teams, a playoff final to his name as well, only losing to the man who were previously speaking about, the Argentine Nicholas. He might not have Nicholas to worry about if things carry on as they are.
Oh no, Alba there. In his first real chance of the game, over the bar it was. And what a game he had, as you said, against Tuga. 6 goals to 5, and it's not going to plan for Nicholas there. 1-0 down against a fellow South American. Tor will be taking the lead, and what a result Tor had in his last game. Round 2, an 8-2 victory over Marco, who, funny enough, he beat Nicholas too.
We're going to have a constant feed of goals and results coming through as they go in around the grounds. These are the matchups that you are joining us for. Round 3. Starting to get a little bit feisty right now, these groups.
We're starting to see some leaders appear in each group. Obviously, these are only Group A and C. B and D will be in action later on. Mo Alba will let rip again this time. Does get the shot away with Cristiano Ronaldo. Non-stop pressure though from the German. Another shot comes in, just parried away this time for a corner.
And both of these two will be thinking, if Nicholas goes out, this is my tournament on the PlayStation, 110%. A lot of people said when Nicholas plays well, nobody can really touch him on the PlayStation. If Nicholas doesn't get through the group, every single player, the other 8 who go through in Group C and D, will be thinking, this is my year.
Lev Vinken driving forward there with Ruud Gullit, intercepted, funny enough, by the opposing Ruud Gullit, this time for Mo Alba. That prime icon moment, sitting strong in those CDM role that has been backed all season long. More importantly, across the last 3 editions of FIFA. Scores coming in at the right-hand top area of your screen. Another save once again. Someone's waiting just to get that first goal on the tally. It's been all Mo Alba at the moment. Both of these two on 6 points each. Another win would send them to 9. And then they can start potentially looking forward to tomorrow, where there will be some more group action there. Only playing 5 rounds today. 7 rounds need to be played in total. And in the afternoon, that's when we'll see the likes of MS Dasari come back to a very familiar setting for him. World champion last year. $250,000 victory was last year as well.
You've seen in the early stages, Mo Alba very quick in his attacks. Lev wanting to build up into the perfect attack.
Macroqueta 1-2-3. Trying to work his way into the box. Lev Vinken, what a tournament he had just a few weeks back in Berlin. It's his arch enemy, Nicholas. He's the one player that he's always struggled to get past this year when we spoke to him as well. He gets to the latter stages in tournaments. We've seen him in console finals all year long. And it's always Nicholas that has stood in his way. If Nicholas can somehow either just about scrape through in groups or come out the competition, okay, but I'm only in round 3 at the moment. I'm not going to get too carried away. It would be a huge, huge shock. He made a semi-final last year in the grand final, did Nicholas? He's been in control of the Global Series rankings all year long.
It's the big stage. You see pressure potentially playing a part. I was speaking earlier to Nicholas's coach from FC Basel, and he said it doesn't feel like it is the pressure. He's been on this stage before. It's just a lot of simple mistakes that are creeping into his game.
And even when he went 4-0 in Berlin in the playoffs, which he did go and win $75,000 as well. They were saying he's a slow starter, even at 4-0 in Swiss. If he's a slow starter now, he really needs to get going. This is Mo Alba again. Ball falls back kindly to Cristiano Ronaldo. He'll take the shot away, but there's just no way through, it seems.
Lev defensively very, very sound as well. He's not only an attacking force, but in that defensive aspect, one of his strengths in his game.
Here we go. I think he's onside. He's just being kept on as well by the fullback. He maybe overworked that. No, he hasn't. Timed it green. And once again, timed it to perfection. Into the back of the net. Lev Vinken will finally break the deadlock.
You saw the couple of passes as well that he played extra, just to solidify the chance. When the goalkeeper rushed out, he could have shot then. He could have then shot when he gave it to Vieira. Slide it once more to the right. Let CR7 hit goalwards. First time shot, never really even a chance of that going wide or getting blocked off of the line. Lev Vinken, he's so composed in his FIFA ability. The way that he manages games, the way that he never really seems to get aggravated, never seems to rage. He's very, very mentally strong, is Lev Vinken. And that's all down to self-belief. That's all down to him believing that, yes, on my day, I am one of the best players. I can compete at this level.
Well, it was 12 events he made this year, all over the world. He came in at 4th in those Global Series rankings. Not one, so not the only Dutch player here. It's the Ajax Danny as well over on Xbox, who I believe we may be watching their game very, very shortly indeed. Danny's up against Tass. We'll pop in and see what's happening over there. Resende against Abinho. The all-Brazilian clash there. Resende's won the lot. Alba's looking for an equaliser. It will be just plays wide. It took a deflection on the way through. Corner to come in now. Played short to Neymar. As far as Kai Havertz, the German, will respond for Mo Alba.
Pretty simple corner, played short, onto the edge of the box. Sometimes you look for a back post cross there, but that touch just out of his feet set up the finesse shot so nicely for him. Havertz on that left foot, he is dangerous. Even the best efforts of Virgil van Dijk flying towards him. What a scary sight that is. Wasn't enough. Havertz equalises for Mo Alba, and that is how we're going to go into half-time. One apiece between these two.
Speaking of another game that's only just got underway, Tass against Ajax Danny. Two more players have had a very strong start to the competition here in London for the FIFA World Cup Grand Finals. Tass, 6 points.
Both games that we're watching right now, first versus second in the groups.
And of course, as always, we'll keep you updated with all the goals that do go in around the ground. Keep an eye on that top hand corner, I should say, of your screen. You're seeing all the results come through there. This is Group C. Our PlayStation group. Obviously, there is another PlayStation group in action later on. It's a chance for Lev, just slightly too heavy.
You saw how quick Mo Alba was to get the ball back rolling. Didn't even take a touch with his goalkeeper. Simply pressing triangle, dropping down the ball, rolling it out, and playing from the back straight away. He's known for this attacking flair to his game. That might be one of the reasons he's not won a major championship, really, in the past, because he plays maybe too attacking. Does Mo Alba. Defensively, maybe a few holes in his game. You saw there, jumping out, the manual tackling. A lot of players there will sit off. They'll not lunge into the tackles. This could be a direct shot into that left corner here.
Vieira's trying to stand in the way. Is he going to play short, or is he just teasing us all at home? Neymar plays short, could be an easy shot. Vieira throws himself at it, does enough.
The only problem there, really, with the short free kick from that close in, there's so many bodies in the way.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, Neymar.
I'll tell you what, if he'd have just sombrero flicks right there into a first-time volley, Lev Vinken maybe try and score a goal of the tournament straight away. Unfortunate with the timing of the shot.
I'm not sure if you guys can see at home as well. Just in the webcam, or the webcam, I should say, the face cam of Mo Alba. You see Stylo behind him there from the focus land, and just in his hand as well, every single coach has their own little tablet with the live game feed on. You can rewind it back, big moments in the game, and it's fantastic, I think, for a coach to be able to stop and pause. The coaches, the ultimate coach like Enzo, I'm sure will be thriving on that. I'm sure he'll have his notebook with him still, but he might bring out that tablet as well. Alba in possession. Did get an equaliser after creating numerous number of chances. Looking to try and go in front for the first time in this game. Could that be the chance? Keeper's pulled off his line.
Yeah, and Havertz were always going to win that second header as well, back into the box. See Marco 2-1 up after that disappointing second round result against Ajax Torp.
Pull it. Interchange with Ramos. You saw exactly what Lev wanted to do, but unfortunately there was a number of defenders standing in the way. This is only the first leg, let's remember that. R9's running on forward, he's looking for the run-up. Can he get past him? Ball roll around the keeper on the rebound. And for the first time in this matchup, Mo Alba will take the lead.
They get slightly fortunate, actually, with how that goal went in. The ball roll, I liked the idea of the ball roll. The execution, though, a little bit off, to be honest, with it. And I thought for a second that the goalkeeper were going to parry that ball away. It wasn't meant to be there. In the end, you can see the chances and the stats at half-time. Mo Alba with the lion's share of shots. And he's looking at that tablet right now. Stylo's showing him. You saw there, that ball roll. It just bounced favourably for him.
Unfortunately for Rafa Varane, as aggressive as he wanted to be in the defence, it just seemed like he was pushing R9's foot onto the ball there. And with 25 minutes left in this first leg, Mo Alba will go 2-up. His third grand final. London 3 times in a row for him. He always gets to the knockout stages. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to go any further than the semi-finals, though.
Yeah, 2017, I remember some of the great games there in Westminster. He was part of them.
Look there, it looked like Neymar was ready to peel off. It will fall back to Neymar, he'll flick it over his head. And nearly onto a perfect volley.
Mo Alba versus Nicholas, one of the best games that I've been in participation in and watched live.
This is what everybody wants to see. Group C. Look how this group is looking right now. Nicholas currently down by a goal to nil. Still there's a second leg. This is beautiful from Mo Alba. What a save off the post.
Oh, what a save. That table there will be a little bit of change. Mo Alba will be top of that group with 9 points. That goal just going in.
There's been a number of chances in this game. So many chances, more importantly for Mo Alba. At half-time, he had 10 shots on goal, 6 on target. Needs to maybe time a few more. Get into a better area for him, Mbappe. Oh, that looks really silky from him.
I thought Messi were just going to put it through the legs there of Sergio Ramos. Great defending from the team of the Spanish centre-half. That's a nice little dink over the top as well for Mbappe. Slightly rushed, you've got to say, with the chance creation there. But goals flying in around the grounds, Brandon.
Maybe another one flying in here as well. Messi, too heavy on the touch, tried to ball roll. David De Gea once again, we saw that happen for Alba's second goal in this game. Goals certainly are going in. 3-1, Marco against Tuga. Both of those two need to get back to winning ways. Here's a chance for Pele, too heavy on the touch. Is it going to fall kindly back to Hullet? No, it's not. The chance to break out once again for Mo Alba. Heavy lofted through ball to the right-hand side for Kylian Mbappe. He'll take 2 or 3 strides forward, unfortunately. A little bit too heavy.
Back into the changes there for Mo Alba. Looking at that bench, you see Kai Havertz, you can see Team of the Year, 99, Luka Modric. He's been introduced as a CDM right now, one of the highest rated, statted items in the game. Every single face card stat that he has, over 90. Unbelievable from Luka Modric. Surprised we don't see him more in the competitive element, but in competitive FIFA it's very much the physical, tall players who are picked. Havertz, Hullet, Vieira, CR7. Very rarely do you see Messi Modric, Kante used, because you can put all the stats you want on a player, but you can't change that physical appearance. Kante will still be 5'6", 5'7".
No, Alba, speaking of Messi, oh, there we go. Certainly has looked more dangerous in the attacking third all game long, Mo Alba. Chance after chance, some of them have been wasted. And finally, he gets a little bit of breathing space.
Not only that as well, but having the minerals to shoot with Messi on his right foot as well. A lot of players there who cut back.
Oh, not away, straight away.
Goalkeeper open.
You saw there. Mo Alba moving Van der Sar slightly back into his goal. Gave him that extra yard or two to make the save. And there we go, full time in leg number 1, and it will be a 3-1 lead to Mo Alba. Looking at another game, 55 minutes in. Ajax, Danny, if there's one tournament to turn up to, it is the FIFA World Cup Grand Final. 2-0 up in this game, Richard, 56 minutes on the clock. The Dutchman is on fire.
I was speaking to him a little bit earlier on yesterday, before the players' welcome dinner and the players were awarded their shirts. Very, very confident is Danny. He says that Bas, his coach, has been working on some new tactics for him, working on a few secret recipes for the grand final, and it seems like everything is working successfully for Ajax, Danny.
It was around this time last year where Coach Bas was introduced for Danny. Coached him at the grand finals. Funny enough, he's back again in another grand final. He's the Ajax man. One of the first professional FIFA players to sign a long-term contract with his partner club in Ajax. Ever since that, has never looked back. Unfortunately, not a successful season for him on the Eredivisie side of things. After winning back-to-back championships there.
See Paul Pogba in the team right here for Ajax, Danny.
No, 9. Making Van der Sar work again.
That'll be the 95 rated Footies winner, Paul Pogba. It was a fan vote for that new item in the game. Pogba won it emphatically. And it seems as though Danny, very, very short notice to be honest, has picked him up. I think that's a little bit of a risk, a new player added to the game. He's not really had that much time to practice with him, to get used to how he works, how his movement is in the game.
It's definitely a risk. You know, you work with these players all year long. That's why we're seeing, of course, they're fantastic in the game. You can't really change anyone. Vieira and Huller, that's why they're in the game. That you know, everyone's backing them. Consistent. Exactly. You know exactly what you're getting. You're going to get a 9 out of 10 performance every single time they play. You're not going to get anything less than that. Sometimes there'll be a 10 out of 10. Sometimes there'll be, as I said, just a 9 out of 10. He's backing Paul Pogba. I know he's always been a fan of him. FIFA 17, I remember we did that training day sequence of Ajax. He was involved. If he wasn't off the bench, he was starting for Danny, and that's what my team's all about at the end of the day. People have those personal preferences. We'll be going back over to that Mo Alba Lev Vinken game when they're ready to get into it for the second leg. Mo Alba, 3-1 up at the moment. If he wins that one, he will be going top of that group.
And as we are having a short pause in play right now, just looking around the grounds as these first legs are wrapping up. Tex 2-0 to the good against Janos. You saw Danny 2-0 up there against FaZe Tas. Abinho 2-3 down against Resende in an all-Brazil game. Stokes 3-2 up against Megabit on the PlayStation. Tor 2-0 up now against Nicholas. Dr. Ahano 3-2 up against Houston. Marco and Tuga 3 apiece. And the game that we're jumping back into right now, Mo Alba leading 3-1 against Lev Vinken.
Whoever wins this will go top of Group C. 9 points to the name as well. It'll be their name that will be in the headlights. As they just kind of bridge a little bit of breathing space between the two. We've seen that a few times from Mo Alba. Clearly a custom tactic in use, getting behind, because every single time he's playing these through balls, he's got runners going for him.
Yeah, very, very happy to knock those long threaded through balls down the line, in behind the defenders, take a risk on the defenders, making a mistake, having a bad touch. It happens so often when you'll play a ball over the top, and how often does your defender, it bounces off the knee, or it comes off a shin, and that attacker's in on goal, then you're having then to tug a player back to try and get the opposite side. Nobody's tugging back CR7.
As we've seen in this game, even Messi when he comes on as the sub for Mo Alba. See Kai Havertz will be playing on that right side of the midfield for Mo Alba. He's pulled someone out from the back though. I think it was Varane that's been pulled out. Little dink up, juggling the ball happily. His Neymar chips that one up into R9. That would have been unbelievable. I think game of headers and volleys there. In and around the box for Lev Vinkum. Resende does take a 3-2 lead. Up against fellow Brazilian Inabinho, his first grand final. He's representing Wolverhampton Wanderers. We did see Lev Vinkum in that E-Champions League final this year. The first of many competitions. Now been part of this FIFA 19 Global Series. One that's always stuck though is this grand final. Everybody watches it. It's where all the money is.
Could have gone anywhere off Maldini right there. That deflection, sending it high over the crossbar. You see the formation in use from Mo Alba in a 4-2-2. Still reeling from the fact that Nicholas could potentially be 0-3 after the first 3 games here in London.
I'm thinking, you lose your first 2 games, if that's not a wake-up call, you can't go and lose your 3rd game. The amount of pressure you'll be putting on yourself to win those next 4 games, is 12 points even enough? We don't even know that.
Yeah, potentially not, to be honest. Given how this group is going as well, with everybody beating everybody.
Here's R9, ball roll again. He's done it so many times, and David Ayres still seems to just claw onto that ball.
Yeah, clearly very, very confident with the ball roll. Quick shot past the goalkeeper, the snapshot. Will 12 points be enough, do you think? Because some of the...
Depends if people are losing in that group. If people give up a game or 2, it could maybe go, but I'm saying 12 points, you don't want to even be in that situation where you've got to think of, I have to get this amount of points. You just got to win as many games as you can. I've no idea how that game is still at 1-0. I want to see this performance from Tor and how he's going about it. Speaking of 1 goal, it's actually 2-0 now. Ajax Tor in front. (3-3) Marco against Tuga.
Chance.
This is Lev Vinkum now. And here's the games that are underway. Speaking of that Tor Nicholas game, 2-0 it is. It's just started the 2nd leg, 2 minutes into it. Ajax Tor 2-0 up, looking across the board. Dr. Ahano leading 3-2 against Euston. And I think Footwiz Marco against Tug was 3-3 the last time I saw it. That's just kicked off in its 2nd leg as well. And Nicholas did just get a goal back as well. Here's one of the games in action. Megabit against Stokes. This was Megabit equalising at 3-3.
Let's have a look at Tas getting a goal back here against Danny. It was 2-1. Tas with the comeback. Couple of cricketers slotted past the goalkeeper. We're back on level playing field in that game.
And in this one, Euston still 3-2 down at the moment, but we know how much of a flair aspect he has to his game. Cricketers, El Tornadoes, we see it all in there. He still trails 3-2, and back to our featured matchup. 3-1 the score. Mo Alba on the attack, looking for a 4th. He'll get a 4th. And now we're finally back into the game as well.
Yeah, that was the goal that we're just getting back underway from right now. 4-1. Mo Alba leaves against Lev Vinkum. I tell you what, Mo Alba is looking... It feels like something different about his performances right now.
It feels like we're back at the Continental Cup again, Richard. It feels like we're back in November.
We saw him at the Virtual Bundesliga, where he was very, very successful there. The only person that he lost to in that knockout stages was his teammate, Megabit. I just feel like something potentially in the water here for Mo Alba in this tournament. Maybe looking across the board, seeing Nicholas struggling, one of the only players that has been his kryptonite really this season, as Lev Vinken is in the same boat there. You said it earlier, Brandon, I'll allude to it again. If Nicholas goes out, this tournament
There's an opportunity.
is so open.
There's another finesse, and there's another goal. There's your trademark celebration. It's all smiles for the German of Mo Alba in London. He'll score again, and he's on the verge of going top of this Group C with 9 points to his name. If the first leg wasn't a warning sign, Richard, I think he made about 15 chances in that first leg. Second leg, he's looked exactly the same, and you are exactly right on that. He's played in 14 events this year, Richard. He has been one of the most present players on the PlayStation side of things. He was in the first tournament of the year in October.
Yeah, I think probably only, maybe New York City Chris is in that same sort of bracket as him.
Neymar back to Halep. Goals are needed for Lev. That's gone straight to the back of there. What a finish is as well by Kylian Mbappe.
Yeah, straight from kickoff. Lev Vinken coming down the opposite end. Hullet just knocks it out wide to Mbappe. First time strike, timed it green. If this is the first time that you're watching FIFA eSports, when you time a shot green, you press the shoot button, you then tap the shoot button again for the second time, just as your foot's about to connect with the ball. If you time it great, the green icon will flash up above the player's head. You're going to get more shot power, you're going to get more height on the shot. It's just going to be very, very hard for the goalkeeper to save it. However, it can go very wrong very quickly. You can time it red, you can time it yellow. The chances there, they're going to dribble past the post, they're going to go high into the stands, so it's a risk reward if you do time your shots.
Looking for a stick, will he get it? Havertz, oh, it's gone through the goalie's legs, taking a deflection on the way through. It's not going to matter to the German though. 6 goals to 2 up. And we've seen Havertz for the last few months now. We really saw his introduction back at the Champions League, and ever since that he has just been such an important player in so many pros teams.
As soon as that Bundesliga team of the season was released in Ultimate Team and Kai Havertz was brought in to the game, he has been so prevalent in so many players' teams, whether that's starting, whether that's off of the bench. When you've got a player with 93 pace, who is as tall as Havertz is, who is as physical as Havertz is, with 5-star weak foot, it makes him almost unmissable in the game.
He's certainly been such a key player there. You can just see some sort of painting that is going to be filled in over the weekend. I think they started painting it just a few hours ago, and I think I can see Mr. Sari just to your left. Oh no, Maestro it is with the Mbappe celebration. And we are going to jump over to another game where we thought there was drama. Tor has just extended that lead back to 2 goals. 60 more minutes left in this match, and if it stays like this, Nicholas will be 0-3 in Group C. The #1 ranked PlayStation player with possibly one of the worst starts to any tournament he's had this season.
Yeah, really shocking, in all honesty. Nobody would have predicted this. When you're talking to former pros, when I'm talking to current pros who aren't at this event, they all said they fancy Nicholas on the PlayStation. He looked so good at the playoffs.
The Tor wants another one. Mbappe back to the Brazilian, into Ronaldo. Does he want the rebound? No, unfortunately not. And this is so surprising for us, not just because we know how dominant he is on the PlayStation, Nicholas, but he won the playoffs about 2 weeks ago. To be coming in this slow, I just don't understand that. Speaking of someone else that unfortunately is not having a good 2 legs here, Lev Vinken. And Havertz, we spoke about him a minute ago, he's scoring goals again.
Yeah, diving header from Kai Havertz. Just poking it past David De Gea there, down the middle of the goal, looking across the rest of the board. Some really tight games on the PlayStation. Houston 4-3 up against Dr. Ahano. Tuga 4-3 up against Marco. And that Nicholas game, I'm going to be keeping an eye on it. 3-1 Tor still leads. I'm sure we'll jump back over to that if Nicholas does get a goal back and shortens that margin of goal down.
As we said, it's just crazy to see Tor. Don't get me wrong, a fantastic player. There's not really... A lot of people said, like, who's the underdog coming into this tournament? It's hard to call any. They're the best 16 players on each console in the world.
And right now, yeah, this game's finished. There's 30 minutes left. But with how tight this group is, it could come down to goal difference. It could be 4th and 5th, both on the same point, and goal difference separates them. That's what we could come down to. Even though we've got draws, we've got wins, we've got losses, there's going to be very, very tight margins in 3rd to 4th to 5th. You can see Mo Alba running away with the group, 9 points out of 9
And you
at
can
the
see
minute.
him running away with another goal as well if he's not offside there with Messi that time.
But it could certainly come down to goal difference, to wins and losses in this group, to head-to-head record.
It really could go that far, and if you don't know how it is going to be played out this tournament, 3-day tournament, this is only day 1 of the competition where we will be playing 5 out of the 7 rounds, so we'll be playing more group play tomorrow. This is only Group A and C you're looking at, so 1 Xbox Group, 1 PlayStation Group, and if you're wondering where the world champion is, he will be in action this afternoon, MS Dasari. So do not go anywhere. 3 days of competitive FIFA action. Oh my God, Richard, tell me what's just happened.
Tor's just got a 4th. Tor is 4-1 up against Nicholas.
Nicholas on the verge of going 0-3, rock bottom of Group C. No one in their right minds would have been calling that coming into this tournament. 4-1. Ajax Tor will be leading across these 2 legs. The pressure's got to be building for the Argentine.
It has to be. In all honesty, you're looking at his results right now, and some of the games that he's got left to play. He's played Marco, who came in as the 16th seed. He's lost against Tor. Right now, he's losing. You look who he's got left to play. They're not easy games for Nicholas. They're games when you're playing against arguably players who have ran you really close this season. Lev Vinken, Mo Alba, Tuga, one of the hardest players to play against.
And what did everybody say about this Group C, Richard?
It's the group of death.
Everyone's been saying it's the group of death, the toughest group they have seen, with names of Nicholas, Lev Vinken, Mo Alba, Tuga, Houston, Tor, Dr. Hana, one of the veterans in the scene, Marco. He's left himself in for a really tough day and then a half day tomorrow of the last 2 group games we'll have. Can Nicholas turn it around?
The only thing that I can really think back to when you've seen such a dominant player who people were predicting to do well in a grand final, a world championship final, would be, I'm sure he's not going to like me saying this, but Shells back in 2017 when he came in as the Berlin winner on the PlayStation and went out in groups, and then Tass also in 2017 when he went out in groups. That's the only thing that I can really think back to when you've had such a player with all eyes on him not perform to that level at a grand finals, at a world championship finals.
You have to laugh at Alba there. You can tell he's enjoying himself now. Some of the reactions after chances have been going in for him, or they've been missed. 7 goals to the 2 of Lev Vinken in this match across the 2 legs. He's 5 goals in front, 12 minutes left. Mo Alba will be top of Group C. And you wonder why we're talking about back in November, back in October. That's when we saw Mo Alba really at his best, and it's something that's not looked at, you know, in competitive FIFA. To be consistent all season long, to be making tournaments all year long.
Not only that, to be consistent over 3 years, and he goes through again. Simple finish past the goalkeeper. 8-2 he's leading. This man's been consistent since 2017.
3
years.
Grand final. 3rd grand final, Richard Buckley. And he's always got out the groups. He's always got out the groups. It's not the groups that's the issue for him. It's how he takes that next step when he gets through to the knockouts. But 9 points will certainly get him on his way. He'll be the man that everyone will be talking about after this round. Top of Group C. Lev Vinken. Maybe with a flair attempt on goal now. 2 or 3 La Croquetas back-to-back. Unfortunately, though, it has been Mo Alba that's been making all the chances in this game.
Just got rugby tackled into the goal there. 8-2, 5 minutes left to go. There's simply not going to be enough time in this game. It's going to be a result wrapped up here for Mo Alba. It's going to put him top of the group. We've had a little bit of a resurgence potentially from Nicholas. He's now 4-2 down. There can't be long left in that game.
It's definitely probably in the second half now. We know it started a little bit later. Tuga 4 goals to 3 against Marco. Mo Alba looking for another one. Just minutes left, seconds remaining. Mo Alba will be top of Group C. Seems like London is a comfortable place for him to play his competitive FIFA Grand Finals. He's been here 3 times.
I talked about a resurgence. That resurgence has been wiped away. Tor 5-2 up.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Nicholas. I'm not sure how long's left in that match, but he is going to be going 0-3 in Group C. Rock bottom of the group.
That's a lovely goal. Little sombrero flick. He tried it in the first leg, did Lev Vinken.
Why not try now?
Unfortunately, it's just going to be a flashy goal. It's not going to mean anything in this matchup, but might be able to make it onto a highlight montage at the end of the day for goals of the day potentially. Will Neymar with that strike. Mo Alba will be top of the group, but let's jump over to another game. We were jumping in and out between Tass and Danny in the first matchup. We saw Tass bring it back, you've got to say, 2-2 apiece. The scoreline still 2-2 between FaZe Tass and Ajax Danny.
We'll go into that game in a second. There we go, we're on our way now, but congratulations, Mo Alba will be top of Group C now. Into this game now, Danny against Tass in the second leg, 26 minutes in. We know how Tass can play if he needs to, he can keep the ball. He'll happily make one chance all game. A little bit like Tuga in some ways, can win a game 1-0 if he wants to. We saw that game against Dax back at the playoffs, in which was a 1-1 scoreline in the first leg. It was very quiet, no real chances between the two, and you look at this kind of game tempo we're seeing now, quite slow in the way he's playing. Tass is happy to do this.
I spoke to him after that first game, Tass, and I said, scoring quite a few goals, and he said, don't put me in a box. Don't label me as one thing, because I'm not. I'm not just a possession player. I'm not only a defensive player or a player that can do one thing. I'm good across the board. I can attack well, I can skill, I can hold the ball. Yeah, that might be my best thing that I'm good at, keeping possession, seeing out a game, knowing where to keep the ball, where to attack. But just in general as a FIFA player, I think last year not making the grand final did hurt him a little bit. He's been waiting for 2 years to get another chance to perform at a World Championships final from 2017. It's in his home city of London. It's come in. He said, people not talking about me. I'm not doing the press interviews. Nobody's asking what I'm going to do at this tournament. I think he's been a little bit, I think he feels he's been a little bit disrespected, in all honesty, coming into this tournament.
He's one of more of the veterans in the scene, isn't he? He's been around competitive FIFA ever since the huge growth after, or say over the last 3 years. How big this tournament was, or is right now. $20,000 it used to be for the winner. $250,000 now, Richard. Crazy.
Talking of veterans, you'd say both of these two players, veterans in their own right, in all honesty. Both hitting the highs in FIFA 17. FIFA 18, you've got to say Danny probably had a better season than Tass did. 3rd grand final in a row for Ajax Danny.
Especially on the Xbox, he has been the star coming out from the Netherlands. As Danny, he's got Coach Bass behind him. Everything seems to be going to plan today, and I always remember what Bass said to him when he came in last year. He just said, just keep the ball a bit more. You're just rushing all the time. Remember the Ajax Danny we used to see in FIFA 17? He always would score goals. He'd always score a number of goals. And half-time between the two. It is 2-2 in this second leg right now. Of course, you are just seeing a little bit of the pod there on the side of Wolverhampton Wanderers as well.
Yeah, just leaning across, having a little chat.
Modric will be a key as well, by the way. A couple times very early on in the half, but like
done the tiki-taka with the CDMs and the issues with Vieira.
Like if Vieira's Modric, it's fine though.
I've got to kick it as well.
Great insight there, listening to the players. You're saying Modric is going to be the key, a little bit of tiki-taka in the midfield, and Tas also getting us underway with the kickoff in that second half. Love hearing the players in that sort of insight. That's the insight that you don't really get on the usual.
Speaking of veterans, Richard, Janos, 4th FIFA eWorld Cup in his career. 3-0 down for him at the moment, not going to plan at all. And into the second half of this one now. You heard those few words from Tas. You said it perfectly, Richard. A great little asset to the broadcast. We can hear those important chats between coaches and players. No one really knows what's going on. And Luka Modric, has he already been introduced? Is he?
He has, yeah. Now you'll see, is that tiki-taka that he were talking about, bringing on Modric, is that going to be, if that leads to a goal, perfect insight right there.
If it does stay like this, we will be going to extra time. And if penalties, sorry, to a draw, I should say. I'm so used to it from the Swiss across the year. It will be a draw. 1 point, obviously, to both of these players. There's a chance all the way across.
Andy moved his keeper the wrong way. He anticipated the header across the goal. As you're seeing so much, Tas just mixed it up, went to the opposite post. Goalkeeper in no man's land, and if that's on target, that's a goal. Big, big chance there for Virgil van Dijk.
You can see Venny behind him, coaching him in this tournament. He thought it was it. Both of these two joint top of this group as well. We saw Mo Alba against Lev Vinken. Both players on 6 points there. In this one, both players are on 6 points also. All the goals were in the first leg. That's an unbelievable ball through to Ruud Gullit. Tried to kind of just scoop it into the back of the net. It's not over yet. What a save. Edwin van der Sar.
The second one, an unbelievable save. The first one, he didn't have a clue what was happening, Van der Sar. The ball just hit him on the way through.
And a chance for Tas now. Accelerated fake shot, does get past his man. A duo of La Croquetas chained together. We'll go out for a corner. That's played in straight away, headed away by Ronaldo as far as into the box for Luka Modric. Can he be the hero? Another corner. 30 minutes left. R9 will be over it, delivered into the box. He was looking for Ronaldo.
Yeah, easy win there for Danny. See how comfortable he is, though, to play it around the back. A lot of players there, they hit that long. They look for a chip down the line or a pass down the line. Danny recycling back into his own box to keep hold of the ball, and you see Paul Pogba yet again involved for Ajax. Danny, is this going to be a trend potentially that he's going to set for the rest of the tournament? Pogba will be introduced potentially for more players.
Once again, save by Van der Sar. And I think
just
Tas
offside.
is calling for an offside call. He's right there. Danny stood up, gave a huge roar, as we're always used to seeing from the Dutchman. And oh, Richard, I've got news for you. Full-time tour against Nicholas. Nicholas will lose that game 5-3 and will be on 0 points, rock bottom of that group. Wow. What, in the nicest way, an awful start to the competition for the Argentine. First on the Global Series rankings by quite some margin as well.
You see Danny there as well, adjusting some of his custom formations. It looked like he had a 3-5-2 there, just being adjusted for him. Another pause cued here. This time by Tas, looking at the possession and the stats for this game.
Is that Ibrahimovic for Danny?
It is. Zlatan brought on. All 6'5" of him.
Wow.
I think we know exactly what Danny's going to be doing right now. CR7 as a right mid, Mbappe as a left mid. This screams of a back post cross job right now for Ajax Danny. 72 minutes gone here between Resende and Abinho. Resende currently leading 4-3 in this all-Brazil clash. Megabit and Stokes, 4 apiece. As we're back underway between Danny and Tass.
You can see Tex running away with his game. 4-0. He does lead against the Colombian Llanos. His best World Cup was in 2011, when he was runner-up to Francisco Cruz, who is in the building as well. What goalkeeper movement that is from Danny.
Just offside as well was. I think like Havertz there with the shot, but I tell you what, he read that so well. Did Danny.
The risk of that as well, we know what the risk is with goalkeeper movement this year.
Tass will have took that though. He'll have took, even though it were offside and it wouldn't have counted if it had gone in, he'll have taken that data. He'll have thought, okay, so he's very, very aggressive with that movement. Expect the next chance that Tass has, maybe for him to just take a touch, wait for that movement and then slot it into the opposite side.
Something that we've seen the likes of Tex do all year long, just a small delay. Let your opponent kind of choose where your shot's going to go. And Ibrahimovic, can he be the man to send Ajax Danny top of this Group A? You are reading that right. Tex has lost a game. He lost to Tass. What a game it was. Back to winning ways though for Tex, though. Will be 4-0 up against Llanos. Not too sure how long's left in that game. What a game that is. A 9-goal thriller between Megabit and Stokes. See, Tom Stokes was the winner of the playoffs. Did beat Tex in that final back in Hamburg. Really well done there, winning the ball back for Tass. Down at the cost of a big switcher play from right to left. Just 10 minutes left. As I've always said about Tass, he can easily build into this chance. He only needs one chance.
That's all it's going to take for one of these two players. If not, points will be shared, a point apiece for these two, extending to 7 at the top of the table. It's a rare sight, Tass having less possession than his opponent. Because after the playoffs, the groups are already confirmed as well. These players will have had, what, 2.5 weeks? 3 weeks approaching to be able to almost get ready for their opponents.
You spoke to Tass yesterday as well, Richard, about preparation coming into this tournament. He says, for a long time, I don't think I've played FIFA as much as I've in the last, what, 2 weeks? He was saying I've been playing every single day.
And you just see here, Tass keeping the ball because Danny is not bringing players out of position. He's not wanting to force players out and to open up spaces. So you just saw Tass 3 or 4 dragbacks there. Danny wasn't wanting to attack the ball. Tass, he's happy to keep it right there. He's waiting for the 90th minute to tick and then expect an attack, I'd say, from FaZe Tass to try and win the game and seal all 3 points. Put him top on 9.
He's happy to leave it late as well. Is he even going to go forward now? Here's Neymar, here's that chance. It will be full time. Rafael Varane making that all-important interception. And that will conclude this match at 2-2, all square.
These players
obviously 2-2 total.
Taking a point apiece, getting it signed off.
It's a weird one because I could have got 3 against them.
7 points for these two. You hear the discussion there after the game.
From a 2-goal down with the way he plays.
And you just hear in there Venny just saying, take the positives out of it. You were 2-0 down in that game. You turned it round, you got a 2-2 draw in the end. And back to this one. 9 goals in it. Megabit will lead. Top 4 finish for him last year. Semi-finals, got knocked out to Mr. Sari in this exact arena.
I thought the interesting point there that Venny said, 2-0 down from the way that he plays. signifying you're looking at how each of your opponents is playing. You're looking strengths, weaknesses of the 7 players that you're going to face in the group stages. So he's happy with a point against Danny.
Tell you what,
tougher games.
Could be in for another one here. Could it be number 6? He should have passed that across. Why didn't he? I know there's not much time left at all. He's seconds away from a win. Megabit somehow keeps the ball still. Will get a second chance at it. Messi will miss that one. And referee, full-time please. There we go. Megabit will get a win. And you can just see there by the puff of the cheeks. Wow. That could have easily been another goal there.
Big puff of the cheeks from Megabit. A much-needed win for him. Here at the O2 Arena, Benedict Salzor, the man behind him.
And then that will conclude round 3 of the FIFA World Cup here. Do not go anywhere. Plenty more action to come after this short break.
Welcome back to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final from the O2 in London, England. Spencer, we have just seen round 3 from the PlayStation. These were the results, and a big one that jumps off the screen at the top of the page there.
I mean, at this point, I really worry for Nicholas. Mathematically, the most points he can finish with is 12. I'm not sure that would be enough to guarantee him a spot out of the group stage.
And these were some of the goals from that game. Nicholas played 3, lost 3, the #1 ranked PlayStation player.
You just couldn't write this. You couldn't predict it. That's why it doesn't matter what you think is going to happen until you get to the World Cup final here at the O2. You have to wait and see, and it's been an unbelievable start for. And then look at Marco underneath.
Yeah,
Marco's beaten Nicholas in the first game, and then he's lost both games since. Like, you beat the toughest guy theoretically, and then you're losing to other guys, so you just can't predict it. Marco still with no guarantee gets out the group despite beating the best player on PlayStation this year.
And so many goals as well. So many goals we're witnessing. Look at the amount of goals that, again, jumping off the page, and we can see some more.
Yeah, and Uston scored 7. That's no surprise. Uston is known as one of the most lethal and entertaining attackers in FIFA. His big problem usually is that he can't stop the goals going in at the other end, but he's such a good goal scorer, and we're seeing it, every time he plays.
Lovely finish that.
Yeah, lovely dink over the keeper. He can score any kind of goal, really, Uston, from Denmark, of course, but he does make defensive errors. You see here, he's just given that goal to Dr. Hano by playing it across the back. We asked him last night in the welcome night. I said, have you worked on your defence? And he was pretty honest. He said, doesn't matter what I do, I can't stop conceding, so I need to just score more than them.
It's a very honest answer, isn't it, as you said. And the third game as well. Another 7 goals in our third match as well. 4-3 aggregate score.
That was one I mentioned earlier. Marco unable to follow up that win against Nicholas with any other victories so far. And Tuga's a really tough player to play against. Defensively, very solid. The surprise for me today with Tuga is he's been leaking goals. Usually, you don't see him concede any. Maybe 1 goal over 2 games. But he's conceding quite a few. He's come out on top of that one still. But it's a different Tuga.
And this was the final game from round 3. So this was the final goals that we saw from the final match in Group C.
Yeah, Mo Alba, Lev Vinken, great matchup. 2 fantastic pros. And Mo Alba come out on top on this one. But both boys got a great chance of getting out of the group.
Nice finish this. Oh.
Keeper maybe should do better. No? I don't know, it came underneath him. A bit frustrating if you conceded that one. And there's another goal there for Mo Alba. He scored a fair few goals. He's a great goal scorer. I think we're going to look at some more Mo Alba goal scoring later, actually.
Yeah, there we go. And the goals did not stop there, Spence. Lovely finish, that one.
That
is one you would have been proud of.
Yeah, that's one for the highlight reel.
That is indeed. So this is what it means. This is Group C. Don't forget, 3 rounds have taken place. So every player has played 3 games. This is the PlayStation players, of course. Mo Alba sitting pretty at the top of the table. 9 points from 3, Spencer, plus 10 goal difference.
This is
and Nicholas rock bottom.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is Mo Alba's tournament right now. He's looking very good. Don't get too carried away though, guys. We've seen so many players have great group stages or great first days and then not follow it up. But Mo Alba's definitely one to watch. And yeah, Nicholas is really disappointed himself more than anyone, but Argentina would have hoped to do better for them as well. And right now looking like he's not going to go through.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Real upset that would be if Nicholas does go out in the group stage. This is Group A. This is the Xbox competitors. Tas, Danny, both on 7 points. Tas top with the goal difference plus 8. Both having very good tournaments so far.
Yes, definitely. Tas really impressed here. Danny's looked good as well. And then I've said it before, I'll say it again, the English guys this group doing themselves really proud on home soil. The Brazilians sitting just outside the top 4, hoping to make a surge into that, the top 4 to get into the knockout phase. But right now, if you're an Englishman and you're watching this, you'll be buzzing.
Very, very good for the English, isn't it? 3 in the top 4. How do you analyse Tech's tournament so far?
By his standards?
Yeah.
Below par, really, because we're used to seeing him go pretty much unbeaten. Maybe sometimes he drops a few in a group stage, but I feel like he's just feeling his way into it. You know, you can't. Nicholas is the one that surprised me because he's literally got no points yet. But Tex, plenty of time to pick him up, and I expect him to go through.
Okay, please say that we're joined by Mike LaBelle. Mike, firstly, lovely area that you've got here. Nice sofa, you've got the touch screen. I need to come up here more often. You've got the best seat in the house.
I've got a view, everything, all of the above.
All of the above. Right, you have been doing some detailed analysis from some of the action that we've seen, so over to you.
Yeah, and we're going to actually revisit the F2 Tex versus TAS matchup. Okay. And I would say that was a bit of a cagey affair to start. We saw more errors. We saw Tex miss multiple penalty kicks. But I do want to give credit to TAS in converting a corner kicking. This corner kick efficiency on how important set pieces can be at this level. We have very small margins, and it's all about understanding matchups. And that's what you're going to see here in the opening corner from TAS. He gets the ball to Mbappe. It's very common for professional players to go short. And when they go short on this 1v1 matchup here, you have to beat the first man. And it's important to either use a skill move and then go for skill move strings if you're trying to open up additional space. You might be looking for a layoff or additional crossing options, whether it's the near post or the far post. That's exactly what you're going to see here. A bit of a flick from Mbappe, clever work, opens up space. And more importantly, now he can take a quick look up, a quick view, and see what's available. What do I have for targets? He sees that he's got Virgil van Dijk, big man on campus on the back post, and you've always got to give him a chance to go ahead and do his thing. He's got Da Costa, who is one of the better fullbacks in terms of stopping aerial crosses. But at the same time, when you have a presence, you got someone like Virgil on that back post, and it might hurt Tech's heart a little bit to concede to Virgil.
Fan for sure, yeah.
But you got to give him a chance to go get it, and it allows TAS to also set the tempo, which is so important for his gameplay style. He's not someone who's known for scoring a bunch of goals, and we're actually going to take a look as well at Tex, who's battling back, and he showed many instances of having that champion's pedigree. He was never really out of the match until the very end, and in this freeze frame here, it's a bit of a 50-50, very common procedure that you see in FIFA 19, especially at the competitive end, where you have to make a decision. And you've got this matchup, Cristiano Ronaldo, and you're either going to go forward and attack that space, or you're going to have to recycle and look for additional help in your build-up. And on the defensive end, TAS has to decide what does he want to take away, one or the other. And this is something that you're going to see where there is a bit of that I don't want to say luck, but there is a bit of a guessing game between competitors.
Way, couldn't it? Yeah.
And we see Tex do a wonderful job here. Gets the ball into R9, but the job's not done at that point. You still have to glance up. We do have goalkeeper movement, of course, in FIFA 19. And he sees that Van der Sar's on the near post, which says, okay, we're going across the body. We're going to take this opportunity. Maybe get some good fortune, a bit of a friendly bounce. The post is his friend in this situation. Post could be your best friend or your worst enemy. And he converts that, and he starts the comeback trails. However, TAS is able to close it out. And I think we've got to give a lot of credit to TAS. And you heard his interview. He didn't seem too happy about it. He said, people have been writing me off. I'm not getting talked about. Where's the exposure?
Yeah,
Don't I have a track record?
No, he does, and I wanted to mention that track record, actually, because last time we didn't see TAS at the World Cup last year, but last time we did, the year before that, he came in as a favourite. He won the Paris Major, the first ever in the FUT Champions Series. And I actually remember in the press conference before that event, Danny, who he just played a couple of years ago, who's been at 3 in a row now, actually sort of took the microphone and asked TAS a question and said, how do you feel to be the favourite? Trying to get under TAS's skin a little bit. And evidently it kind of worked, because in that tournament, TAS finished bottom of his group, didn't get out. This tournament, he's coming in maybe as an underdog. I wouldn't say underdog, but not a favourite, shall we say.
Definitely in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, and it's working for him. So as much as he might be complaining that people are sleeping on him a little bit, I say go with it, mate. It's working for you pretty well. One other thing I wanted to touch on, if you just hold my mic for me.
Perfect. Teamwork.
Is, let me speak to it, is PlayStation controller. You mentioned goalkeeper movement. So it's something that, personally, I'm someone who's a middle-of-the-range FIFA player. I'm nowhere near as good as Mike, but I fancy myself. I find goalkeeper movement very hard. The reason for that is, so usually, obviously, you're running around, you're trying to get your shots off. This is your movement button or your analog stick. You do this, you guys know, you use these buttons to shoot, what have you. This one's mainly for skill, R3 on the PlayStation. But to do goalkeeper movement, whilst defending, so whilst moving your defenders and doing all the things you're concentrating on, you can then use your thumb here to click down on the R3 and move side to side to move that goalkeeper, which can predict the movement, which is really important, but really hard to do, isn't it?
Well, the reason it's difficult is because you're multitasking. You're still defending, and you're still trying to read what's going to happen. Maybe it's an additional pass while scooting the goalkeeper left and right, and you can look like a genius if you predict what's happening, or you can look like an idiot if you go too early or you go too late.
Sometimes you'll see a clip where a goal goes in and the keeper's in no man's land. You think, what's he doing there? It's because they've done goalkeeper movement and they've got it wrong. You got another clip for us? I
do indeed. So we just saw the Mo Alba versus Levinkin matchup, and Mo Alba is one of those players that scores goals on goals on goals. He's very prolific. We talk about FIFA Houston. Mo Alba's cut from the same class, and it's kind of been his double-edged sword. It's what makes him so progressive, and we love watching him, and it gives him these high rankings, very consistent. However, at the same time, because he scores so many goals, similar to FIFA Houston, you have more range for error. As you can, we're going to bring that back. You have more errors that you're going to make on the defensive end, which is fine, but you got to always outscore your opposition. And what you see here is how quickly he's able to counter attack and just the bodies that are going forward, where he's got 1, 2, 3, and all of these guys are going to be options for him. He finds an inside pass to Neymar, and then Neymar's going to hit a through ball. And the reason that this through ball is open, or that it's a viable option, is because you have manual defensive work from Virgil van Dijk. You see the indicator ahead of him, and that tells him that, okay, we could challenge this, and we're going to put somebody into space and see if we can make something happen. And exactly what happens with a threaded through ball. It's lovely, pulls it back, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Mo Alba also shoot from outside the box.
Yeah, he doesn't mind shooting from anywhere, does he?
And not all competitors are like that. A lot of guys like to work it in and look for the sure thing. Mo Alba, nope, not going to be his way. He's going to give you a little bit of everything. He likes that variety in his attack.
And just to mention one other thing, you mentioned, if you hold my mic again, the threaded through ball. So normal through ball, You hit triangle, you do your through ball. Threaded through ball puts a bit more pace on it. Same as when you want to do a driven pass. You hold R1 at the same time whilst doing triangle. Puts a little bit more juice on the pass, makes it harder for the defenders.
Yeah, it just gives you a little more additional shape.
Mike, thank you very much for that in-depth analysis. I hope that we are back up here again because this is the best seat in the house, but we are ready to go with our next round of fixtures. Thanks to Spencer, thanks to Mike. Let's hand back to our casters, Brandon Smith and Richard Buckley.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yeah, I reckon I could probably deal with going over to that couch at some point. A few tips that I could probably pick up on. We'll go and get back into the action now, guys. Round number 4, we are in.
Look at that score.
Wow, is it a wake-up call for Nicholas? He's 0-3 at the moment, bottom of Group C, I want to say. And he's 2-0 up against Houston in 21 minutes.
Much needed early start right here for Nicholas in this 4th round matchup. 2-0 up inside 20 minutes.
Houston hunting for a goal back. That's a good Keto, unfortunately went straight into Rafael Varane though. Pretty much is, as you said, a much needed, a much win. A much needed win, I want to say, after this game. He's lost his first 3 opening matches. He's got 4 games left, 2 today, and he will have 2 tomorrow, but they're certainly not easy games, are they?
I mean, look who he has to play. Nicholas. You've got your last game of the day in round 7, Lev Vinken. 6th round, Mo Albert. The 5th round, you're playing Tuga. You're playing animals every single round.
You're playing top 10 players. The top 16 on each console did make it to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final after a really long season. For Champions Cups, LQEs, License League qualifiers. We had the playoffs just a few weeks ago as well, which Nicholas did win that. Let's not forget that.
You're looking across the rest of the board. If he was to go on and win this match, that'll put him on 3 points. 12 points could be enough to sneak in and 4th. You then have to play 1st in Group D.
Which we don't know who that's going to be yet. Group D is in action later today, but just some of the names in that group. Maestro, Pina, Joxan, New York City Chris. Wow. No one comes here for an easy ride.
If Nicholas was to go on and qualify, it'll be one of the best comebacks that we've seen in FIFA. After being 0-3, to go on and win the tournament. You basically can't drop another match through the entirety of this tournament right now if you're Nicholas, because if you go 4 games played, 0 points, max points you could get is 9. Mo Alba's already on 9. You're not catching him. If Tor wins another game, he's on 9. Lev wins another game, he's on 9. Tuga wins another game, he's on 9.
I'll tell you what, could be 3-0 now. Rio Ferdinand just caught in the trap there, and it's going to be a penalty. Potentially 3-0 to Nicholas. We're jumping over to this one. Resende against Llanos. The South American clash over in Group A. Resende, his 2nd grand final, was here last year as a free agent. Llanos, one of the veterans in competitive FIFA. He's back in 2011 when he had his best ever run. Came 2nd. And you can see there, Nicholas did score that penalty as well. He's gone 3-0 up against Houston. Needs to just win now. And you said about he has to win every single game. He did that in Berlin, Richard. He went 4-0 in Swiss and then just didn't lose a game. He won the competition.
It's a different atmosphere though. It's a different vibe altogether. It's great when you're winning. You can just continue that streak. You can continue the form that you're playing. When you go 0-3, you have to change something. You simply have to, whether that's something from your coach implemented into you, whether that's a formation change, whether that's just a mentality change, saying, am I actually going to go out 0-4, bottom of my group? Am I going to go out 0-5, 0-6, maybe 0-7, not even win a game here in London?
Vieira, back to Neymar now. This is Llanos, by the way, in that Colombian strip. From right to left, he will get a shot away with Modric. Unfortunately, there's nothing more than just sting the hand of the Dutchman.
Am I going to bottle it on the biggest stage that we've had this season?
Just looking here in the group, how it is all looking at the moment. We know that Tass and Danny, they drew that last game 2-2. 1 point apiece, 1 point shared. Fabinho, fellow Brazilian in the competition, he's doing well. 6 points to his name, nearly a chance as well. Nearly the first goal of the game for Resende. Obviously, do not forget that F2 Tex is in this group as well. Dinked up, you're thinking where the volley's going to come in, chips it back inside, and wow, nearly into the bottom corner.
You see the games across the board right here. Danny versus Tex. Looks like Danny might have had a chance there in the top left corner, bottom left, all English affair. Tom Stokes versus FaZe Tass. 2 esports orgs there facing up, Rebel FC and FaZe. Bottom right corner, 2 football clubs taking on against each other, Wolfsburg and Wolverhampton Wanderers. Megabit and Fabinho.
Speaking of that game, Megabit nearly goes through. Megabit will win a penalty over that. Could be a chance for him to go 1-up against the Brazilian. Featured match of those, we said Resende against Llanos. That's 0-0 at the moment. Sure, goals will be flying in shortly. It's crazy, Rich. There's 3 English players in this tournament. They're all in the same group. And that's just because of how the seeding has gone in the rankings.
They're all doing well so far.
Especially Tass. Joined top of Group A. He has beaten Tex today. Here's Llanos. Into Pele. Modric goes for that fake shot inside, but it is read well by Danny Da Costa out for a corner.
Llanos been struggling so far here in London, bottom of the group, 0 wins, 3 defeats to his name. They were looking to get kick-started here, like his South American friend, Nicholas.
Interesting as well, happy to have the headset off is Llanos. Some players prefer to have the headset on their own music playing. Corner, once again, the cross comes in. Pullet will jump up. Houston does get a goal back in that matchup against Nicholas. As we said, Group C and Group A are the matches in focus at the moment. We're in round 4. There's Ferran. Once again. How many times in the air?
Again, Van der Sar to his left-hand side. Big, big save from the Dutch icon. Marco 2-1 up against Lev Vinken there.
What a save again. Llanos just getting frustrated. How are they not going in, he's asking.
I really like that corner as well. Played to the edge of the box and then headed back into the box. Not a shot, but a past header with A.
Some of the performances, Richard, we saw out of Edwin van der Sar in the playoffs in both Hamburg and Berlin. It was clear to see why a number of pros are backing him. Just seems a little bit more confident in the air as well when it comes to collecting the ball. And you've just seen it there, some of the crazy saves he's pulling off.
Mesmerising performances, really, from Edwin van der Sar, whether it's the prime van der Sar or the middle variation of the icon, which a lot of players do tend to go with. Slightly better speed from the middle variation of the icon rather than the prime.
What story that is as well. Lev against Marco. It was Lev Vinken that actually got Marco's spot in the grand finals. Now they're up against each other in the same group.
Doesn't matter how you get here, it's that you're here. Marco, 58 points was the difference between him being at this competition and him being sat at home watching as a spectator.
That really is the difference. We saw that in both of the rankings. That 16th spot was battled for. It was Fabinho that just snatched it on Xbox for Wolves. And it was Marco, day 3 of the competition in Berlin. He was waiting and praying. And it was the man he's up against now, Lev Vinken. Basically got to that console final, knocked out anyone that could have caused an upset or any movement round the rankings. 1-0 Tass against Stokes. What a matchup that is. 2 English old school FIFA players. Penalty shouts there, waved away for Resende. And Resende's had a very good season overall. Singapore was a highlight for me. Getting to see the Brazilian play there. Unfortunately, couldn't represent his country at the E-Nations Cup, but he's enjoyed playing different formations this year. He's enjoyed testing new things out.
Yeah, we saw a very good Resende at a G-Finity LQE, where he went really late into Championship Sunday, Resende, and then in Singapore, a good performance again from him. Semi-final. Now, speaking to that man behind him there, Coach Thomas, he was telling me a little bit about the preparation. They've got multiple different formations, different custom tactics, different approaches to all the different players that they will be facing here in London.
That really is the one thing I've noticed, Richard, sorry to interrupt, is that the preparation of all the coaches. As this shot does come in, a little bit of goalkeeper movement there. It wasn't really a testing shot anyway.
The 3-5-2 is something that they have incorporated in the past and will be willing to incorporate here in London. Not every game, but they feel like against a couple of the opposition, it will be better suited to play with that 3-5-2 that Resende is comfortable in.
Paqueta back to back, all going to half time at 0-0, and Janos will probably be scratching his head thinking how he has not scored 5 shots, 5 on target. Let's have a look at some of the goals that have flown in. Houston looks like he's got himself back another goal. This was already scored a little while back. 58th minute there, Hullet making that 3-2. And there was the breakthrough for Tass in this one.
Yeah, quite a fortunate deflection there. Found its way to Neymar. 36 minutes gone, smashes that past the goalkeeper of Stokes, and it looks like Lev Vinken taken the lead after an awful touch from Sergio Ramos against Footwiz Marco.
And it was Ajax Tor. Did get himself back a goal, done really well there. Just to spin off the man, pivot round, let the goalkeeper move and then find that gap and to put the ball into. Ajax Tor ensuring that Nicholas actually lost his 3rd game in that round 3. Cannot forget that. 5 goals to 3, it was a win over the 2 legs. And now back to the second half of this first leg, round 4. We've only got 1 more round to play from Group A and C. Then those players will go back to the hotel, they'll relax. Some will be probably over the moon because they're only a game or 2 away from ensuring they're in the knockout. Some may have even done enough. If some players have gone on 12 points, it's perfect.
Just seen a little stat here as we're coming into half-time. There's been 3 goals scored altogether in round 4 of the Xbox. On the PlayStation, there's been 19 goals scored so far. And what are we, 70 minutes into these games? Seems a lot tighter defensively on the Xbox, on the PlayStation. Goals galore.
See that game as well, 2-2. Moalba against Dr. Ahano, an all-German clash there. Both of them did play in the virtual Bundesliga this year. Dr. Ahano now a free agent, one of 2 free agents in the competition, alongside Stefano Pina, the world champion on PlayStation last year, not the overall champion, made the grand final showdown. He was the best PlayStation player in the world from FIFA 18.
Was the runner-up to the champ, MS Desari. Tass doubling his lead against Tom Stokes on the Xbox.
60 minutes played here. It's been a quiet one. 0-0. Janos. Well, both players really need the win. I looked at this group not long ago. Janos yet to pick up any points as of yet.
It seems as though Resende are just on the cusp. 4th and 5th, him and his Brazilian national Abinho.
Messi, oh, this is nice. Oh, Resende,
great goal.
I'll tell you what, it wasn't time, but the build-up to it was fantastic. I didn't even know what he was doing for a minute. Just turned around to his coach, just said, more water, please. He's 1-0 up, 60 minutes on the clock. And Janos will probably feel hard done by. He's had a lot of chances, just hasn't taken them.
Team of the year, Leo Messi, and it's only the duck, I think, from CR7, Cristiano Ronaldo, that's let that go in. If he doesn't duck there, that's bouncing off Ronaldo, probably being offside as well. But you see that, Lionel Messi. Really, as we've got later into the year, Messi is being incorporated into the team. So the simple fact that until maybe he got to a 98, a 97 special item in the game, his stamina and his physical just wasn't good enough. That Team of the Year has got an incredible upgrade in terms of the physical and the stats and the physicality and stamina over the 94. I think it's like 20 plus stamina increase. It's such a big weapon to have, having stamina in your locker, because no one wants to play 45 minutes with a player and then have to bring them off because they can't run anymore.
There's a silly foul to give away there for Janos on the edge of the box. Megabit 3-0 up. Marco 4-3 up when I last saw that score. He needs another win as well. 3 more points to be added onto his tally would be fantastic for him after that huge win. First game of the day against Nicolas. Resende looking for a second, really patient in his build-up. Inside to Neymar, the Brazilian. Saka trying to find a second for him. There's still a second leg to come.
Awful touch there on the edge of the box. Resende were trying to build into that attack. It seems as though Janos, he had a little flurry of what, 3-4 corners back to back where he felt as though he should have got a goal from those set pieces, but apart from that he's not really had anything clear cut that he's created.
Into Hulle. Oh no! Resende, you can just see there, got away with that one. Not too sure what went wrong there for Janos. Wasn't time, there was no real connection with it either. Kind of fell over the ball in the end, did Ruud Hulle.
But Janos is one of those players, a little bit like Webb Nasri. You don't know which Janos is going to show up. It could be a Janos that goes 7-0 in groups, wins every single game, makes a late run in knockouts. Or you could get a Janos that struggles to score goals. You saw that chance right there. Is that pressure? Is that nerves? You don't miss a chance like that when you're playing weekend league at home. Even in qualifying, but because of the magnitude and the arena that you're playing in, you will make mistakes.
Here's that chance for Janos now, and Pele went for a finesse. It's going to fall back to Pele again off the post, and that's the frustration of Janos. How am I not scoring? I'm creating clear-cut chances, and even when the ball is falling to me, I can't put it in the back of the net.
Chance after chance after chance, and what would be a big kick in the teeth right now is if Resende went up the other end and doubled his lead.
Has to think to himself, I am creating chances, I'm getting into the right areas. Surely I can do it again. And a goal will come at some point. If anything, Resende get himself out of this game 1-0 up. And only goal coming fire. Messi. Marco still in front, 4-3. 7 goals in that. You said it perfectly, Richard. Goals have been flying in over on the PlayStation all day long. Have to get points on the board, especially for Janos. Can't leave today without any points. Moalba against Dr. Hano, 2-2 at the moment. It does just seem like Resende set up to either have the last chance of the game or to leave it at 1-0. And in time of 2 minutes. You see Coach Thomas there shaking his head, saying, come on, get going. Maybe have one more attack. Well, happy with something. And there we go. Full time in leg number 1. 1-0 to Resende. Let's have a look at some of the goals that have been flying in the first legs. Danny against Tex. As we know, Danny did get that draw. He's joint top at the moment, and he went 1-0 up in the 82nd minute against Tex. Wow.
Big goal there for Ajax, Danny. This is Megabit creating a chance here, working the ball from his goalkeeper. Nice down the line to CR7. Lovely bit of close control. Luka Modric picked out in the box. Near post, timed, green, low, driven. Modric makes it 3 for Megabit.
And obviously the only goal in this game. Heel to heel. Somehow span on the ball. Even a scoop turn in there maybe as well. Messi to get the only goal in that game. And as you said, it was where Ronaldo just ducked down, didn't he? Otherwise he would have been offside. Over to this game, the all-English matchup. That was Stokes who got himself a goal back. 63 minutes on the clock there. He was trailing though 2 goals before that.
Tuga up against Tor. Tor playing out yet again from the goalkeeper. Messi down the line. Lovely ball roll. Look for the run there over Ronaldo at the back post. Beautiful pass. Picked it out. Timed it green. 3-2.
You can just see what we're looking at.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I have just seen a scoreline as it stands.
What, from all the way from this far out?
I have, yeah. I've got 20/20 vision. Because it's Houston 3, Nicholas 3.
Wow. And that's on the right-hand side there. You can see the blue pod. That's for the PlayStation guys. And there's the goal from another game here. This is just 3 minutes in. Mo Alba's going to get himself in front. And you said it perfectly, Richard. We're over to this game now. Nicholas has just scored, so he will be 4-3 up. For Houston, as you said, just did get that equaliser. What a 10 minutes it's been over here.
Yeah, this game, in reality, if Nicholas loses this game, is it over for him? 9 points, probably.
I don't know what to say.
9 points probably won't be enough to send you through.
And he has to win those games as well, Richard.
Yeah.
He's Houston now. I'm so glad that we've been able to go over to the second leg of this one. If you don't know the story, why we're all talking about Nicholas at the moment, he's lost his opening 3 matches today. He's bottom of this group. Very unlike the Argentine, who's always at events, he's always getting through the knockout, or sorry, through the group, Swiss, whatever it is. Won the playoffs a few weeks ago.
I mean, what you're saying, he always gets through the knockouts, really. He's always making a console final, a cross-console final. And that's why we're so shocked.
He's looking for another one now. Oh no, the skills are out for him. A few ball rolls there, a few step overs. The roulette or two. Speaking of Houston though, was not a tournament to remember the playoffs for him. Got Swiss, really, went out in Swiss. And what did he do straight after? He went back and he prepared for this tournament. Weekend leagues, div rivals, playing against fellow pros.
Yeah, when I was speaking to him at the welcome party yesterday, it was very much, I know that I was so bad at the playoffs. I went on holiday for 5 days, cleared my mind, forgot about the playoffs, and then got my head down.
And the crazy thing this year as well, the only Danish player to be in the competition. Last year we had Aggie and we had Marcuso. Marcuso, as we know, just outside that top 16 after the playoffs. Aggie, unfortunately, couldn't make it to the top 16 either. But I tell you what, the whole of Denmark will be watching Houston right now, and they'll be supporting him over these 3 days. If he can get a result against Nicholas, this could be huge for him.
Put that ball down the line.
You've got to be thinking as well, in Nicholas's mind right now, the amount of pressure he'll be under. He'll know that the whole FIFA world right now is asking questions of him. Why is Nicholas losing games? Why is this not happening?
Do you feel like that could help him, knowing that he's put all the pressure on himself right now? He's the only person that he can blame. You look around the ground.
He hasn't tasted a win yet at the FIFA World Cup Grand Final. Here you go. Looking around then. Ajax Tor, 3-2 up against Tuga. In the right top-hand corner of his screen. Over to Dr. Hano Mo Alba. 3-2 for Mo Alba. Top of Group C at the moment. And then Marco against Lev Vinken. Marco is in front, 4-3 still. Big result for Marco at the moment.
Just looking onto the Xbox side of the action right now. Danny still leading 1-0 against F2 Techs. Resende from M10, 1-0 up against Janos. Stokes, 4-1 down against Tass. Tass is on fire right now. And Megabit still leading 3-0.
Another goal, Richard. Marco, 5-3 up against Lev Vinken. That will mean that if Marco wins this, he'll be on the same points as Lev.
You saw that goal there in the bottom right corner. Lovely fake shot from Marco to send it back onto Mbappe's left foot. Off the crossbar, fired past the goalkeeper.
It's hard, isn't it, right now? You're like, what game do we want to go to?
I think it's all eyes on Nicholas.
It has to be Nicholas Houston, that game. So tightly contested. Houston's actually on an attack now. We'll focus on that one. Here he is on the attack. We'll see how that one went for him. That was the goal we were talking about. What a finish it was. Smashed against the upright and into the back of the net from Kylian Mbappe.
Just looking about the grounds. Top right corner of your scene there, of your screen, I should say. Tor versus Tuga. Big discussion in that top right corner. Is a penalty to Tuga.
3 goals to 2. This could be 3-3. Huge chance for Tuga. One of 2 Portuguese representatives here at the FIFA World Cup Grand Finals. Up steps R9. Will go left and will score. That game's all square at 3-3. And we will be jumping back to Nicholas Houston now. That is the game we will be focusing on. That's not even at half-time yet. The score is 4-3 to Nicholas.
Lots of FIFA left to be played here at the O2, and this is only half of the day. We've got groups B and D to come this afternoon. Desari in action, Stefano Pina, Joxan, all yet to kick a ball here at the World Cup Finals.
And there we go, half-time in this matchup. At the moment, Nicholas just about in front. Not really many chances created by Houston. Only 1 shot. Unfortunately, so far in this matchup form. If you have just joined us, this is the FIFA World Cup Grand Finals at the O2. Look at this spectacle behind us, Richard, that's going to be amazing over these next 3 days. Might not be as good, though, if Nicholas is not in the competition.
I mean, that's the shock of the day so far. That is the story of the day. Nicholas, 0-3 after his first 3 games. He's now leading 4 goals to 3 against Houston with 45 minutes left to play. Can the miracle from Nicholas still be on? People call him the Messi of FIFA. He's not performing right now.
Yeah, he's not performing indeed. We are in round 4, if you wonder what we are in the second leg of this round. Then we've got one more round, then we will be looking at groups B and D, where MS Desari will be in action. The current world champion picked up the trophy around $250,000 last year. Could he be the first ever world champion to go back-to-back year after year on an eWorld Cup final win? Janos against Resende in the second leg. I tell you what,
Janos back on the corners. This man loves a set piece. He's not got a coach behind him, but if he did, it'd be Tony Pulis. 3-1-4-2 from Janos from the get-go. I love that attacking formation. Janos knows that for him to get in this competition and to stay around, he has to attack. It's not only Janos that's attacking. We saw this penalty from Tuga, low to the bottom left corner. 35 minutes gone in that game, 3 apiece. The scoreline still 6. Tex got a goal back against Danny.
Wow, an early goal as well. Played him through the legs of the defender there. I think it was Van Dijk. Oh no, not missing from there. Tex straight back into that game. It's been coming though, Richard, that goal with Janos. The amount of chance he created in that first leg, he was getting so frustrated, then just like that, 1 chance, 1 corner, and he's straight back into this game. And he's playing in a very attacking formation because, as you said, Richard, he can't leave today without any points. He has to get points on the board. Yes, there's still 1 more round to come, but he needs his first win.
Hullet there, back in the defensive duty. It had to be Hullet to win that header, unless Mbappe was going to get a nice leap at it. Seeing that back 4, potential back 3. I'm not too sure if he has switched back formations yet. Has the Colombian. Vieira, good bit of close control there, nearly got dispossessed. It looks like he's still in a back 3.
We were speaking about Janos, weren't we? Probably had the most caps when it comes to a World Cup final. And what a second leg he's having here. 11 minutes in, 2-1 up. How's he got that space for Luka Modric?
Just shows when he plays more attacking, when he plays a little bit more direct, he plays better, does Janos. Luka Modric there, firing past the goalkeeper. And yet again, it's not only Janos who is turning games around. F2 Tex, 2-1 up against Ajax Danny.
4th FIFA World Cup Grand Final for Janos. He's got the experience of the groups. Think back to that tournament in 2017, Richard.
Yeah.
Rocky
beat
out
Rocky
in the groups. Like, it was a crazy, crazy tournament.
And then I think he played against, if memory serves me correct, he played against Gorilla in the semi-finals. It was, if he had gone on and beat Gorilla right there, he had a penalty and he chipped it down the middle, did Janos. Since then, Gorilla kicked on, almost put him to the sword a little bit, beat Cody the finisher in the console final then, before defeating Dito in the cross console final. But that semi-final against Janos, if he would have scored that penalty, how history might have been rewritten.
He's been involved in 11 events this year, and he really started kicking off his season when he got more towards May, console final in one LQE and a semi-final in the other. He's really enjoying himself now as well. I think he's asking for a little bit more out of his players from the reaction we can see there on his face cam. Corner comes in straight away. Keeper's off his line, and keeper's there to collect it.
Easy work there for Van der Sar. He's had some really interesting corners, has Janos, in this game. It seems like we've got 4 or 5. He likes to go to the near post, the back post, and we talked about these games kicking into life in the second legs. They have indeed, Brandon.
They have indeed. 6 goals to 3. Footwiz Marco will lead. Mo Alba 5 goals to 2. As we saw, Tuga did equalise 3-3 against Tor. And the other big result, TAS against Stokes. 4 goals to 2. Megabit seems comfortable as well. You can see that result come through. 3 goals to 1.
If you're wondering about the boy wonder, F2 Tex 3-2 now against Ajax Danny.
And Nicholas 4-3 up still at this moment in time. Yet to taste a win at the eWorld Cup finals. Crazy. Crazy to think the #1 seed yet to win a game. And we have been talking about it non-stop. Look at it, such a shock. Resende. Is he onside? Yes, he is. Shot comes in, up for a corner.
Just onside there was Resende. You see the goalkeeper movement, as Spencer was talking about earlier on the breakdown couch with Mike LaBelle and Adam. Just being creeped off the line a little bit was Van der Sar. If anything's in that 6-yard box and you move your goalkeeper a little bit, it'll automatically just pull it out. The AI will take over, it'll come and collect the ball.
Danny Da Costa to start the attack. You can see the run he's making on the right-hand side, just interchanges. Mbappe will make it instead now. Really well done there from Van Dijk. This game has really turned around. To be honest, Janos has been the one that's been making all the chances. 0 points for him at the moment. He was bottom of Group A coming into this game. Hence why we've seen such an attacking change for Ronaldo. Oh, wow. That would have been special.
I'm getting flashbacks to the Champions League there with Ronaldo. Bicycle kick inside the box.
You can see how aggressive Janos is, though, in the way he's defending. Just by that free kick he has given away. Really is happy to press. Not give anyone a chance. Ronaldo back inside to Hullet. Huge save again.
Big save there. And look at the top right corner. Houston 4, Nicholas 4.
I'm going to say, I thought I heard some sort of roar. Originally, I'm thinking Ajax Danny, so I'm looking at the text score. It was Houston. 4-4. La Croqueta 1-2-3. Saved on the rebound. He'll take that, Resende.
Very fortunate for that to bounce back to CR7. Open goal for him. And by the looks of it, there's not a lot of time left in that Nicholas game either.
16 minutes left. Remember, draws are a thing, so Houston could be stopping Nicholas from picking up an extra 2 points. Instead, he'd only get a point on the board, which still will not do him any favours. I mean, it's better than a loss, but he needs wins.
Draws don't really help him right now.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum
In time of 3 minutes in this game. 2-2 the score at the moment, but Houston Nicholas, 4-4 the score. Literally about 10 minutes left. Mendy into Ronaldo. And then half-time, 2-2 the score. Llanos against Resende, and you can see that formation we've been talking about. Let's have a look at some of the goals then. This looks like a mistake. Oh, and it is. It's a mistake from Danny there. No idea what happened there from the goal kick. Silly, silly goal to give away. This was Tex's third. He's currently 3 goals to 2 up in this game.
Yeah, Danny did get one back shortly afterwards. Nice little play on the edge of the box. One cricketer, timed it green, 20 minutes gone in that game. Still all to play for. This was the goal with 10 minutes left. It was a header from Ronaldo at the near post. CR7 glancing it past Nicholas.
And into the second half of this game, I believe we are going to jump around maybe to 1 or 2 matches as they close as well. Round 4 now. This is the big one, especially for Nicholas in this round. Stokes will get a goal back as well. That's going to tighten up that game even more. Ball just bouncing around the box for Llanos. No one can connect onto it. No one can latch onto the chance.
Precious seconds ticking past here for Nicholas 99 FC. Came in as the favourite on the PlayStation.
It could be either about to lose a game, win it, or draw it. He's drawing at the moment. Last time we saw it, 4-4. There's not long left in that game at all. In this one, though, Llanos, he needs a win as well. 0 points on the board for him so far. And all I can say is there might have been the biggest goal of Nicholas's tournament so far.
Big, big goal from Nicholas. 5-4, he now leads.
Could that be the start of a resurrection from the Argentine? There has been a goal in that game, and as I said, it has
Look at the time! Look at the time!
Nicholas, oh my God. Oh my days, what a time to score it! Cristiano Ronaldo, 92nd minute. We were over the 92nd minute.
That's it, full time, it's finished that game.
Nicholas gets his first win on the board after 4 rounds of FIFA. Could that be the start of something for him, Richard? He needed a win.
3 points on the board. 3 games left to play. Maximum he can get is 12 points. Once this round has finished, we'll be able to look at the mathematics a little bit better and see if he can go through. But you look who who's got left to play, Nicholas.
It's not easy.
Tuga, he can take points away from him, closing the gap on 3rd and 4th. The 6th round he has to play.
Stokes has just equalised against Tass as well. 4-4. This round 4 has been superb. Free kick to coming now from Resende, 27 yards out. Timed it green, went low as well, saved away by Van der Sar.
Mo Albert in the 6th round and Lev in the 7th round. So he's going to be taking points away if he wins those games against the players above him. It's going to be big for him to do that. You're also looking, Marco, winning games, picking up points on the board. Group C, we said it was a group of death, and it's living up to the hype right now.
Corner played short. This is Resende, and it goes. Neymar's there in the air, headed away once again by Rafael Varane. It's going to fall kindly to Luka Modric. He's able to pivot left and right, just about keep hold of that ball for him. Given away in the end, nearly fell straight back as well. So Resende, Llanos needs points as well. 0 points to his name. It's a bit like Nicholas, a draw. You don't want to draw either, you want to win. 20 minutes left to do so. He's still playing that 3 at the back formation.
It's always risky when I see players play it around the back. Just like that. You see that right there. Inches away from giving the ball away. Because if you lose it when you're passing from your centre-halves, you're going to disaster city because you're conceding a goal.
especially against the fresh legs of substitutions that have come on as well, attacking players that have been introduced. Those matches you just listed off for Nicholas, they're knockout games. For Champions Cups, playoffs, they're knockout games. They're semi-finals, they're console finals.
Yeah.
And he's got to win them to have any chance of getting through to the knockout. Oh, Resende! What a chance that was.
Let's have a look at Tom Stokes' equaliser here against FaZe TaS. R9 running forward, Havertz into play to CR7. Slotted past the goalkeeper, 2/3 of that game completed. Megabit extending his lead against Abinho.
Yeah, a little cross. Low driven into Eusebio. He's happy just to parry that one away. No chance for the goalkeeper. 5 goals to 2 there. Now back to this game. 15 minutes left. As we said, Nicholas picks up his first win of the FIFA World Cup final. This is Group A, the group you're looking at. This is as it stands, so Janos will pick up a point from this game. Remember, draws are a thing. We don't go to extra time or penalties in the groups. Tex will go back top, Richard.
But he's struggling to shake off Ajax Danny. Danny getting a goal back. It's now 4-3 in that group. TaS and Stokes, 4 apiece. If there's a winner in that game, it then mixes up the table.
And also,
and there has been a goal in that game. This is the goal for Ajax Danny right here. 4-3 now. Plenty of time left to play in that game. And who else but Tom Stokes?
He's not
a little bit of late drama.
He's not turned it round. Oh my. He was 3 goals down going into that second leg. He's 4-0 up.
You know what they call that? They call that the Bullock special. The Bullock is here in attendance with Tom Stokes.
And it is worth talking about the coaching setup for a number of players. Not just 1, but 2. Christopher Bullock and Zach Moore behind Tom Stokes in this all-English matchup. As I said, he was 3 goals down on aggregate, Richard. He's 4-0 up in this game. He's 5-4 up.
Oh, the man loves a low-driven finesse. Just Stokes picking out that bottom left corner. 5-4 with 20 minutes left to play. The FEWC Grand Finals have not disappointed. Everything that everybody said about it, drama, tension, hype, pressure, all building.
It's only day 1.
Who knows what we're going to see over the next 2 days.
There you go. A little bit about Janos. Came in 12th on the Global Series rankings. Runner-up in Los Angeles in 2011. Lost to Francisco Cruz, who's actually here coaching, I believe, Rastarata. Obviously his opponent as well. Resende is on the attack now. Fake shot into the finish. There we go. That's a huge, huge win. If he can hold it out, Resende and Stokes, both of them picking up points, will move this group round even more.
As we said, that as it stands, subject to change, it should have said at the top of the table, because it has changed. Resende, 3-2 up now. And there's been drama all over.
Oh,
Ajax
no.
Danny,
oh, no.
4 apiece.
No. Ajax Danny equalising.
Oh, it's Zlatan.
Zlatan. 4-4. 10 minutes left in this game. Anyone can beat anyone. Anyone can put on a game against anyone in this competition. The best 16
Danny.
players from each console, from the whole season, battling out. And Janos, if he does not even get a draw out of this, he'll be on 0 points after 4 rounds of FIFA.
That near post, 89th minute, potential winner for Resende.
So many good games, so many incredible results in this round 4. And we still have another afternoon of action as well. Added time of 2 minutes. Can Janos pull back something? Can he get himself a point at least? Resende just needs to hold it out. That's all he needs to do. Messi will drive this one probably into the corner. Van Dijk will Get the ball back, but that's time played, and Resende picks up a point. Tom Stokes extends his lead 6 goals to 4. What a turnaround that was.
What a round. The 4th round has just offered up for us. Danny, Tex, 4 apiece. Stokes, 6-4 up against Tass right now.
And this is the live matchup. 84 minutes should say on the clock now. 6 goals to 4. What a second leg of FIFA. He was 4-1 down.
Just looking over my shoulder here. Danny, he stood up. He's putting his towel around his neck. That's going to be 4 apiece, honours even between Danny and Tex.
And we talk about this competition so much, Richard, about how important it is to everybody. It's the biggest tournament of the year. No one forgets when you're a world champion. We still talk about Alfonso Ramos. We still talk about all these greats that have won world championships. And that's what brings out big performance. Look at Ajax Danny. I've not seen this Ajax Danny all season long. He's always a player that's peaked in the latter stages of the season.
Going back to FIFA 17, reeling off 3 tournament wins back-to-back. The Zigawi battle, the FIWC Munich qualifiers, the Hawks Pro Cup, an online tournament. All building to the grand finals where he did play well. 2018, a little bit disappointed for him. Seems like the FIWC 2019, he has performed. Ajax Danny.
1 minute left.
Look at the score in this game.
Rebel Stokes.
He's beating 5-0 in the second leg.
4-1 down in that first leg. 6 goals to 4. He's going to turn this one around. Wow. So impressive from the veteran. 10 years he's been playing competitive FIFA. And it's hard to believe that this is only his first ever FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final, Richard.
He just beat him 5-0 in the second leg. This tournament is not disappointing. Shake of the head from Stokes. He knows that game he had to perform to his best. We've got 1 more round left from groups A and C. It is hotting up here in the O2, Brandon.
It is indeed. And speaking of a really impressive performance, Mo Alba, I believe, will be on 12 points. He's won 4 out of 4. The only player to do so as well out the 2 groups that we've seen today. So he's got 1 more round to play. If he wins that as well, 15 points for him. It's going to be enough, isn't it, to send him in that top 4. 12 points will probably be enough as well.
Given how the group's been going, 12 points probably will be enough so far. Footwinds Marco, a very good win there against Lev Vinken as well. After this break, you're going to have Adam and Spencer running through all the results and upcoming fixtures from round 5. But it's not disappointed, Brandon.
It hasn't indeed. Do not go anywhere. We're back after this very short break with so much more action here at the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final.
Welcome back to the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final here at the O2 Arena in London, England. Spencer, what a round we just witnessed. Round of the day, I'm calling that. Unbelievable action.
Yeah, and we're getting to that point in the day now where these rounds will have huge ramifications on who goes through and who stays in the tournament, and we've seen some big results there which could play a part in some people's exits from the process.
I mean, Danny and Tex, so well fought, 4-4. Of course, Tass against Stokes, 4-1. Tass won the first leg and then lost 5-0 in the second. I mean, absolutely incredible.
It was an amazing turnaround from Stokes. You've got to ask yourself, what's he changed, in between the first and the second leg to not just win, but win so dominantly. He's looking fantastic. Honestly, I think Stokes is one to watch for this tournament for sure.
And of course, Nicholas, who going into this round, of course, is the #1 ranked PlayStation player, was bottom and scored in the 92nd minute, the last kick of the game almost, to win and get his first points on the board. That could be a huge, huge moment for his tournament.
But it's kept him alive, quite frankly. If he'd drawn that game, I don't think he can go through. So the fact that he's won, it means he's still got to do that 3 more times now, the remaining 3 games. Only 1 more round today, of course. Gets a little bit of time to go home. As long as he wins this last one, look at what went wrong today, analyse it, come back tomorrow a different man, and keep himself alive in the process.
Okay, let's have a look at some of the goals. I think the first one is within the Tex versus Danny match, which was such a competitive match.
It really was. It was back and forth in terms of who was in the lead and who wasn't. But look at this for an error from Danny. Absolutely terrible decision from the goalkeeper there to try and think it to his own defender, but obviously giving it straight to Tex. Tex ends up taking a 2-goal lead in this game, but Danny fights his way back. And Danny is impressing people.
He is, isn't he? He's having a good tournament so far.
He is. This is his 3rd FIFA eWorld Cup in a row. He's been a very consistent player, but he's never really kicked on to the point of winning trophies in the big scale. But right now he's playing some good FIFA, he's getting some big results, so he could go the distance.
And more goals. The drama did not end there. Another finish that we're just about to see here. Nice finish. Yeah,
that was the goal that got him back, and it ended up drawing that game with Tex, which is a great result. Anyone would take a draw against Tex.
And of course, huge. We saw just here the roar that went on when Nicholas scored that late goal. This was the game, Nicholas against Uston, and what a big game and what a big moment this could be in the whole tournament for Nicholas.
Yeah, Uston kept getting himself back in the game despite Nicholas taking the lead. You see here, Nicholas is about to go 4-3 up on aggregate here. Fantastic work in the box. Nice little close angle finish, but then Uston gets another one, 73rd minute. Look at the time on the clock, 92 minutes gone. Crosses it in very acrobatically, comes this man on the edge of the box, works it in.
Look at the score on the clock, look at the time on the clock, sorry. 92:44 with an allotted 2 minutes, and this is what it means for the tables. This is Group A, of course, the Xbox players, and as you can see, they are the top 4, going well for the English competitors so far. Tass, Stokes and Tex all in the top 4. Don't forget the top 4 qualify for the knockout stages, and Danny currently sitting top, 8 points from 4 games, but a very tight group that, Spence.
Danny, the only unbeaten player in this group with 2 wins and 2 draws, and that's a tough group to stay unbeaten in. Again, English guys doing well, they're all going through right now, but Resende's only out on goal difference. If he gets a couple goals, he could take maybe even Tex's spot. Tex and Stokes neck and neck as well, just 1 goal separating them, so fascinating to see how that group ends up. Obviously, Megabit picking up some points now. Still time for him to get in.
Yeah, and let's have a look at Group C. Of course, this is the PlayStation group, and Mo Alba, what a tournament he is having. Couldn't have gone much better. 12 points from 4 games played, and of course, plus 13 goal difference. So, great tournament for him.
We're probably not focusing on Mo Alba enough. This guy is doing all sorts of stuff right now. He's winning every game. No one else has done it so far, and we'll see obviously 2 more groups later today. Someone else could do it, of course, but right now is the only player that's won every game in a tough group. Obviously, the group that Nicholas is in, they've still got to play each other. That's going to be a fascinating matchup, and Nicholas needs to win it.
Okay, and speaking of Mo Alba, he has had a great tournament, and he is with Emma now. Emma, over to you.
Yes, I'm here with Mo Alba, who has fully cemented that top spot in Group C with a 6-3 win over Dr. Ahano. I mean, not a bad morning at all, is it?
No. Yeah, 4th game, 4th win. So yeah, I'm playing really good. I didn't expect this, and I'm really happy. I think I'm in the knockout round, and it's important because I had so hard group, and I have hard matchups coming with Nicholas Ustun. So it's good that I could win the 4 games.
And we chatted briefly about this off camera earlier. There is a massive German contingent here, 6 of you representing Germany. You've never lifted the eWorld Cup before. Can you do it this weekend?
I hope. I don't expect this because we have so hard opponents with Tex, Dosseri and Nicholas, but like with a little bit luck, maybe we can get it.
A little bit of luck. And so just 1 group game left. What will you do after that? How will you kind of wind down and look ahead to the knockouts?
I think I will go sleep at 3 o'clock. So because I'm so tired, I never wake up until 2 or 3. No, I have to wake up at 7. So it's not normal for me, and I will sleep like until tomorrow.
Well, don't do that. We need you back here. Okay. Well, best of luck. Thank you.
But looking very happy, and as he should be, Spencer. It's just everything is going right. Does he keep calm? Does he change anything? I mean, going into the latter stages, what would he do differently?
Well,
just more of the same, I presume.
Mo Albert always looks happy. That's his best trait. Even if he's losing, he looks happy. But obviously, he's got very many reasons to smile right now. He doesn't. Well, obviously, needs to change nothing. He's going to get some tough games coming up still, but maybe one more win of his next 3 games should secure him a place. You want to try and get top in the group if you can, because that means you're going to play a lower ranked seed in the next round. But we've seen already, seeds don't mean too much. You know, when you've got the 16th seed beating the first seed in the first game of the day, it throws everything out the window. It's much more about momentum and continuing form day 1 to day 2 to day 3, which is a lot tougher than it sounds.
And are you surprised at how close all of these games have been? We're talking about this is the biggest event in the calendar. It is the FIFA eWorld Cup. Some players that haven't played here before. But we've seen so many tightly contested matches. And like you said, the first game, Nicholas, the number 1 seed, alluding to the number 16 seed. It hasn't disappointed in any way, has it? There's been so many tight matches throughout the tournament.
No, like I say, the qualifying process of this tournament was so tough that if you got here, you had to be such an elite player, top 60 in the world across many, many, many different tournaments. So, yeah, anyone can beat anyone on their day. It's just about making sure your day is today.
And Nicholas as well, that goal that he scored, I mean, it could have such big implications for his whole tournament, because it could be the goal that prevented him from going out in the group stages, of course, which no one saw going into this.
Yeah, if he loses this next game, obviously, then it's not had any real effect on it because it's not done what he needed to do. But if he wins this next game, yeah, he gets that chance to stay alive, come back again tomorrow and get some more wins.
Your prediction at the start was Tex. You thought that he was the favourite going into this, as many people did, having seen a lot of the rounds unfold. Are you still going with Tex? You changing your
I think
prediction?
It'd be, well, I mean, I don't think I should be allowed to, really. If I was looking at today, just today, you'd say Mo Albert, because he's won all of his games, of course. But I don't think that's the way these tournaments always work. Often we see people come back the next day and they're not the same player. So I'll stay true to Tex, but this game we're looking at the moment between Stokes and Danny is a really interesting match. Danny unbeaten so far, but I think Stokes is playing some of the best FIFA in the world right now.
Do you?
And if he can beat Danny, get himself higher up that leaderboard, he's already in that top 4 area, then I expect him to go through and I expect him to go far.
Do you expect to be a lot of goals in this game? Because I said Danny's had a good tournament. Stokes, they're both within the top 4 at the minute. Do you expect this to be goals galore or a bit cagey?
They're both pretty free-scoring players. Danny likes to shoot from all angles and catch people off guard with his little tricks he's got. And Stokes, we saw, he lost the first game 4-1 to Tass, comes back, wins the next one 5-0. Or I think 3-1 he lost. Either way, he had a massive second leg. And he has the ability to score goals very quickly, particularly when he puts that pressing mode into play. It's very tough to get around him.
And would you put the Tass 4-1 and then losing 5-0 to Stokes, 2 different legs, that with completely different outcome? None of us saw that coming. What do you make of that result? Because it was mind-blowing, wasn't it?
That
really?
can happen. It happens more than you think in terms of comebacks in the second leg. I was surprised to see it happen against Tass, because Tass is a player that doesn't give up a lot of goals, particularly when he's got a lead. So for him to go into a second leg with a 3-goal lead and let it slip like that, quite surprising.
Yeah, it's been an amazing tournament. It has not disappointed at all. So many great games, so many goals, and we are ready to go with round 5. Time to throw back to our casters, Dan Gaskin and Mark Hatcher.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And as you can see, already the action is underway here between Danny and Stokes, and there already was a chance to speak of, but what a fantastic game this has been, and what a fantastic start to the day this has been for both of these players. Danny currently sat top of Group A, and just behind him is Stokes.
I don't think anyone would have expected Danny, but he's sitting at the top, but that's what he has to offer, those long-range shots. He's so dangerous from every single angle, this man. If he finds a way to score a goal in FIFA, he will be repeating, he will be rehearsing, and he will try and punish you time and time again. But I mean, what a day it's been already. We're in the 5th round now of Groups A and C, and this is going to be the last round of A and C for today, and then we'll move across to B and D, and of course we'll see the round out of these groups tomorrow.
There's a corner here for Danny, flicks that one into the box. Van der Sar will come and deal with it though, and there might be actually a chance here on the counter-attack for Stokes, who's steaming down this left-hand side with Cristiano Ronaldo. Just takes his time here to turn back inside momentarily, but look at this run through the middle. He almost managed to find that run behind the defence there of Neymar. Danny defended it well.
And Stokes, a player who, of course, impressed us all at playoffs by taking down Tex in that final and demonstrating to us a new kind of meta with the low-driven timed finesse. It is a mouthful, but it's also pretty much a fingerful too. It's quite difficult on the controller to be able to perform that.
Well, here's Mbappe then for Stokes inside the box. Maybe we'll see that finish come into effect. Instead, he just took a regular strike there at goal, put his laces straight through it. The goalkeeper was equal to it, and now we're seeing Danny come forward. And just to allude to something that Spencer said in the little build-up there, both of these players very free-flowing, very attacking, love to get goals on the ball.
And both these players have been around for a while as well. They know how to play a game of FIFA. They've been on the big stage. I mean, Danny was here last year. He reached the quarterfinals on this console. He didn't get any further, and I'm sure he'll want to get one better. And for Stokes, I mean, he's actually one of the old guards. He's been around for quite some time, and it's incredible to see him now at the heights he's been able to achieve.
And he's one of these players as well who seems to have just found his form at the right time of the season as well. We've mentioned it, it feels like 1,000 times already today, but the last competitive tournament that we had was just a few weeks ago, and it was Stokes who took it home on the Xbox, but maybe Danny is going to take home the first goal of this game. Composure, precision, both of them put together there, and the result is the first goal on the board. It's Kylian Mbappe who finds it for Danny.
He just had all the time in the world with Mbappe there, and sometimes that can be a bad thing because you start to second guess yourself. Should I be finessing it? Should I go for a low driven? But Danny was calm. He waited, he watched the goalkeeper movement, and then sometimes if you just hammer it home, it's gonna beat that goalkeeper. Keepers aren't gonna be able to save those really strong shots towards the top corner. And now Danny has the lead. Danny, who is currently unbeaten today as well. There's only a few players who've been able to achieve that thus far. Stokes, of course, has only won 2, but he's only lost 1 as well with 1 draw, so he's also in fine form.
It really has been somewhat of a topsy-turvy day, but these have been, in my opinion, 2 of the standout players as we see almost another chance falling to Danny here. Now he's going to pick the ball back up with Ruud Gullit. One Dutchman controlled by another. The strike comes in at the near post, and Van der Sar has to get down. Corner here for Danny. In towards that near post. Acrobatics from CR7, not good enough to get the ball on target and test the goalkeeper.
Yeah, Danny does like to find these different ways, these different angles, but sometimes you think, should he be going for that? But I think, why not? And why not do that as well? And that's just what he has in the locker. Just when you least expect it, he can slam them home.
Fantastic strike from distance there from R9, and again, catching Stokes off guard, to be honest with you. Not a shot you expect from that distance, from that angle, played straight into R9, and just a snapshot. The right foot finds that top left-hand corner. The goalkeeper can just watch it sail past him. And as quick as that, Danny now 2 to the good, and you can see why he's playing so well today.
Then both of these players in their previous game had comebacks as well, so we knew they were going to be fiery coming into this one. Danny, who was down against Tex, managed to get a comeback into that one. And then Stokes was 5-1 down, or 4-1 down, sorry, against TAS, and came back to win that. Absolutely incredible stuff, and I guess that'll give him a little bit of hope in this game despite being 2 goals behind.
Well, here is Stokes, maybe a chance to strike, and just got the timing wrong on the shot. But a big opportunity there for Rebel Stokes to find an equaliser and beat the goalkeeper.
It was in if it was green, and he knows it, and Danny knows it as well. He'd got that low-driven time finesse, it had beaten the keeper. Stokes maybe under a little bit of pressure here, needs to switch back on.
Well, good passing play here again from Danny. Great tackle, and one thing I do want to highlight a little bit is one of the players who's actually on the pitch here for Ajax, Danny, and that is, of course, footies winner Paul Pogba. What a foot item that is, recently added to the game only in the last couple of weeks, and obviously someone that Danny's taken a liking to with the 4-star weak foot and the 5-star skills. No surprise there.
Not that, he's a giant as well, so he's going to be able to be in that position to win headers if you need it.
Mistake though, and it falls to Danny, and he can't take that chance. That was a chance to make it 3.
It has been one of my favourite things of the season, is seeing the new foot items introduced and how they shape the meta, how they develop these teams, who's going to be using who. We've had many a conversation about goalkeepers, fullbacks, but then to see a centre midfielder come in is great.
And there's one player who, ever since he has been introduced to the game, has been in everyone's team. And that is Kylian Mbappe, again bursting away. And how end-to-end is this, Dan? You can tell that both of these players have been playing some free-flowing stuff. Well, neither of them have got the brakes on at the moment. It's full steam ahead. Neymar now for Stokes. Great tackle from Gullit, but it's given away by Danny. And Stokes has a chance to create another attack. Neymar turns back, almost gets that return ball. And now straight up the other end, it'll be Danny on the attack.
Is Danny playing a little bit too fast now would be my real question, because he has a 2-goal advantage.
Great ball.
He could slow it down.
Is Ronaldo going to get there first? Van der Sar comes out and claims.
Because if he does slow it down, if he keeps possession, he can then restrict the amount of chances Stokes has. However, if he keeps going at Stokes, yes, okay, the possibility of a third, a fourth is there, but he's also going to be more likely to make mistakes, more likely to give Stokes those opportunities on a counter-attack as well. But when the adrenaline is buzzing through you, you just want to keep going. You want to ride this high.
Well, here's Mbappe then for Stokes. Flicks that ball up, looks towards that back post. Header one there by the defender. Ramos will clear. Danger though. Once again for Danny. Stokes is definitely knocking at the door, but both players are just steaming forward. It's almost as if defence is almost a secondary option for both of them at the moment.
It's almost like we're playing basketball rather than football.
Another mistake, Neymar. This time into the box for Danny. R9, he's upended, but I think he just won the ball.
And a time for a breather for both players, because that really was end-to-end action. We can have a look at goals elsewhere and games elsewhere, as TAS currently is 1-0 up against Abinho. TAS, another one of these front runners in this group, currently on 7 points. And of course, he had that victory versus Tex prior to these games. So I'm sure he's going to be full of confidence, but he did throw away that game against Stokes.
He did, and I think that he needs to bounce back quickly here. We've talked about how TAS is a fantastic FIFA 19 player. He's a fantastic FIFA player throughout the different iterations of the title. However, in his own words, had a little bit of an up and down season, and sometimes his mentality can be a little bit up and down himself. So to bounce back here will be the perfect way to answer back from what was an incredibly disappointing result for him.
And especially when you're looking at results elsewhere, I'm sure that TAS is going to be thinking, I have to be securing a victory against the likes of Abinho. Abinho qualified for this tournament in 16th place, so he really was that final position. So when you look at a group this stacked, you've got to be winning these games if you want to be able to push through and you want to be able to progress. But Abinho has been able to secure 1 victory thus far. He does see himself on 3 points, but he is in 7th in the group, only ahead of Janos.
So here comes TAS then, last attack of this first half. Finds R9, who's progressed inside his man here. Van Dijk can't get back inside. Van Dijk battling with R9, but it doesn't matter because the Brazilian holds him off and finds CR7. Cristiano Ronaldo doubles the lead. Perfect game management there at the end of the half from TAS.
It's almost like no one could wrestle Ronaldo off the ball as well there, as he then played the ball across to his counterpart Ronaldo. And that's what TAS has to offer. He can wait, he can be patient, he knows how he wants to play a game of FIFA. He will control the ball, he will frustrate you, and now with a 2-goal advantage, sorry to say it, Abinho, but it's going to get even more frustrating the further we get into this game. Of course, TAS sometimes when he feels really comfortable, he'll start to play free-flowing FIFA and he'll get more attacking. But now we can look at some more goals elsewhere as Houston versus Mo Alba. Wow, we knew this one was going to be a goal fest.
Yeah, and you can see here it's actually Houston who's on the attack, and that will be a goal to make it 3-2 on aggregate there. And now we go over to Tex versus Resende. And it's the phenomenon on the attack here. Neymar scoops towards the back post, and that's a goal we've seen a lot this season.
Very effective in the back post with Cristiano Ronaldo. And then Marco versus Dr. Ahano, the Aussie boy, showing us what he's made of. He had a little bit of a dip after his victory against Nicholas, but it looks like he's going to close out today strong and give himself a fantastic chance of qualifying through to the knockouts when we get into the rest of those games tomorrow. And then Janos versus Megabit, 2 players who have struggled a little bit today. Megabit has had a better day than Janos. Janos still yet to win a game, Mark.
Yeah, I think that you can see at the moment Megabit starting to come to life a little bit in the group games. However, back to our live game now between Danny and Stokes, the 2 players who are topping Group A after 4 games as we move into round 5 now. 2-0 to Danny. And it has been him who's been dominating that first half, but it has been an incredibly open game, and now you might see the first chance. Here's to Stokes, great goalkeeper movement. Will he get away with it? Van Dijk at the last second with a last gasp clearance. Gets the ball away, but Stokes, he keeps coming forward, but can't beat Ramos, but he gives it away again. And how many times have we seen players be the architects of our own downfall today? Eusebio takes advantage.
Sometimes there's just nothing you can do of getting that ball away. Danny celebrated. Danny thought he had it under control, but he just couldn't clear it. And Stokes is able to carry on his fine form in terms of goals being scored. That's his 23rd goal this tournament. which is just, I mean, we saw what he did at playoffs. He was scoring goals left, right, and centre, and he's doing more of the same here. And I think everyone really tried to learn what he was doing at playoffs, but no one seems to be able to put it into action as well as he does.
I feel a little bit disheartened there for Danny, but it's a perfect indication of the margins that we play with, to be honest with you. A little accidental click of that right stick just clipped the ball up into the air, which allowed Eusebio to nip in and win that ball back and get the strike away. Just a reminder, so many games going on at the moment, so many goals flying in. We can see Tass is now 3 up over Rubinho in that game in the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We're back to our feature game. You can see Stokes still chasing the game, but he's in behind here, and the ball towards the back post might turn into a goal, but Danny again with the goalkeeper movement somehow pulls out a miracle save.
Now this is what he can do, is Stokes. He can just pile that pressure on when he needs to. I mean, the fact he was able to come back in that game earlier against Tass off stream really has demonstrated that he has that ability, and I think he is a player we need to be watching out for as a potential winner of this tournament after how well he did at playoffs. I mean, throughout the season, he played 51 games in individual matchups. He won 31 and lost 20. That's a pretty good win percentage. A lot of players are kind of around the 50%, 52% mark, except those who are like Tex, etc. is like 80%. But incredible stuff from Stokes, and a big thank you to the Stat Zone as well for them tracking that all season.
So then back into our live game once again. Danny will get this one clear, and there's a man upfield as well, so there might be a chance on the counter-attack from the corner here. Neymar can't get the better of the Frenchman there, Ferland Mendy, that team of the season foot item. So powerful, so quick across the ground. And oh, Stokes, you can see the disappointment in his player cam there as his player failed to collect the ball.
Yeah, sometimes when you play that pass, you're just expecting your players to be in the right place at the right time. But of course, they sometimes do make very minuscule errors. If they do so, you have to be ready to pick it up.
Well, here's CR7, and Danny looking dangerous again. Big chance! Oh, he couldn't take it.
And those are the chances you have to take against a player as clinical as Stokes, and Danny will know it. His coach behind him will know it as well. And it must be very difficult for some of these coaches watching on when they almost put their heart and soul into trying to train these players to be better, and then they can do literally nothing but watch and hope at some points.
Stokes goes back inside now to Patrick Vieira. And that's a shot! Oh, and wow, it caught me off guard! I think if there's one player in this tournament you just can't count out until the last kick, it's Stokes again. 2-0 down, now it's 2-2.
First time shots were very effective right at the start of the season, and then I think towards the end of the season people have realised at certain angles they still can be extremely effective, because you can catch the keeper off guard, and the keeper movement sometimes isn't quick enough to keep up with it, as we can look at goals elsewhere. Tex versus Resende, that was the one to the back post with Cristiano Ronaldo to give him a goal lead. But then Resende was able to answer back, and Tex hasn't been able to have the dominant performance that maybe we were expecting early on.
Yeah, a little bit of fortune as the ball fell to Cristiano Ronaldo, but Resende will happily take that little bit of fortune and find the finish to beat the goalkeeper as well. 1-1 in that game. As we hop back now into the game, which is now 2-2, nothing between the two players. To tell the full story, Danny, of course, was 2 goals up in this first leg. And he's let that slip.
And it is always difficult when you do let a lead slip, because you start to think about the mistakes you've made rather than focusing on moving forward and the positives you can actually apply to your game.
Ibrahimovic, who got that last gasp goal to grab that point off of Tex for Danny in the last game, is now on the pitch as well. Will it get there? 2 players slide in to battle for that ball. And Danny wins the ball back high up the pitch here. Great pass in play. Ibrahimovic saved on the rebound. Stokes is hanging on.
Really good goalkeeper movement though from Stokes. He saw that coming, and Danny, even though he read it well by taking that just on the volley, wasn't quite enough. And Stokes doing very well defensively. He knows that Danny wants to toss the ball to the edge of the box and try and crack him on the volley. So what Stokes is doing, he's offering up that little bit of space, but then as soon as he sees the ball in the air, then he closes down, then he gets in the way, which is forcing Danny to play more of a passing style of play.
He's got a 3-on-3 here just for a second. Eusebio does so well to keep possession. Stokes can now build. Here's Ronaldo, here's Neymar.
It's so good!
That finish. He is so good.
It's what separated him from the rest of the pack at playoffs, those kind of finishes. And I asked the question at playoffs, are people going to go home? Are they going to learn how to do it? It's not easy to do. The amount of buttons you have to press is pretty difficult, but for the 32 players here, they should all be capable of doing that.
Well, speaking of goals, that was certainly an impressive one from Stokes to find his way into the lead here, but we've got goals flying in from all of the games that are going on at the moment in Groups A and C, and here finally is a bit of good news for Dr. Ahano. He's making a bit of a comeback there, now 3 goals the difference.
And then bad news if you're a fan of Tex, because Resende's going forward, and you know what that means, there's a goal to come! And Resende takes a 2-1 lead going into that one.
Mo Alba then, he's been scoring goals for fun here in London, and surprise, surprise, he's found another one.
Yeah, he needed that against Houston, because Houston's been playing so well as we now jump back into our feature game, and Stokes, despite the fact he went 2 goals down, has found himself back into the game. And it's those low-driven time finesse, Mark, they're so good because they can beat the keeper at different angles.
Oh, and Eusebio, he almost managed to keep control of that ball. Again, Stokes moving the ball so crisply across the field. It's just as if he can create spaces that others can't at the moment. He's just cutting Danny apart, and to be fair to Danny, we haven't seen too much animation from him. He hasn't got too carried away and disappointed with the situation, the fact that he's thrown away a 2-goal lead. Lots of time to come, of course, still the second leg. But Stokes, I mean, coming into this tournament, we were talking about how good he has been recently. And it seems like he's just finding new ways to get better and better.
But it's also a credit to how well Danny's currently playing. As the flag is raised, that one's going to be offside. But the fact that Danny's keeping this close, despite him having a relatively average season, I mean, his win rate is literally 51%. I think he's thinking, all right, okay, well, I'm hanging with the big boys now. I'm top of this group. Finally, he's shining at the right moment this year.
Well, here's CR7. Cricketer onto that right foot, and there, you can see the frustration there from Stokes, looking for that low-driven time finesse again. And it's not as easy as it looks. You have to be somewhat of an octopus to pull it off.
And I think that's probably why we've not seen people try to implement it into their game at this stage of the season, because it could just go drastically wrong for you. So you stick to what you know, you stick to what you're good at, and the ways that you found you can comfortably score in FIFA 19, whether that be headers, whether that be volleys from outside the box, or whether it's going to be the finesse shots close range. Everyone has their own trademark style finish, and I think that's what's important. You've got to be comfortable.
Danny might have a chance to find a last-gasp equaliser here. Ibrahimovic is dispossessed, though, so surprising to see that huge frame of the Swede having the ball taken off of him and almost pushed off the ball. And now Stokes, maybe he can find a 2-goal lead. Look at the space here on that far side, but the pass just didn't find him. Danny can come forward again.
I think it's already going to be an explosive second leg, but it would have been great if we'd gone into it all tied up. But now, with possession is Stokes, but he does give it away.
Runners as well in front of him. Van Dijk steps in. Danny desperately trying to win the ball back, but he's got to be careful here. He doesn't concede another goal right at the death across to Ronaldo, and that's just what he's done.
And usually you stand up when you score a goal, but Danny's pointing to his wrist saying, how much were we on the clock? Is it Fergie time? Well, Stokes did represent Man United.
And how a game can change so quickly. 4-2 now for Stokes. The ball sent straight out of play, and that will be the final whistle. We've got goals to bring you, though, because there's so many games, as we keep saying, from these groups. And Mo Alba versus Houston, I think if you had to put money on something in this tournament, it would be that this game had goals down.
Yeah, they've faced each other before, and it's always an explosive game. And what a goal that was from Houston as well. The fact he was able to just cricketer his way into the box, and then elsewhere between Lev Vinken and Tor, was more goals for Lev Vinken to get back into things. Of course, Lev Vinken, who got to the playoff final losing to Nicholas, hasn't maybe been as informed today as we would have expected.
Needs to keep that kind of form going, though. Needs to step it up, as you say. As we go back to what is the most predictable goal fest you will see, a strike there from Kai Havertz, the left foot green time finish. Mo Alba again, one in the back of the net.
Mo Alba, another player undefeated at the moment. If he's to win this game, that's 5 games played, 5 games won. He's through to the knockout stages, and we would not have expected that from the recent results we've seen from Mo Alba. It's just not been the same Mo Alba we've seen in previous years, but maybe he's coming to life at the right time.
Another thing from that's obviously Group C as well, and that was the one that we were talking about being the group of death, of we jump into Marco versus Dr. Ahano, and this is, of course, live, and Dr. Ahano is giving himself a tough job to do. 4 goals the difference, but it sounds crazy. It's something that you can kind of work with. Neymar inside the box, and again, a little slip of the thumb there, a little click on that right stick, just saw the ball up into the air.
Yeah, a couple of heavy defeats for Marco after he did win against Nicholas, but maybe that taught him a lesson that he needed to learn, because now it seems that he's implemented the right strategies, and I'm very impressed with how Marco has approached this tournament.
We're actually going to jump over to another game at half-time here. We'll just see this one out first, see if Marco can extend his lead with his free kick, or if he'll just send it out of play and go into the break with that 4-goal advantage. Looks like he's going to try and come forward. Varane will win the ball back. Maybe a chance here for Dr. Ahano to spin up a little bit of magic. That looked a little bit desperate for me, but Mbappe's closing that space down, and Van Dijk has to be careful, and there is the half-time whistle.
And you've got to think, with a 4-goal lead, you'll be able to comfortably grind that one out as we do move across, as you said, to Lev Vinken versus Tor, then Tor with a 3-2 advantage at the moment. Lev Vinken, I mean, I know that Mike Lebel was saying that he was one of his favourites to potentially even take this whole tournament. Has he shown enough form thus far? I don't think so. Has he got more in the tank? Absolutely.
Well, there might be a chance here for Lev, and De Gea is bundled in.
Oh, it's not going to count.
I believe that the referee will bring that one back, because you cannot Hadouken someone into the back of the net. Just doesn't fly, I'm afraid.
Not legally, anyway.
Yeah, not legally. Anyway, talking about Lev Vinken, and you were talking about Mike Lebel's predictions there. Looking at the groups at the moment, coming into this game, Lev Vinken 5th place. And Ajax's Tor, I mean, what a great performance he's had so far. He currently sits 2nd in the group, so a win here for him. Happy days, he's getting closer and closer to closing out one of those spots in what we were calling the group of death as well. And I mean, you say Mo Alba, Tor, you know, any one of these players could have potentially qualified, but maybe they're not the ones we would have been saying first up would have been qualified.
Definitely not. I mean, Houston currently 6th in the group. Nicholas currently 7th in the group. And Tor currently coming forward with Neymar, but it's not enough.
Beautiful stuff there from Tor. He almost managed to tear his way through the defence. And just as we see that pause come in, we'll take that opportunity to jump back over to our main game here between Stokes and Danny. 2nd leg underway. Danny, just to repeat, was 2 goals to the good at one point in that first leg. Unfortunately, let it slip. Now he's chasing the game. Stokes with a 2-goal advantage.
And Stokes, when he does have an advantage, is going to look to increase that advantage, but it's Danny who has the opportunity from the kickoff here to maybe try and make something to get back into this.
Well, here's Danny, takes that shot from distance, does win the ball back here. Beautiful little back heel. Ronaldo, great tackle from Vieira.
And you've got to make those important challenges. You've got to be willing to risk giving away a free kick in dangerous areas by diving in with the likes of Vieira, with the likes of Hullet. Because if you step off too much against a player like Danny, he's going to find a way to hit it from distance, and you know full well that he has a good opportunity of putting it in the back of the net.
Well, here he comes again, the Dutchman. Mbappe, great feet from the Frenchman, strike there from Hullet. And Stokes closed down that space very quickly, and I think that looking at one of the ways that Stokes seems to be defending these quick snapshots here from Rebel Stokes is he's using that 2nd-man press just when he thinks that Danny is going to pull that trigger, just to close that space down. And that, almost that shooting lane on goal. And here comes Stokes. Maybe he can find a way to craft another opportunity. Extend that lead, make it 5. All defended by Danny.
It is strange, this tournament, how we've seen some of the players who kind of dipped in form at the end of the season suddenly come to life again at this tournament, and the players who were in form at the end of the season suddenly losing their form coming into this tournament. Of course, it's not appropriate to everyone. Stokes, who found his form at playoffs, seems to be carrying that on. But honestly, this tournament's had everything so far, and it has not disappointed whatsoever.
No, I think we were asked for 3 words to describe it, and it was, what is happening? It was what I came out with, to be honest with you. Not a lot could be predicted, however, that makes it all the more exciting and gives you all the more reason to keep watching throughout the weekend as we head towards crowning our 2019 FIFA eWorld Cup champion. Dispossessed here high up the pitch though, Danny, and that's going to mean space in behind here for Neymar. Couple of accelerated fake shots, a chance to extend the lead. Frustration on the face of the Englishman.
And I think that frustration is signs of a champion. When you are already 2 goals ahead and you're getting frustrated that you're not extending your lead, shows how you know you need to score more goals, that you cannot trust a lead. You have to respect every single competitor.
I think that's exactly what I was going to say. It's also respecting who you're playing against. He knows how dangerous Danny is. He knows that Danny can find his way back into this game, and maybe he can do that with CR7, but Patrick Vieira has been an absolute blockade in the middle of the pitch here.
Such good passing move as well from Stokes. He gets a little bit unfortunate, but his reading of the game has been incredible thus far. His counter-attacks are clearly deadly, and Danny needs to keep an eye on especially that right wing, because Stokes seems to be focusing it with Kylian Mbappe. As now we are going to get a whistle and a yellow card as well for Hullet, and that's how the group stands at the moment of Group A. And, well, Tex has dropped into the bottom 4.
6th place at the moment, Tex. A lot of people's tournament favourite. The man who's been the face of FIFA 19 needs to find some results. But back to this game now, and Mbappe is trying to craft an opening here for Ajax's Danny. But again, the timing of these tackles just in and around the edge of the 18-yard box has been absolutely resplendent, to be honest with you, from Stokes.
Yeah, I'm going to pretend I know what that means as we look at some goals elsewhere in the tournament and see who's been able to put them in the back of the net. And it's Marco again going forward. He had a 7-2 lead. Make that 8-2. Marco looking to make an impact in this tournament.
At 8-2 be Dr. Ahano right now, to be honest with you, but 8-2 to the good. Sometimes you've got to pull stuff out like that. Luka Modric then on the ball here for Tuga. Again, Nicholas up 3-2 at the moment, but not for long. Tuga finds an equaliser.
And if Nicholas doesn't find a victory here, there is potential complications for him going into tomorrow, and his chances of qualifying as Mo Alba versus Houston seems that that's not over yet, as Houston gets one back. As we return to our live game, and we return to Danny going forward.
Ronaldo has a chance. It's the legs of Van der Sar that make the save. And it has been a lot of pressure here from Danny. Mbappe with a scoop turn into CR7. Virgil van Dijk, not known for his twinkle toes around the edge of the box, but maybe he can find a player here who can do that for him, can create that space, can beat a man, but unfortunately it was Van Dijk who found Varane. Again, another player maybe you don't want in that position. Stokes looking to make him pay though. Mbappe, there's a Cricetta, chance to strike it maybe, and he's dropped in the box. Danny can't believe it. Look at the frustration.
Don't hurt your hands, Danny. You've got to be careful.
Long time to go.
Those are the money winners. And we've seen several penalties missed already today.
Will there be another one? Will Stokes put this away? No, he won't.
Can anyone score a penalty?
Nobody wants to put these strikes away from the spot. And for Danny, that might just be the spark he needs to ignite his way back into this game. What a ball that is. And Maldini steps in, but no. R9 wins it back.
Danny is such a momentum player as well. You can see now the adrenaline pump through his veins. He wants this. He wants to get back into it. He wants to seize this moment because he has a chance to overturn, well, a struggling game thus far against Stokes in this second leg.
Pogba finds Ramos. He was reluctant to go forward, but he's found space inside the 18-yard box. Just as he found that space, though, an effective line held strong and caught that player offside.
You know what the addition of Pogba has really added to a lot of teams is just that little bit of attacking flair. Pogba can defend as well as Vieira, well, not as well as, but up there. And it means that when you go forward as well, you've got those skill moves, you've got that height. It's very scary.
Ronaldo now, this could be the game if he can put this away. Goes round the goalkeeper. Easy as you like. Stokes is on fire.
So calm, so comfortable. And it's a 3-goal lead, and surely, even with 45 minutes left, Stokes is going to be feeling comfortable about his own game as well. When the keeper does dive out like that, you've got two options. You can either pass it across, or you go for the ball roll. The ball roll doesn't always work if you don't time it perfectly. But Stokes, of course, he's been in that position time and time again. And now, Danny has even more work to do.
The hill just became a mountain in this particular game for Danny. However, results from previous games still keep him in a pretty good position moving forward. Interception there from Danny da Costa. So not all is lost here for the Dutchman. But enough talking about the Dutchman here, because how good has Stokes been?
Absolutely incredible. He's only got 39% possession, but he's still going forward. He's just not holding the ball. He's just looking to attack, to attack, to attack. And speaking of attacks, of course we've got more goals, so we can see what is happening elsewhere, because everyone at the moment is just trying to secure their spot in those knockout stages, trying to get a little bit closer, Mark.
Well, there is the half-time whistle then. Rebel Stokes completely in charge of the game. Let's take a look at some of those goals you were mentioning, Dan. Marco versus Dr. Ahano, and Dr. Ahano has at least found his way back into the game ever so slightly, but with 81 minutes left on the clock, you have to feel that that one's done.
And then Resende versus Tex. We saw Tex had dropped into the bottom four because he was losing, but now
Vieira.
He is drawing, and we were speaking about Pogba, but Vieira showing he can go forward as well as Abinio versus Tass. Tass had the lead, but this seems to be a pattern emerging at the moment. Tass losing his leads despite going up in early stages of these games.
What a move this looks like. The croquette from Havertz into Vieira gets a little bit fortunate at the end, to be honest with you, and Tass again throwing away a lead. So in the last few moments of this game, Dr. Ahano once again coming forward, and well, sometimes you just got to have a go.
Feels like we're at the start of the season again with a goal like that, as Megabit and Janos. Megabit looking to take down Janos, who's bottom of the group, this group at the moment, and Megabit gets a second goal against him.
I tell you what, Megabit's really starting to find a little bit of form here, find a little bit of momentum, and that's really important for him after what was an incredibly slow game. We're going to jump back into Stokes versus Danny, though, after a fantastic first leg performance from Stokes. Danny's got questions to answer now, in my opinion, because I mean, this is the form player he's up against at the moment, and he seems to be really struggling to come up with any answers to the questions that Stokes is posing him.
And these are two players who will desperately want that victory so they can stay ahead of the likes of Megabit, because actually if Megabit gets a victory, he can leapfrog the likes of Tex, the likes of the loser of this game, so they need to be focused.
Well, here's Neymar, a couple of step-overs, and can he find one? No, he can't. Great save there from Van der Sar. Again, the foot item who we didn't see at the start of the season, but as the season has progressed, he has become the go-to in between the sticks.
And I'm going to mention it every single event. It's not the prime Van der Sar. It's the middle icon Van der Sar, just because everyone feels like he's a little bit better. His reactions are a little bit stronger than the other.
Oh, great move from Danny. The finish lets him down, though. It wasn't green. Maybe that was the difference.
And it does mean, though, that Stokes has that opportunity to counter-attack. It's what he's been looking for every single time, but good stepping up from Danny, and I do feel if Danny can get a goal in the early stages of this second half, there is really a chance of him getting back into the game, because when he does get that adrenaline, when he gets that momentum, he just turns into a different player.
Yeah, I want to hear that roar from Danny. One of the most emotive players we have, and you'll know when he scores a goal. You can see the frustration in there, maybe the other side of the emotion, and unfortunately for him as well. I thought that was a corner, but it's just rolled out for a goal kick.
And it's incredible how things can turn around so quickly as well. Danny, who was undefeated prior to this game, and he hasn't secured his knockout spot yet, and that's why there's frustration. You want to continue your form, you want to get the job done today, not having to rely on results tomorrow.
And again, that player switch in there from Stokes, absolutely superb. And now you have the counter-attack, it's a 3-on-3, he just has to pick the right passes here. Danny gets a little bit fortunate to get the interception, as Neymar now finds space, and speaking of space, to finish it, Ronaldo! Oh. You don't get a better chance than that.
And Danny wins the battle of the goalkeeper movement, but Stokes knows that that was an opportunity given away, and he gives the ball away as well. Danny's still in this game.
Neymar sends this one out wide, and we're going to send you out to 4 different POVs at the moment. All the games still going on from Group C. You can see Marco still holding on to his lead, 8-4 over Dr. Ahano. Megabit looking good against Janos as well, and Tex still tied up 2-2 with Resende. What a game that is.
However, Tass has regained his lead over Abinio, so that's very important. And just as we're speaking, I think there's been another goal in our live game. It looks like Stokes has been able to do it again against Danny and potentially wrap up this tie. And that is the scary factor, and it means that Stokes will be taking that position at the top of the table, Mark.
Another goal just went in the bottom right-hand side of your screen as well, and it's Tass who managed to increase his lead to a 2-goal lead now, I believe, in his particular match after falling behind. And it really does feel like, Dan, normally FIFA 19 tournaments were like, you know, there's always a chance of a comeback, but there's something magic about being in the O2 here, something magic about being at the FIFA eWorld Cup. Nobody wants to lay down and die.
And do you know what it is? We have the 32 best players in the world. Everyone is capable of pulling an upset, of getting a result, of coming back into it. They've played this game all season long for what, 7, 8, 9 months it's been now since the release of FIFA 19, and we are anticipating the release of FIFA 20. Everyone knows how to score goals, and it means that it doesn't matter how much minutes are left on that clock, they know they can get the job done in just a couple of attacks.
We're trying to keep you up to date with all the action, as you can see, but back to our game here, and of course it was Stokes who now extends his lead to 6 goals to 2, and for Danny, maybe it's time to chalk this one up. Maybe try and put a bit more pressure back onto Stokes with a few late goals, but Havertz is just steaming away down this right-hand side here for Stokes. A couple of accelerated fake shots, a scoop turn and a finish! King Kai does it for Stokes.
Stokes will be pushing himself up to 10 points in the table and ever closer to the knockout stages. Won't be secured, unfortunately, because this group is so tight. Stokes will go up to first. Tass, if he's still winning, he'll go up to second. Do you know who will go up to third? Megabit.
Wow.
And Megabit earlier was really struggling.
I was worried for him, to be honest with you, Germany. Really was struggling, as you say, but finding form at the right time. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. Getting out of groups is the first thing you have to do.
And are we going to be in a situation tomorrow where we're looking at the likes of Tex fighting just to get into the top 4? We were all saying, I mean, we think Tex is going to be able to comfortably get through this group, but I think it really plays, it shows how much talent we have at this tournament, and especially in this group.
So Danny then, maybe looking for a few consolation goals, maybe thinking of ways to break down potential opponents if he's in this position later in the tournament. And here is R9, takes that shot on the left foot. Can't get past the wall of defenders in front of the goal. Let's take a look at some goals that are flying in. There's plenty in that game. But these ones are the ones that mean so much to the close games. You can see here, Abinio versus Tass. Abinio on the attack, Tass making another little mistake, and again, a Tass mistake leading to a goal.
Yeah, I feel like Tass is beating himself in some of these games, and if he can work on those mistakes, he really could be threatening for a lead, as suddenly Megabit conceding a goal versus Janos, so maybe he's not looking as comfortable as we thought, as we return now to Stokes versus Danny. This game is pretty much finished at this point. I think both players know, but it's just damage control for this point at Danny. In case there is any goal difference that comes into it at any point, he's going to be thinking, let's try and reduce this damage.
Maybe he's going to look to entertain some of the fans who are watching at home as well. Score something a little bit special. Get the good vibes going back through the body. Remind yourself how good your start to the group stage has been. Stokes, though, has just been relentless. This second leg has been an absolute masterclass.
And it'll mean that everyone in this group has lost at least once. And I think it just shows how tight this group is going to be, and we won't be able to decide it until tomorrow. I mean, even Abinio, who we saw there, who's currently only on 3 points, if he's able to pull something back in his game, he really could throw a spanner into the works of this entire group. I mean, realistically, if Janos somehow gets back against Megabit, maybe even he has a chance.
Oh, Danny took a shot from distance there. Trying to see if that one works. Unfortunately, it didn't.
Unfortunately, it doesn't. Those aren't really going in anymore, unless there's some really poor goalkeeper movement from your opposition, as Stokes still going forward, still looking for more goals. He's just hungry, Mark. He just wants more and more goals. The 7th goal in this game will put him up to 29 goals currently. And speaking of goals, let's look at some more coming in elsewhere in some of these really important matchups. Abinio versus Tass. Tass, who made a little bit of a mistake earlier, looks like he may have rectified that, as it's red shirts flowing forward in the England kit, and there it is, 7-6 lead.
That is a classic Tass goal there. Great passing move, finding the player in space, and a simple finish from him. Almost looks too easy for him sometimes. When Tass is playing well, he's one of these players who makes things look easy.
And here's the table as it stands then. I told you, it is blooming close. Stokes and Tass take that 1 and 2 spot, and it's this goal difference that really makes the difference for Stokes. And Megabit leapfrog up to 3rd. This is incredible.
I mean, I'm looking at that Group A leaderboard at the moment and looking at those 4 places. Maybe they were the 4 names that you would have said before the tournament got underway. Yeah, they'll be in the top 4. Not in that order. I think that would have been a surprise to a lot of players, but that's where we are at the moment.
And Tex is tied.
It's still so open.
With Danny, with Resende. Both of those, if they can pull out a result, if Tex drops any more points, maybe he won't even get out of groups.
Who would have said that? Who would have written that in the stars? Not many people. As Danny is upended just as he goes through there by Danny Da Costa. We're only a few seconds away from this game coming to its conclusion, and Stokes has, without doubt, in my opinion, been the standout player of today. I think him and Mo Alba, as we approach the end of round 5 here and the end of Group A and Group C for today. Of course, we will come back tomorrow and conclude these 2 groups, one on the PlayStation, one on the Xbox. They really have been the standouts.
Yeah, quite rightly so, because they've been scoring goals, but they've also been defending well. And Stokes just waits for this one to get into the keeper hands, and now all he has to do is kick this one away, and that's going to be the final whistle. Fist bump to his coach as well. Stokes heads to the top of Group A.
And that's where he will be hoping to stay, and that's where he will be hoping to end up when we do finish up Group A tomorrow. However, games are still going on, and this is another Group A game here on the Xbox. Kante into the middle here, and this is live. 8-5 to TAS at the moment. And I love one thing, I love confidence in players. Sometimes it can come across as arrogance. However, TAS saying that he was disappointed people haven't been talking about him as a potential winner. I love that mentality. You have to come into tournaments like this expecting to win.
And I feel like by people, he means us. I feel like he means those of us who have been hyping up everyone around him. But maybe we should have concentrated a little bit more on this young man. I know earlier in the tournament, Mark, you did say that TAS is one of those players who you feel could just come out and beat anyone on his given day. You are the one member of talent who has said and has backed TAS, so I will give you that. And I tell you what, he's proving you to be quite right at the moment.
Fellow Arsenal fan, it was always going to happen. Also interesting to see that he's got Nicolas Pepe all of a sudden on the bench, that team of the season for IM. I wonder if we'll see him come on and change a game. I'm sure he'll be hoping that the same will happen at the Emirates next year. But in this game, TAS 9-5 on aggregate, 5-3 up against Abinio. And the way that he's coming forward now, he's really starting to find that flow coming forward. And this is where he's dangerous. Here's Neymar, there's a McGeady spin. And you can see him there, he's feeling himself. He's starting to feel that energy.
He's starting to give a little bit of excitement to Benny behind him as well, who's just enjoying what he's watching unfold before him. But the only thing that had TAS in second place was goal difference behind Stokes, and maybe TAS is looking to change that here by scoring more goals and getting closer. I think he was only 2 off in terms of goals, so maybe with a couple more here he might be able to actually top the table going into tomorrow.
So for Abinio, you start to get into that must-win scenario now for him if he wants to continue here at the FIFA eWorld Cup Grand Final. Kante finds the ball inside, Da Costa comes across. But again, goal difference is another thing we should keep in mind, Dan. You keep mentioning it yourself, and you'd be surprised how many of these groups can be decided by those little pieces of data that separate the 2 players. So Abinio has to keep that in mind here. Maybe a goal here could be the difference between him going out and staying in the tournament.
It'll be his 4th loss, so the likelihood of him going through is very, very slim. But considering how tight this group is, there might be a very minor chance. Of course, we'll take a look closely at the league tables a little bit later when we come to the end of this show. For Janos, however, I mean, he's lost 5. So unfortunately for him, there's going to be no way of him getting through to the knockout stages. But at least Abinio is able to get a consolation goal in this particular game.
TAS removes the headset. I think he knows that the job has been done here, even with that goal from Luka Modric. Great strike from the Croatian into the top right-hand corner. But he's finding form, TAS, and he's finding it just at the right time of the season here. The biggest stage sometimes brings out the biggest performances in players, and TAS is looking good.
TAS is making a statement at this event. He's topping this table alongside Stokes, and he also was able to get a victory against F2 Tex. But the question is, can he do it against the likes of MS Tasari as well?
Yeah, it has been an incredible round of action here in Group A and C. Fantastic stuff. And now we're going to check out the results, I think, very quickly there, as we see Tex and Resende ended up 2-2, and Tex now life on the line. Danny, we just saw him go down 7-2 to Stokes. Janos and Megabit. Megabit picking out another win there. And TAS 9-6 over Abinio.
And then Group C, Nicholas able to get a victory over Tuga. Houston 7-4 victory over Mo Alba. Tor 4-3 victory over Lev. And Marco with an 8-4 victory over Dr. Ahana.
Thank you very much to our casters. Another incredible round, Spencer, and this is what it means for the groups. First up, this is Group A, and these players are done for the day now, and this is how it stands in Group A.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to see what happens in the last 2 games tomorrow. Danny went from being top of the group to 5th.
Incredible.
Outside the top 4, but still plenty of time. Look at all the way down to 6th place. There's only 2 points between top and 6th, so anything could change, but the British guys in general, impressing.
Very well done from the British guys. Stocks, Tas and Tex all in the top 4. Tex 4th, of course, the #1 ranked player here, currently in 4th. It's the top 4 that qualify for the knockouts, remember. So that is Group A as it stands. Let's have a look at Group C, which is, of course, the PlayStation side of things. And Mo Alba still sitting top, Spencer.
He's still top. He was unbeaten before that last round. He has dropped a game now, but he's still got that 2-point lead over Tor there. Nicholas is the big story here. He was at the bottom. He'd won none of his first 3. He's picked up the last 2 wins. He's climbing his way back in. 2 games tomorrow, very important, but the most points he can get is 12. Will that be enough?
Okay, with Mike as well, in the most comfortable and best seat in the house, as we've called it. Just quickly, guys, player of the tournament so far, Mike, who are you saying?
I'm giving you 2.
Go on.
Tas has been someone that's really stood out, and then the fashion that he's won those games, beating F2 Tex, and then Marco. Nobody wrote Marco as somebody that had a chance to progress in this tournament, and here he is, sitting in 3rd place. Got to be feeling pretty confident about himself. Beat Nicholas to start out the tournament, killed his confidence.
Yeah. Spencer, who are you going with?
I'm going with Stokes. I'm going with Mo Alba. Both doing really well, and yeah, we've got 2 more groups to see, of course, but those lads have impressed.
Yeah, and who are you looking forward to in the afternoon session? Because obviously we've got the afternoon session starting. Which one? Any player that you're most looking forward to? The reigning champion?
Yeah, MS Desari, reigning champ. We've got to see what he can get up to. I really like Stefano Pinna, great player. Maestro as well. Even people like Filza. Filza from Wolves, I think he's really playing some great FIFA last tournament, and if he puts it together, he could do really well.
And we've got to finally just say, what an amazing event this has been. It hasn't disappointed at all. This is the event that all the players want to win, and it's been an amazing morning session, hasn't it?
Can't wait for the afternoon session. More of the same, please. Keep it going.
Keep it going, more of the session. So that is the end for the morning session. MS Desari, you're most looking forward to, you think?
Yeah,
he's the one player to watch. Of course, no one has won 2 consecutive tournaments, so it'll be fascinating to see how he gets on. We will be back in half an hour. Do not go anywhere. We'll see you soon.